All right, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. This is your brother Sonetta. I am your host, and I'm bringing in another heavy hitter. You brothers and sisters better be ready when we build this wall, this comedic wall. Oh my God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, 5 more come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can, because he's killing. And so without any further ado, I bring to you my brother, Shaka, in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and black power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sanera.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Ishaka and Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sak Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he's dealing with knowledge, man.
Have you ever met Theophile Benga?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him, but I'm not acquainted with him.
Well, you seen him on YouTube?
But brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms. So you can talk all you want that you are acquainted with.
Well,
whoever. It doesn't hold any bearing with your scholarship.
Listen, I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced. Okay?
What is your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nicknamed you Butler.
So Sonetta, so you allow this person to talk about, I carry Sonetta's bags and suitcases.
So you are Butler for Sonetta as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
and Sonetta called you the B word. You did not object. You don't have any background.
You know.
The proto-Semitic Allah burning down tells us was a black God represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer and a little bit from the side here. Now this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, he says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere. But you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check. It's going to come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now, finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow, some way becomes Allah. But that's up to y'all. That's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an Ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masria in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine.
I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is simply Free Talk plus Q&A, which stands for question and answers. Questions and answers. First of all, I'm in the gym on the bicycle after doing a few other things. Can you let me know how well you can hear me? Because there's obviously music in the background and also sounds from the machine. So please tell me how you hear me. How well can you hear me? Is it not loud enough? My voice, I mean, I don't want to talk too loud either, because there's other people, but they have their headset on anyway. They have their earpiece on, so I guess I can speak louder if necessary. Please, brothers and sisters, tell me how well you can hear me. I'm on my mobile phone, so it's going to be a bit difficult to switch between screens. Thank you very much. Texas Banner says, sounds great. V. Bennett says, sounds good, bro. It's perfect. Thank you. All right. So we have some people in the place to be. See, Texas Banner said, good morning, Shaka. And indeed, in New York, it is 6 a.m. It's going to be 7 a.m. in about 15 minutes. Donnie Williams is in the place to be. He wrote top of the morning. And for those who don't know, I'm living in France currently. So it is 12:43 exactly. So 12:43 of p.m. 12 o'clock lunchtime. Not midnight. Texas Bama wrote, "Wow, I never saw that exchange with Reggie. Shaka was in his head. Now, Reggie is a punk butler. Reggie is a sorry excuse of a human being. Reggie is a supporter of child molesters, pedophiles. It's been so long. I've been asking the HOKKK if they support child molesters and rapists. They wouldn't answer because they are supporting them. We've seen them. I've already played Reggie saying that he has no regret giving information to a pedophile. And he said that 3 times in a row. So Reggie acts like, he's a great scholar or something. And like you heard me say, for 30 years, he's been carrying the suitcases and been giving coffee and tea to the scholars. He has one so-called peer review article in 30 years. He has a YouTube channel. He doesn't ask you money because he knows and nothing's gonna pop up. And apparently, he's not even really live streaming no more on Shy Netter's platform. But we're gonna deal with Shy Netter in a minute. You know, I'd rather say Shy Cheddar. I'm sorry, Shy Cheddar. But if I use the word Netter, it's only so that he can be identified. Now, I've played Punk Butler Reggie saying that he bangs on Kemetic people. Well, this evening, for those who don't know, spread the word. I will bang on Scam Nature because he is a pedo lover. See? So, Butler Reggie, for the record, you know, for those who want to talk cute and act like, yeah, but why don't you challenge him? I did. I challenged Butler Reggie on Smash Rockwell's panel live. And I said later on, I will go on Scam Cheddar's platform and I will challenge him there too. And when I was a guest on Scam Nature's platform for the second time, I issued a challenge. Even female Scam Cheddar said that Reggie's running. Another time, Reggie was running. Unc was running too. I told Unc, you know, man, I don't know if Sai is cool with that. Let's do it on my partner. Unc was like, no, I don't want to do. I don't want to go on your channel. I said, all right, I'll come to your panel, Unc. He was like, no, I'm scared by myself. I'm scared. I'm scared. So it is what it is. B Bennett is in the place to be. Brother from DC, currently in Europe, man. Well, Malki, the Good Samaritan who wrote facts, and he had the same God Egyptians are Hebrews. Through time, for thousands of years, they became one. I don't understand what he meant there. Then he wrote the whole Bible, tell you the beginning of Sumer and Canaan and beginning of Egypt. But you see, my dear brother, Malki, the Bible is not a historical book, brother. What you should do if you want to, I'm not telling you what you have to do in your life, but maybe if you have time and if you want to, you know, it's not an obligation, and try to look for the oldest records of the biblical books. And you will be surprised. You will be surprised. You know how old is the first known complete Bible, brother? And do you know what language it is? If you don't mind, feel free to answer, but you don't have to. I don't want to put you on the spot like that. Everybody's entitled to have their own religion. But when people are using historical books, theology, to deal with history, that's where there's a problem. Then he had a good job, Shaka. Welcome to the 1%, my brother. What are the 1%? I heard about the 5%, but not the 1%. Now, Bennett, clarify, you don't need to speak loud because the sound is good. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Now we have Advocacy. And by the way, if anybody wants to get on the panel, I've shared the link. It is pinned, which means that it remains at the top of the chat. Advocacy wrote, I have a question. If Kemet never got conquered, would the Kemet religion be like the Christian sects with different temples all over the world? I think there would have been some variations with the religion of Kemet or spirituality, because it is known that several cities have their chief deities. You understand what I'm saying? So there were also different cosmogony or cosmology, or let's say creation stories, you know. So we have the Ennead, we have the Ogdoad. So there would have been variations, most probably, but then, you know, that's only speculation. So maybe we should concentrate on what do we have that is established as a fact. What do the data allows us to say, you see? And feel free to have any other questions, brothers and sisters. And even if you disagree with me, if you respect me, I respect you. Trust me. People can vouch for that. Over the years, I've been talking with people who disagree with me. If people come and call me the B-A-S-S-N word, you know, he ain't gonna fly. You know what I'm saying? And for the record, you see, Shy Meta, like I said, I didn't hear it for myself, but I was told by reliable brothers. He talked about my mother and father. He said that they are liars. And I don't think anybody can say that I said anything disparaging towards his family members. I don't want to go there. I don't want to get down like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with him. I don't have anything against his family members. They're supposed to defend him because they are his family members. I don't want to stoop that low You know what I'm saying? He had to make me very, very mad for me to start talking about his family members. You know what I'm saying? So, and also I've played when he told Uncle Shu, F your son, your daughter, and so on, your whole family. And I played another clip when Shinetta told Uncle Shu, your mother's a B. He even called Garfield Reed and Butler Reggie B, the B word. The same B word that Tazariak used towards Martin Luther King. You understand what I'm saying? Texas Bama Road, then good afternoon, sir. Yeah, good afternoon. We've been at Rotel Reggie. He's a real man. If he is, I guess he meant to write, if he is a real man, he will fly to Paris and carry your suitcases also. No, I don't want him to do that. You know, maybe if I get older and weaker, and then maybe some young brothers and sisters are gonna feel like, okay, you know, I respect that guy. He did a lot for the people. He shared a lot of information. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem doing that. You know what I'm saying? And I think many of us, you know what I'm saying, we help our elders because out of respect, you know what I'm saying? But when I say that about Reggie, it doesn't make him less of a man because it plays a part when you make tea and coffee and go get the food and carry the suitcases and the luggage. You know what I'm saying? If it's raining, it's holding the umbrella. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to do it. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why I'm saying that is because Reggie talks like he's a top scholar in the game. Like he contributed personally, but we have him on tape saying that he bangs against the Kemetic people. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a problem. And he had the nerve, and I played that once. Now. I can't remember which live stream it is, but I'm sure some of you remember. I played when Butler Reggie had the nerve to say that before he organized Kemet on Trial. Now, Kemet on Trial, that's the name of a debate. He had the nerve to say that people are not talking about Kemet. Now, Kemet on Trial, I think he was probably, like, you know, if I was to estimate, I think it may have been between 2014 and 2018. But people can look it up, you know, people can find out and clarify. But back in 2008, SETI was representing, talking about Kemet, man. Saulo Sutin SETI, General SETI. And they did SETI wrong, man. When your karma is biting Shinetta and is behind now. You know what I'm saying? Texas Bama Road, not getting around it. We've been at Reggie. If you're a real man, you'll find to Paris and carry Shaka's suitcases also. Oh, you know what's funny? If you have time and if you want to, brothers and sisters, feel free to go on yesterday's live stream. I did 2 live streams yesterday, but when I left comments in Sanetta's chat, Reggie left a comment, and you can see, you can differentiate easily because he's a moderator over there. So there was a symbol, forgot how you call that tool, but there's a tool, you know, to screw the bolts, and it's in blue. So that's where you know somebody is a moderator. Because we know he's his avatar, the Black City plan that nobody follows. He wrote, support Brother Reggie. Dang. That's what he wrote. And please, if there's something that I'm saying that you would like me to substantiate, then, you know, this evening when I'm not streaming and I'll be on my computer, feel free to ask me in the chat or on the panel, because I always back up what I say. When I don't know, I say I don't know. Sometimes I may say, don't quote me on that because I'm not really sure. But, you know, I'm known for backing up what I'm saying. So I can show that. The Punk Butler Reggie wrote, support Brother Reggie. Dang. Like Jabari said, Reggie is indeed begging for cash apps. Begging for cash apps. All the time. He has a right to beg. It's not forbidden. But when somebody tells him that he's begging for cash app, he doesn't need to get angry and crazy. Because I don't know if you've seen the debate between Jabari and Reggie. Early on, before he started, Reggie was getting his, you know, computer, you know, set up. He has some issues. I'm sure he has an old computer. And Reggie mentioned the Cash App. And Gerard said, well, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, Reggie's saying I'm doing this for the money, you know, the tools and all that. But here is, it's ironic that he's begging for Cash App. Reggie went crazy. I thought he wasn't going to do the debate. I was actually in the chat saying, you know, he's not going to do the debate. You know what I'm saying? Texas Bama wrote, Reggie was looking to Sa speak up for him. Yes, he was. So you're gonna let, he was gonna say, you're gonna let him in. Then he must have kicked in like, man, I'm about 50, 56, last 57, and I'm gonna cry for help. It's not a good look. But yeah, it was gonna cry to Sa. Reggie's a punk now. You know, Reggie's a real punk, and he knows it. And Sanetta is a punk too. That people didn't know. See, yesterday, so many people came in defense of Sa with the echo chamber. And they were like, oh, he was 17, she was 15. Oh, you're angry because you lost that debate. There wasn't a debate. I never did any debate on Scam Cheddar's platform. And then I would show them the clip of Scam Cheddar talking about the mighty Hebrew, talking about he went to prison for molesting a young child. I bet they didn't know that. So I bet some of them had it back at Scam Netta and said, look, man, why didn't you tell me about that? You said live on air on your own platform that the mighty Hebrew went to prison for molesting a young child. He did his time, got out, then was arrested again for trying to F another young child. And then Shaka and Lugu came and played another clip where you said that he's your brother and he slept at your house a few times. How are you going to make me look now? I'm sure he had some complaints. We've been able to Shaka, if Reggie carried your suitcases, would that make him in time a scholar? Well, you're not a scholar for carrying suitcases. That wouldn't make him a scholar. That would make him a help, an assistant. See, assistant sounds better. And I like to be diplomatic. But Reggie has disrespected people so bad. And one of the biggest disrespect that he ever did was towards Sekou. And I played it. Reggie told Sekou, you have no standard in our community. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. You're an outsider. Then he went on to ask, do you know the manager? Punk Butler, Reggie, let's be out of your damn mind. So people need to know the manager not to talk about issues that affect Black people worldwide. Texas Bama Road, they're always begging with their hand out. The truth hurts. So feel free, you know, with the comments, brothers and sisters. You know, I really want to talk to the people, get some questions and answers. If you want to say anything, feel free. Whether you agree or disagree with me, you want to get in the panel. Even if you don't have a question, if you want to say what's up, it's good to show to the people that, you know, you are here and you're supporting and you appreciate the work. Now, I want to say one thing, man. Anybody that goes on Scam Cheddar's platform, knowing that he's a pedo lover, it is established, it's a fact. He invites convicted rapists. He invites pedophiles on his platform with no problem, with no shame, with no embarrassment. Don't wait for life to be convicted and start singing and revealing stuff about Scam Cheddar to be like, oh man, I'm dissociating myself. You know, now is the time to do it. Now is the time to do it. I'm telling you, now is the time. Don't wait, you know what I'm saying, to roll with the flow. And see my brothers, V. Bennett, Young Hero, my sister Andrew Bruno, and other sisters and brothers, Ching Ching, J. Heru, and many others are spoken out against child molesters when it wasn't cool. Why it wasn't cool? Well, it's only because of the House of Consciousness. That's the only platform where it's not cool to go against child molesters and rapists. So we've seen that Scam Cheddar has indeed said on Judge's platform, there he called my name, but on his platform he's not. Because he knows that if people go on my platform, they will see how much of a biatch he is. He said, come to my platform. Come talk to me. Where I can control the buttons. That same day, as he was live streaming, I went on his platform. And guess what? He did not put me on the panel, man. He showed to the whole world, I'm talking about Scam Cheddar, that he is a biatch, a scared biatch. He first called Minister Enki. And Minister Enki didn't want to expound. You know what I'm saying? This calm nature by himself, he's as strong as a snail. And he has the heart of a chihuahua. And Vibenet, who is on the platform right now, how you doing, brother? What's up, brother?
Yeah, hotel. Yeah, man, I missed that. I was busy yesterday, man. I wasn't busy. I was at work, so I had some
Yeah,
things I needed to do while I was listening, man. But
yeah.
and then I had that cheap microphone, so it wasn't going to work. But check this,
Okay.
man. You
Yes, sir.
know, actually, I've been having weird dreams, man, lately, and I don't normally dream. I don't normally dream, man. I don't know. I don't remember my dreams. You know, I used to remember my dreams when I was younger. And then as an adult, I stopped remembering my dreams. But recently, in the last 2 weeks, I started dreaming and remembering the dreams. And that's why I'm probably going to have to stop watching. I'm going to have to stop following this, man, because these dreams are some very horrible dreams, man. Like Sarnetta, the dream, I had a dream. I had a serious dream. I told you, man, I was moving into a crack house, literally, and packing my bags, moving my bags in, except all my shit was new, except it was in a crack house. You know, I had to share the room. It was a rooming house, and I had to share it, and I was moving in. And then all of a sudden, I looked to the corner, and it was a needle with a little spoon in the corner, man. And you know, it was crazy. And then I had another dream. What was it about? Some other weird stuff, man. But that shows you, like, man, this stuff is horrible stuff we talking about, man. Like, these guys, they're in a horrible situation, man. Like, and then the other thing is that JJ, man, you know, when you watch this stuff and you hear these stories come out succinctly, one person after another person, at some point you think it can't continue that way, right? So JJ, I was thinking, like, I had no idea. I was not even thinking anything could come out about JJ. I was just thinking something innocent again, like, oh, JJ's just a little wild. He's having fun, you know, just chiming in, just being sarcastic, or just trying to, you know, get a debate going, or add to this the cipher, if you will, right? And then lo and behold, this comes out, man. I felt so I felt so I felt bad, man. I felt so bad for JJ. I felt so bad for I felt what's the word? I'm disappointed, man. Disappointed in JJ, man. I literally did not expect nothing like that from JJ, man. And that kind of shows you how different our lives are, you know? How different how we're very
Yes.
different type of people. You know what I mean? Like, I could still be looking for the goodwill from a person, from JJ, and then you find out these things, man. And you know, if those things are true, well, forget if they're true, right? I don't want to go that route. But the one thing I would say, like I was telling you yesterday, that anybody that has these kind of things going on in their life, just always remember, addressing it, telling the truth is the best way to move on from it, and leave it behind you. Don't stay with it. Just address it, man, because as horrible as it is, you you don't you know, change is a good thing. Change is a good thing, man. You could always move forward, committing yourself to something different, you know. And that's usually when these things come out in public. My advice would be, like, that's the most humblest thing to do. You know, that's the best thing to do. Just say you was messed up, you were in a whole different space in your life, uh and that you trying to move on from that. And you know, just those kind of things. But rarely, it's not even just about these guys at HOK. A lot of times you don't see that from people that victimize others or harm others, or even make mistakes in life. You know, I look back. Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. This is the thing, man. You see all these criminal records coming up, and then I started thinking myself, like, damn, you know, it reminded me of shit when I was young. But then I realized, like, I don't have horrific shit like this. I have, like, just regular city crap. destruction of property, fighting, fighting people, like just shit where you get in fights and you get let out of jail after, or, juvenile. Even as a juvenile, man, I had as a juvenile, stolen car, you know what I'm saying? And as a juvenile, of course, this is like 15, 16, 15 years old, man, not even 16. This might even be 14, 15, man. I can't even remember, but this stuff is like 30 years ago, you know? And I could only imagine what it could be like to have these kind of charges these guys have as adults, man. And so, all I could wish for them is that, yo, man, move on with your life. Just admit that life has problems and people have problems. Know what you did. If you did it, know what you did is not a good thing, and change, and just change, man. Anybody can do that. Anybody can do that, but you will get a lot more respect if you just address what it is when confronted with it, and just move on. Let people know that that's all that's it. That you are who you are. The third thing I wanted to say is stop faking like you're somebody you're not. People, that's what really comes out in these kind of things, man. You get surprised. People, a guy's pretending like he's a priest, then you find out he's a pedophile. Another is pretending like he's a revolutionary, then you find out he's a scammer. Another is pretending like he's black power and hates the cracker and is married to a white lady. The other one is like, it's like, when is it going to end? Just be who you are and stand for who you are, man. Just stand for who you are. Me, you don't choose who you are. You don't choose how you come into the world. You don't choose the parents you have. You don't choose the community you grow up in. And better yet, it's better to learn the lessons of life, no matter who you're around and no matter what is at your fingertips. The lessons of life that make you a stand-up person than to pretend to be something you're not. You don't have to pretend to be nobody, man. Just be yourself. And stand on that. Everybody got to. Sometimes when I think about these guys, man, they live in a fantasy world. Like, the city I grew up in was, like, when I was growing up in DC, 70% black. That means 95% of my teachers were black. 70%, or even at times, like, 80, 85, 90% of my community, the neighborhood where I grew up in, 95, 98% of that community, black. But there's always a couple of white motherfuckers running around there. And you know what? If you happen to know some of them, they from there too. I mean, if you got to go to work, you might work, or you might go to school with someone. Don't stop pretending like you don't know any white people. And a lot of us have this thing about pretending lives that we don't have, man. It's just, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Learning from this shit, dog, watching this channel, man, you see this. That's the biggest lesson I got out of it. Like, people pretending to be something they not, when you don't even have to pretend, man, because everybody knows real life ain't really like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry because there might be a little bit of wind, but I'm heading to my car, so it shouldn't last long. But oh yeah, okay, yeah, there's a wind now. I saw a video on my feed, and it was Gorilla Hebrew. I've communicated with him in a comment, and he replied, because either I heard him say or somebody else said that he was Haitian. So I spoke to him, like, in Creole, and he replied, but then we never spoke. It was just in writing, brief exchange. And when you watch somebody's channel, when you comment on the person's channel, then eventually some stuff about that person will appear on your feed. And I saw a video title that says, Gorilla Hebrew explains why he called his mother the devil. And I'm like, man, you're taking it far.
Exactly.
I didn't watch the video because, the title said it all, But, he has his belief and he's rolling with it. But besides that, regarding what you said about people pretending, it's funny how you talk about change. Because Malcolm X, he was really in the streets. He knew Bumpy Johnson. He knew many gangsters. He was known as Detroit Red. He went to Harlem. I mean, he went around, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, he was also in Boston. He changed for the better. But those Hebrew Israelites, when they become Hebrew Israelites, many of them are into rape, pedophilia, consuming drugs, selling drugs. I'm like, where's the change? I mean, if there's a change, they're changing for the worse. And that punk scam cheddar, Shanetta, he gets them on his platform like everything's so good. Now, as if raping women was not bad enough, we find out those guys go to prison. They are convicted in court of law for raping children. And like you said, what's going on over there is so horrible, man. I mean, sometimes we clown them, we laugh, but it is so horrible. And those guys are trying to normalize it and have the nerve to send people to us to try to say that we are gossiping. And I'm telling you, man, that narrative is going to change. It's not going to last forever. Those guys are some of the lowest people on the planet Earth, man. You know? And Jabari, my good brother, I understand you have a relationship with Scam Cheddar. But Jabari, don't wait for Polite to reveal stuff and other people to reveal stuff. You already know, Jabari, that Sanada invites convicted rapists on his platform and he respects them. You know that Sanada invites people who celebrate the death of Africans. Jabari, my good brother, I'm not dissing you, I'm not blasting you, brother. I respect you. I respect the work you've done. But you are an African chief, brother Jabari. Yet Sanada invites people who celebrate the death of Africans. That was said on his own platform. Sanada did not object, and he still invites them. You said yourself that you feel like Polite should be on timeout. Sanada had Polite on his platform, and he invited him. He was supposed to do a debate. Now, of course, we know why he didn't do the debate, because he didn't look good. So my good brother Jabari, no, why would you say that? Texas Bama wrote Jabari, probably the biggest scammer of them all. Why would you say that? I never heard anybody saying that Jabari is scamming. I mean, you know, you have to substantiate that. So my good brother Jabari, you have a great legacy so far. I stood by you. I defended you. You didn't ask me to, you know. But I think that worldwide, anybody that calls himself a man knows that it's not a good look to associate himself with a person that invites child molesters on his platform. But anyway, that being said, the same thing goes for my good brother Chris MVP Harris. You don't need Scam Cheddar at all. You have about 200 people at 7 a.m. You really don't need Sanetta at all, my good brother. See, I'm not going to be angry if you are on that platform over there. You've been on that platform over there. It's cool. Jehu being over there is cool. The Fight Doctors being over there is cool. But, you know, appearing over there, talking about the child molesters is one thing. But not addressing it, not talking about the elephant in the room. What can I say? So I respect both you brothers. But Chris is already live streaming on his own platform, and he's doing well. Once again, 200 people at 7 a.m. Not many people can do that. I don't think Reggie could have 20 people at 7 a.m. I don't even think Reggie could have 20 people at 7 p.m. on his own channel, on his own YouTube channel. Jabari, I think now it's the opportunity for you to live stream on your own YouTube channel. So you will get your own subscribers. You will get the cash apps directly, the PayPals directly, the super chat, super stickers directly. But do your thing, my brother Jabari. Do your thing, my brother Chris MVP Harris. But like I said, that goes to anybody, not just you two. People should not wait for Scam Cheddar and the House of Clowns, the HOKKK, to be not in fashion anymore to start saying, well, I was never down with him.
Right. It's a double-edged sword, bro. It's a double-edged. That's the thing. They think that, well, I don't know what they think, but it seems like when you go to a person's platform that you expect you're getting something out of it, right? That's what I would think. So that's why I say they think they're getting something out of it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't. Or maybe they think it's their personal obligation to keep Sonetta relevant or alive. I don't know, though. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. It's got to be one or the other. If you go there, it has to be a reason why you're there. But the thing about it is that in the last 10 years, YouTube has grown. YouTube is way bigger than it was 10, 15 when it started. YouTube is replacing television. Even the major broadcasters have to be on YouTube to even be relevant. People don't really watch cable TV anymore. YouTube is taking over the commercial space. The only difference is it allows everybody to provide information and news and broadcasting, right? And so to me, it just seems logical that Jabari would be more interested in benefiting from that because he does have relevant information. He does have a network, and he can build on that network by building with others that that have similar morals and ethics, you could say, at the least, and information, right? And big up to Jabari anyway. Big up to Chris. Chris, like you said, Chris is taking advantage of that. I mean, he's got his own platform, and but like I said, it's a double-edged sword because sooner or later, what you could have gotten out of it by making a change that's not going to be as big as what you get when you hang around and everybody sees the light, for what it is. And nobody should be promoting, no one should be promoting a platform that promotes trafficking of that type. You see what I mean? Like
sex trafficking, that is.
Sex trafficking, abuse, scamming. Nobody. There's no way you can get past it. And you could say you don't know about it and you never heard anything about it, but you're just going to sound like how people talk about Bambaataa. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't hear anything about it. It's like, come on, people are falling off every single day doing that. And you always see them like what's his name? Fat Joe. You see, he about to get ripped apart just because he had to pretend like he didn't hear nothing about it, didn't know nothing about it, wasn't there. You see what I mean? And now he's destroying his legacy by trying to cover up for somebody you can't cover up for, because the conversation about Bambaataa, Zulu Nation, sex trafficking, molestation, pedophilia is not going to go away. It's only going to get bigger and more people are going to get exposed. Literally, that conversation is a music. It seems like a music, and it seems like it's developing into the real conversation, which I don't know if they did this on purpose. I'm pretty sure it looked like it to me, at least, that they start the conversation one place, but they knew damn well that conversation was headed in a specific direction that they just didn't want to start on because that direction is too big. It's like Hassan said, Epstein. It's like Epstein. And what that means is people don't engage in that type of behavior in such a serial manner if they're not using that information for something else. If they're not using those pictures for something else, think about it. Not to change the topic, but think about this. Epstein Do you really think he would put that much energy into providing little girls for rich men if he wasn't getting more than just what do you think Epstein was getting out of it?
Those
Blackmail.
rich, those
And that's
powerful
exactly,
people, rich, powerful
exactly,
people into politics.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And
I mean, that dude
and
was
they
on
may
some
not
other level. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
and they may not want to talk about that in the newspaper, but that's pretty much exactly what it is. Well, why would they talk about things like blackmail of politicians, blackmail of rich and wealthy people? Why would they want to openly talk about that when that is a problem? When that creates a serious problem, a security, that's a conversation about a security risk at the highest level. So of course they ain't going to just openly talk about it, but just ask yourself, what did Epstein get out of all that? He had to be getting something. I'm sure he didn't just get the pleasure of serving up some old rich men, some young girls. That couldn't have just been what it was about. He obviously is into money, you see, and power. So, I mean, the same
Yes.
thing with Bambaataa and them. You know, you really think this story about these kids and these photographs, hundreds of kids and photographs, stops at Bambaataa's desk? I mean,
No.
what type of power people would want those pictures? Who would
You
want those pictures? Who could be in the industry? Who could be in the music industry? Could Russell Simmons say he didn't hear nothing about that? I didn't hear nothing about Bambaataa. I never heard about that book. Could Lau Cohen say that? I never heard about no book in Bambaataa. I never heard about that. But that's their business. That's their business. You see
and
what I'm
guess
saying?
what?
And so
Guess what?
it ain't
Guess
going
what, brother?
nowhere. Yeah.
Guess what, brother? Kim Sanetta say, "Oh, I didn't know about Mighty Hebrew. He's on tape saying that Mighty Hebrew went to prison for molesting a young child." But keep going, brother.
And now we got Jabari and Chris Harris, and we got to ask, is that what you gonna say? I didn't hear nothing about that. I didn't know nothing about that. Is that what you gonna say? It's pointless at this point. Get your thing together. Let's grow different channels together, but you cannot grow something. You can't grow stepping off of that. You can't grow being a part of that. That's going to
You,
become your Achilles heel at some point.
yeah, because people are gonna bring that up. You knew about this. This was talked about. Plus, there's a march. Plus, Hassan Campbell spoke about scam cheddar. You know what I'm saying? And V Bennett said, "Let's grow our channels together. Even if he's not together, even if he's not with me, I'm cool with that. But it's gonna look bad. It's gonna look bad because people are gonna be like, indeed, man, you guys knew about this. How many times I played it? I mean, you know, but it's
Exactly.
okay. It's okay, brother. You know, V Bennett, did you get a chance to watch oh, hold on. I want to
Yeah.
address that. Now, um Texas Bama was asking what's the title of SARS show you pulled up on? It's his latest live stream, but he did not put me on the panel. I was in the back chat. I think I left in the comment a message that said I was in the back chat, but he saw me in the back chat because he removed me from the back chat. So he didn't want it. So everybody knows that he's a great coward because a few hours ago, I'm sorry, a few hours before, when I pulled up on JJ 7000 panel and he was on the panel, actually before I came in, he said, "Come to my." Sanetta said, "Come to my platform, come talk to me where I can control the buttons." You know what I'm saying? And I played it. You know what I'm saying? And I did just that. But because he didn't have his Power Rangers with him, he felt weak. But so the title, I know the title, I just don't want to say, you know. But you should go
Hey.
on his channel. It's the latest live stream, but you will not see me
Right.
because he didn't put me on the panel. Now, V Bennett
Yeah.
asked before that, can you recap JJ's situation? Well, Killer B,
Oh,
the
hold on,
witch
hold on, hold on.
finder.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to mention that thing about Sarnetta, and you can watch it. We was all watching it when you pulled up because you made it live on your channel. You was like, watch this. And look, here's the funny thing about it. Sarnetta ain't tell nobody on his channel you pulled up. He pretended like he didn't see it.
But
He
when I
don't
was
want
on
nobody
JJ,
to know it
but
because
when
they
I
would
was
be
on
like,
JJ,
how come you ain't let
yeah,
Shaka on?
yeah, but when I was on JJ, he said, "Oh, he's in the chat. You know, tell that B to come in." Blah blah blah. Now, one thing I regret, I did not share my screen. Usually, I don't share my screen. I share some internet tab. So if I would have shared my screen, everybody would have seen me on the back chat and then seen me when I got kicked out of the back chat. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he's
Right.
going to deny that. I don't think he's going to deny that. You know, he can lie, but I don't think he's going to deny that. I think he's going to grandstand like, well, I didn't want that be on the channel, whatever, which is contradictory. He contradicts himself all the time. But, you know, that being said,
Yeah,
yeah,
recap the
can you
JJ.
recap? Yes, the JJ situation. Killer B, the witch finder, he let me know that there's a situation with some charges regarding JJ. It's a video he uploaded 10 months ago. I know some people is going to say, oh, that's on you, Shaka. We've been knowing about this. But a lot of people didn't know that. So I prepared the live stream, shared it in my community timeline. Before the live stream even started, JJ7000 wrote a message saying, you better prove those charges or I'm going to sue you. And then he wrote other messages. But I replied to him before the live stream started, and I said, isn't that a charge on the thumbnail? Because the thumbnail shows an aggravated sexual assault. He did not reply. Then he left several comments. As the live stream started, he called me all kind of B and whatever, all kind of names, stuff like that. I even put it on the panel, and he kept cursing and stuff like that. So later on, I put up the case number with the charge, and I put JJ on the panel, and I asked him, is everything I'm saying is on the live stream, the one before the last, on my channel, my ad forever, all in one word. You have it just right there. See, right there, in the middle of the screen, top, the center of the screen at the top. My ad forever, MAATFOREVER. I hope I spelled it correctly. All in one word, my ad forever. But if you're here, then it means that you know the channel. Now, I asked JJ7000, isn't that the charge on the screen? Then JJ said, well, prove that I was convicted. And I said, now you're changing the narrative, you see? Then he started, insulting me, so I put him off the panel. So he was baiting me. He was challenging me to prove the charge, and I did just that. And once I proved the charge, then when I proved that I was convicted, I never said he was convicted. I never said that. The title doesn't say that. And I clarified several
But you
times
proved he
that
was charged.
I proved he was charged, and he did not deny
Oh
that.
my God. And it was ugly. And then
Now,
what's his name came on? Oh my God. Oh my God, man.
But the things that, being charged for something means basically that in a court of law, you're being accused, but it doesn't mean he did it. So I'm not saying he did it, but there was some reason why he was charged. Now, I don't know. He's not going to speak on that. He's going to deflect probably, but he was not convicted for that. We get
But
that.
what came out of it was a shocker. What's his name? Is that B? Yeah. Yeah. What's his name? Witchfinder.
Yeah,
man.
He's been a Hebrew Israelite for over 20 years. But there's several, domestic abuse charges and condemnation. I mean, he went to prison for that, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was something else. But I was even worried. Like, we don't hear about him. Then people told me he was in prison. I don't know how long he spent time in prison, but there's some, battery charges. You know what I'm saying? He basically whooped some woman's behind. You know what I'm saying? That just to make it plain. That's what he did.
And we gotta be real. That's one of the most heinous things you could do. That's, I think, that's the most shameful thing you can do. And if you got a habit of doing that again and again, come on, man. Like, well,
it can happen once. Sometimes couples fight. Sometimes, when a woman is with you, unless you're straight up bully, there's a level of fear that she will not have because she lives with you. She knows you well. So some women actually put hands on their dudes. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes couples do physically fight. You know what I'm saying? But indeed, like you said, Brother V. Bennett, if it happens once, maybe twice, but this guy, has a habit of doing it. He's been doing it so much that, you know, he was convicted for it. He has several charges for it. But, you know, I'm saying, you know, I'm not tripping on that because there's worse, you know, the child molesters, the people who rape, you know what I'm saying? So JJ
Right.
was angry at me, calling me all kind of names. And I told him, you know, you didn't have that same energy for Sanetta. Sanetta made a whole live stream when JJ beat on his uh uh Edomite girlfriend, and he made a whole live stream about it, about it. So why he doesn't have the same energy for Scam Cheddar? I mean, some people see Scam Cheddar as like that great guy because he has many subscribers, but you should not judge a man by his subscribers. You know what I'm saying? That's not what you should do, because the worst thing that Scam Cheddar did was to invite convicted rapists knowing that they are convicted rapists. And the worst thing for Scam Cheddar, Shy Netter, is that he's on tape. We have the footage of him criticizing the mighty Hebrew because he molested a young child, in his own words. You see, later on he said, "Oh, he didn't rape the girl. He was 17, she was 15." But the quote summary says rape. I mean, Scam Cheddar is going out of his way to defend and protect the mighty Hebrew. The mighty Hebrew himself came, did not deny the rape charge, said that it was, you know, category C. And a lot of people don't know that category C under Pennsylvania law, it means that you rape a girl below 13 years old. So there's a problem here. But the mighty Hebrew doesn't even have to explain himself because he has his groupies, male and females, that speak up for him. So why do we have
And
so
you
many
know what?
grown men? Yeah, brother, go ahead.
That's the thing. And like sister Andrea was saying, why do you have to defend another grown man? And that's the crazy part about it, because listen, you all have everybody, you don't pick the world you grow up in, you don't pick the world you're born into. Nobody picks that. You can barely pick the community you want to live in, damn near, or the school you want to go to. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to know different types of people, right? Now you're going to be acquaintances with them, or you may, some of them might even be your friend, and you find out, or it could even be a family member. But why do you have to defend another grown man? And this is the thing. I just try to imagine if this is my friend and my friend raped somebody, I know exactly what I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is, I've known this person for years. I don't know them as that type of person, but that person is going to have to speak on those matters themselves. Very simple. Very simple. I ain't going, what is it? Because, and look, Sarnetta, he already said he slept in my house. That means you're his personal friend. That means you cannot defend you cannot be a judge. You cannot be a judge, man. You are an unfit judge. You are biased at the very best. You should be, but you should not. And when you try to defend it, then it's like, that's like something. Who does that, man? Who does that? He could still be your friend while you don't defend it. I mean, seriously, he could still be your friend while you don't defend it, because that's really y'all business. You see what I mean? But when you bring him on the platform, that's something else. You see, that is something else. And I just don't understand it, man. They don't get it, man. They don't really get what they're doing. They don't get what they're
And
doing.
and
You got to keep things
and,
in the box.
and the chronology is so damaging for Shanetta, because if he would have had the mighty Hebrew on his platform before the revelation was made, you'll understand. But he blasted the mighty Hebrew in defense of polite. Ankh,
Exactly.
the God killer, blasted the mighty Hebrew, and Nasi Yashuvel, both of them did, in defense of polite. And after blasting the mighty Hebrew for molesting a young child, then now he's defending the dude. He's so desperate to have people on this platform, but maybe he got threatened, or maybe people told him, "Hey, we have stuff on you, so you better get in line. You better get down or lay down." Why so many grown men are defending someone who was convicted for rape? Most likely because either themselves have raped somebody in their lifetime, or they have friends slash family members who have raped somebody in their lifetime. But we have noticed that the majority of them are anonymous and unidentified. We had one guy who came on the panel who went out of his way to defend the mighty Hebrew. He started off saying, I'm going to be a devil's advocate. And he even said, it's on my channel. He said that the mighty Hebrew said he didn't touch the girl. So we have so many different versions, man.
You know what it
Now the
is?
mighty Hebrew said he did. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It's just like what Hassan Campbell said about Fat Joe just the other day. Why is his fat ass coming out there now? Now, Layla said it also. Why is this fat ass? I'm paraphrasing. Why did his fat ass come out now and speak? And it's very simple because he is part of the Zulu nation. That's why he came out and speak all of a sudden. Even though he said something that was silly, like, I don't know nothing about that. I never heard anything about that or whatever. I always heard. Then he changed his story to I always heard, but I could never really know because I wasn't there. Look, but still, it doesn't answer the question. Why'd your fat ass come out now and speak? And it's obvious because then he said it later. That everybody was down with Zulu Nation. Fat Joe was down with Zulu Nation. That means you was part of Zulu Nation. So that explains why his fat ass coming out now and speaking, because he's getting, there must be something in it. There have to be something in it. Somebody to his left or somebody to his right is getting something from that situation, and they probably asking him to come out, or they leaning on him to come out, or they putting some kind of pressure, begging him to say something, use any influence that anybody has to protect it, and that's another form of corruption, basically.
And
It's still corrupt. So,
I cannot predict. I cannot predict the future, but it really looks like Bambata is going to be condemned by default in the court of law because he has not responded to all the legal proceedings. So most likely that will happen. I think if the judge doesn't do that, then people are going to go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to look really bad for America as a country. So when this will happen, if that does happen, it's going to be a whole other conversation, because so far a lot of people were like, well, he was not condemned. What I'm saying? There was no sentencing. What I'm saying? He's guilty until proven innocent. But the narrative is going to change real quick when that happens. But let me just continue here. We have Bido Bamford in the place to be. Now, Bido Bamford also asked what happened with JJ, and I've already explained it. Text Obama wrote, that's why it's hard to trust people, too many ulterior motives. Brothers and sisters, my advice, and I've given that advice before, you can take it or leave it. Online, on the internet, be careful about putting too much investment into anonymous and unidentified people. Be very careful. Now,
facts.
I don't know why. Now, Text Obama wrote, Pan-Africanism is a shame. I have many issues with Pan-Africanism, and particularly Pan-Africans. It started as a good cause, but today Pan-Africanism is a melting pot, and I've had beef, for lack of a better word, with the French-speaking Pan-Africans, not just the French Pan-Africans, but the French-speaking Pan-Africans, because they also defend rapists and pedophiles. Like I've said, there is a head of a Pan-African organization who went to prison for rape, and it was rape under somebody that was considered disabled, man. Disabled. Now, it's not physically disabled. Apparently, it's mentally disabled. And there's a video where I think the lady that we see is the actual lady in question. You know what I'm saying? And he's the head of a Pan-African organization. When that was revealed on Facebook, there was an article. And actually, I want to tell the story. I'm going to make it short. There's a Pan-African Facebook page. They even have a store. And they talk about the situation of that Pan-African leader charged with rape. one of the friend of the former rapist wrote the name of the YouTube page, a so-called black page, you know, like Scam Cheddar. Not the YouTube, but the Facebook page. They put the name, and he wrote, "How can you attack a brother?" Now, the editor of that website, I mean, they have a Facebook page with I think 1 million subscribers, which is a lot. But there's a website also. There's merchandise, you know what I'm saying, clothing and stuff like that, and they even have a store. So as a media, they are large. You know, I ain't gonna front. You know, they're not my homies and my friends. I happen to be at the same school of the editor in chief. You know what I'm saying? Let's say the editor. I spoke to him. We were laughing. We're young and all that. You know what I'm saying? And then later on, I see him doing his thing. I'm like, all right. You know what I'm saying? But he knows I criticize him for supporting, you know, people who teach Africans how to live in the jungle life and Africans are not civilized. But anyway. So when that person said, how can you attack a brother? Then he wrote an article and said, well, yeah, we're not judges, you know what I'm saying? So I decided to remove the article because, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then people blasted him like, how can you do that? You talk about somebody that raped, then somebody says, how can you attack a brother? And you go, oh, and then you know what he did? Then he put up the article again and said, yeah, well, actually, yeah. You know, that's how weak those people are, man. The one I'm talking about is true, man. And if there are any French speakers who want to get on the panel and they want to say names, they can say names. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem saying the guy's name. You know what I'm saying? You know? But for those who speak French, I'm talking about no fee. And the guy is known as Christian Zella. I'm not sure if there's a T at the end. You know what I'm saying? What I'm talking about is what happened, man, publicly for the whole world to see. You know? So, to make the long story short, the guy is the leader of a Pan-African organization, and he is defended by Pan-Africans because that discussion that I told you about, there was a Facebook post. You wouldn't believe how many messages people say, oh, he won't make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? He changed. Now he's fighting for the people. Even Malcolm X didn't rape. I mean, this, and you know what? Some of them were anonymous and unidentified. Many of them have their public profile with their public pictures. They were, you know, they're not even hiding. So just like now in America, you have some grown men who defend rapists. That's why I've seen so many messages, and you know, I'm by myself, but if I had the time, I would have screen printed all those people to make sure that I have a record of the people that we should avoid at all costs, man. So that's one of the reasons why I went against Pan-Africanism. I even played one Pan-African who has a very successful YouTube channel, but he's French, you know. And he spoke against that guy who's a head of a Pan-African organization, even though he went to prison for rape, and he defended him. And I played the clip, and I even translated it. The guy said, well, some people say he raped. You know, we don't care. The wording that he used is between he don't care. I'm sorry, we don't care. We don't care. I think I made a mistake. People say he raped. We don't care. But it's different to translate from one language to another, word for word. But it's between we don't care and we don't give a F. On s'en fout for the French speakers out there. I played it. I mean, it's sad, man. But anyway. Now, Texas Bama wrote, no does Jabari conduct himself as a priest should. Now, I disagree with that. So please expound. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know because I'm not a part of his shrine, so I wouldn't know how he conduct himself as a priest. You know, really.
Texas Bama wrote, you can translate the videos for us. The videos? Which videos? But anyway, you know, for
he
those
must
who
be
don't know,
talking about those French videos, the ones that are Pan-African and French, you know, channel.
well,
You know, but
I
don't
already
they do that automatically?
No. Now that guy, he gets actually he got a fair bit of African Americans but he has a guy who lives in England, if I'm not mistaken, that translates, that does his translation. The guy, I think he speaks English, but not that well, But they will translate only when they have English speakers. You know what I'm saying? You
No, I
know.
mean, if it's on YouTube, don't YouTube do it automatically?
Oh,
Translate now?
they have that thing with the subtitles, but it's only as good as it gets. It's like some sort of AI stuff. So you will
Yeah.
not really get the proper stuff. It's like Google Translate in writing. You get the gist of it, but no, Texas Bama, I cannot translate the videos. I cannot do that. But um, if some French speaking Pan Africans want to take it there, tell them, hey, you're welcome. You're French speaking Pan African. You know what I'm saying?
But
That's what he
it's a
said.
difference. It's a difference between the French Pan African and Jabari. There's credible things. I don't have nothing against Jabari. I think his scholarship is great. And also even Chris Harris. I like how Chris Harris goes in on his stuff, man. But there's all of us are human beings, so these are just critical. This is constructive criticism. This is not hate of them. I don't hate either one of them, and I don't see anything else. I don't know anything. I don't know them to be bad people or anything like that. It's just constructive criticism, which none of us can escape. None of us can escape. They could be
True.
they could be excellent people. They could be excellent people, and basically they can speak on that too. They can speak on it too. They're welcome to come and speak on it and explain their position if they want to. But that doesn't mean we're supposed to sit back and not say anything, even if they don't want to speak on it. Because that reflects on us.
Indeed, if they choose not to speak on that, it's their choice. But I have the right to speak on that. We have the right to speak on that. It is not gossiping. It is not slander. And those weak dudes who come and say that's gossiping, that's slander, they don't say that when Sanada said it. And so this is really childish at this point. But when people keep repeating lies, then we have to keep repeating the truth. And you notice, brothers and sisters, not only Scam Cheddar is a weak punk who will not face me. And I told the dude, man, you come on my platform, my word is born, I will remove everybody else from the panel. It's going to be you and me. But same for his groupies, all these punks who come in the chat who act like they are, so high and mighty, that punk, hardcore, Quan, sucker, be-made dude, and anybody else, they don't come here. And I want you to take notice in that, brothers and sisters, worldwide. All of these guys, man, they're not even hollering. They're not putting up. I pulled up. I'm not high and mighty like I have a channel with 20,000 subscribers, so I don't go on people's platform. I pulled up. I pulled up on riparian nights. I pulled up on track field. Now, I had a very nice conversation with Kayal. He was cordial. He did not agree with me on everything. He was cordial. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, he doesn't like to lie. It's obvious, So, I pulled up, man, on Scam Cheddar's platform, on JJ 7000 platform. You know what I'm saying? So why can't they pull up? You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. It's on them. I don't want people to think that I'm saying that to get some views or some clout. I don't care whether they put up or not. But I'm saying all those people with the Twitter fingers, it's easy, man. But when it's time to face me, it's not even a debate. It's a discussion. Those guys call me Frenchie, saying that I'm a cloud chaser and gossiper, but yet they won't face me. So what that makes you? You won't even face me. Y'all some monkeys. Y'all some busters, man. For real.
You know what? You know what I think? You know what I think? The another aspect to them when they bring up this thing like Frenchie or you're in France or whatever, right? That's one of the things that made me say, you know what? I have to lend my voice a little bit to Shaka based on what I know, because I also live in Europe now, right? And what a lot of us don't realize in the U.S. is that Europe has a growing, has always had a Black presence, and it's always been growing. And what we need to do, if we're going to bring up things, question people about where they live and things like that, we need to start asking them questions about the community. What's the state of the community, the Black community in these countries where they live, so we could get a better understanding of what the Black experience is like, because they're facing very similar challenges like in the US. You see what I mean? So why bring up the homeboy, the Shakas in France, if you don't want to know nothing about the African presence in France? It
But
just, to
brother,
me, yeah, man, I
but
don't
we're
get it,
not
man.
tripping on that because I'm using that intro of Sanetta saying we have another heavy hitter. You know what I'm saying? He's a
Oh,
scholar. He's at the same level. He does the hand gesture. I cannot do both hands because I'm holding my phone. But he's about like he's basically show that I'm at the same level. And let me just do it for the record. You know what I'm saying? He went like this. He went like this. You know, him and Jabari, they're like this. So I'm using that. Now I was in France then. It wasn't a problem. That's a weak talking point. And the funny thing is that all those people, including Butler Reggie, when they make presentations, they quote scholars. Many of the scholars are of European descent. That's one of the lamest talking point I ever heard. So they can quote those scholars as European scholars, African scholars, but then when they are weak and be made, they're gonna say, "Oh, well, Shaka is in France, Frenchy." The first person that I heard calling me Frenchy was that punk Onka Kek, Onk the God Killer, Bobby Banger. But he has been pacified now. We don't hear about him. What's up with you, if you want to get on the panel, get on the panel. You notice that I may have called you a few names, like punk stuff like that, but I didn't go too far with you because I remember when you used to defend Africa. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to get on the panel, you know how I get down. I ain't gonna be on some sucker move like muting you all the time and stuff like that. We can have that talk. You can distance yourself from scam chatter as well and look good. You know what I'm saying? But you have to stop being a punk, You
and
saying
you
to
know what?
Sekou, take your ass back to Africa, that was wrong. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Bennett.
Yeah, and I'm like, not to do I got to do a plug. If anybody wants to know about the African or Black presence in Denmark, ask me because I wrote a book about it. It's called Afro Dane, A Successful Story, where I went out and did my own field research in the community in Denmark. You see what I mean? And in-depth research on it. And I shared it through the book, through the organization that I started here some years ago. So it's like those kind of things are tools we can all draw from if we want to, if we want to have legitimate conversations, about it. So, but a lot of these guys, they don't want to do that because they know that. Why do you think they don't want to do that? Because it exposes how weak they actually are, because they're not really doing any anthropology in their own areas where they live. They're relying on people just to accept them for their name that they give themselves. You see what I mean? Who gives themselves their self a name, side? Come on, man. I use my damn name. Chris Harris used his damn name. You see what I mean? It's like, and Shaka, I don't even expect you to use your whole name, but I've been following you for 15 something years now. You see what I mean? I've already observed certain things people attack you years back for silly stuff, and I already seen how you handle it. So I appreciated your scholarship and how you conduct yourself. So that's why I support it. And we need more people to do the same in whatever countries they live in, to speak up. But these guys, they don't want the diaspora to know about each other, to know where we exist, to know how we thrive, to know how we survive. They don't want to have that conversation. So what are they? Are they really about Ma'at? Are they really about pan-Africanism? Are they really about those things? I would say, nah, they not. Because I have met other people coming from the US that actually travel here and go to some of those scholars they're talking about. They come to places like Denmark to go to the museums and go there and document some of the stuff. You were there, Shaka. I missed
Yeah,
you when you came here. But cats
yeah,
come
but
here to do their research. And guess what? When they come here, they also contact other people that they can find on the ground through their networks. You see what I mean? So it's like that part of the world is alive and thriving, and these jokers don't want to know nothing about it.
yeah, and for those who don't know, I've said it before, but my government name is out there. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I went to both museums in Copenhagen. You know what I'm saying? They're not far from each other. I basically walk between the two. You know what I'm saying? But what is it that I wanted to say?
Yeah, they downtown.
Uh,
They like 2-3 blocks from each other. Yeah.
Yeah, you have that big bridge I even made a video
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
was working on that bridge, telling
yeah,
people,
yeah.
another museum, stuff like that, so,
Yeah, that
but,
bridge.
yeah.
That bridge separates Copenhagen from Alma, which is it's the same as Copenhagen. It's just that little bridge you cross. It's another commune. It's called Alma. But that
Oh,
canal,
so I,
that
I, I
that
forgot the name of the hotel, but maybe that place where I was not exactly Copenhagen. It's, it's a tall, well, usually it's a very tall, I forgot the name of the hotel.
you talking
Uh,
about
I,
with the casino in it?
yes, that's the one. That's the one.
Exactly. You
And I
were
think
on the Alma side, right?
okay, yeah. And
Yeah.
I think yeah, there is a filling station, gas filling station next to it, and there's a subway also nearby. So that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
hotel where I was.
Christianshound.
Yeah,
Christianshound.
yeah,
Christianshound. You was in
yeah,
Christians, but
yeah.
Christianshound is a historic region, and that canal is a historic region. That's where Copenhagen began. You see, so
Okay.
there's plenty of history right there, and there's history about the slaves built a lot of those buildings down there. Slaves.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know
definitely,
that.
man. And that's where that
Mm,
Queen Mary statue is located too, right on that
mm,
hound, right on that canal. You see, or
mm-hmm,
inlet, the sea inlet right there. Exactly, man. So that's a historic area. And
mm,
yeah, bro. But go ahead, keep going.
yeah. And we spent 4 days over there. You know, with wifey and baby girl. We went to the city center. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, now what is it I wanted to say? Um, Texas Bama Road, but Jabari is and he put the clown emoji. No, Texas Bama, you can't be doing that. You keep saying stuff without substantiating it. It's not cool. He wrote his debate taxes are lame. I mean, I totally disagree with that. He's really on the scholarship. It's not because I has a degree. It's not because I have a slight, let's say, disagreement or critic about his association that I'm gonna be like, oh yeah. No, like, and he'd rather resort to belittling. I mean, Jabari is one of the nicest guy I ever seen online. He's being disrespected, called names, and remaining cordial. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes when people are wrong, he may smile, he may just highlight that he is wrong, but that's not belittling. That is not belittling at all. People are in
He
opposition, so if the other person says something wrong, then of course you're gonna highlight that. You know what I'm saying? But go
he
ahead, D-Van.
elevates Jabari elevates the scholarship on Sarnetta's channel, but these people are too stupid. Not all of them, but a lot of them are too stupid to see that. How one exhibits their debate tactic. One way is how you communicate with people respectfully. You see what I mean? Not only that, he actually comes with facts. He actually comes with scholarship, with evidences, and he sticks to his debate tactfully, and he utilizes scholars' work from the past. You see what I mean? He doesn't just abandon that and make up new facts along the way. What he doesn't know of his own anthropology, he borrows from scholars that have done their anthropology properly. You see what I mean? So he elevates the scholarship there. But these guys, what they're going to do? Start name calling? What they're going to do? They're going to exhibit every single other thing that harms people from elevating that platform. So everything that Jabari could do for that platform, they take it all back. They erase it. And that's something Jabari needs to just accept or it needs to come to think about, at least, to just say, what good can I do here if they don't even see the good I'm doing? Are you wasting your time? Is your time better spent in other arenas, in other spaces? That's what I would ask. If I was Jabari, I don't have nothing against the brother. I don't know the brother personally, but from what I see, there's a lot of indications that he's a proper brother.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And Jabari, once again, you know, even if you never come back on my platform for whatever reason, if you live stream on your channel, brother Jabari, you will benefit from it in so many ways. I think it will be good for you. Just like you said yourself, Jabari. You said that you feel like Polite should be on timeout. And for those who wonder what I'm talking about, you can go on YouTube. See, I have my mobile phone, so it's a bit difficult for me to share and switch between screens. But if you go on YouTube and you type in Jabari Osase, so you know how to spell Jabari Osase is Osazee. And for people in England, Osazee. And you go to live because you have the category, you know, you have videos, you have live. That's the only live stream he ever made. And he said that he feels like Polite should be on timeout because Polite has not said, I'm innocent of it. He said he doesn't know any lawyer who would tell you, I'm innocent, I didn't do it. But rather than saying that, he's flossing online. But Sanetta still had Polite on.
Exactly.
And Sanetta invited the Mighty Hebrew, even though the Mighty Hebrew went to prison for rape. So, you know,
That
even in
means
your own, hold on, please, brother Vibele. That means even in your own standards, Jabari, there's a problem here. You may call it the conflict of interest. Jabari, brother, please, I'm not asking you to bang on Sanetta. He's your friend. He's part of your organization. I understand that. You don't even need to say anything. But, you know, trust me, seize the opportunity now, brother Jabari. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good look. And people have been saying it for a long time. That it's not a good look for you to be on that platform knowing that Sanetta invites a convicted rapist. The ICPK have a member who is a rapper, King Ta, who went to jail for molesting a child. We don't even know the age of the child. Tazariak defended him. Tazariak lied during our weighing, saying that the guy was innocent. And a couple of days later, I was given a video where Tazariak is on tape saying that he defended him even though he was found guilty. So we have an organization called ISUPK that actively and financially supports someone who molested, who raped a child. No, they may say it wasn't rape, but it was molestation, sexual abuse of a child. And Sanetta doesn't have a problem with that. And you are on that platform, brother Jabari. So please reconsider, my brother. I'm not disrespecting you, Jabari. I'm not calling you names. You are a scholar. You appear to be a good brother. This is a really brotherly advice, family advice. You're older than me. I'm not gonna ask like, you know, I'm not gonna act like, you know, I have to tell you what to do. But I think if you ask your members, if you ask your loved ones how they feel about that, they may tell you things that goes in the direction of what I'm saying. And I'm not asking you to say, well, you know, I consider what Shaka said. You don't even have to say my name. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to invite me. I don't mind if you don't come back on my channel again. You know what I'm saying? But here you have an opportunity to show a good example, to lead by example. It's not possible for us to accept people who invite convicted rapists on their panel. But anyway, that being said, go ahead, Bennett. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just to make it clear, it just shows, it proves Sanetta does not practice the same ethical standards that Jabari does in his scholarship. It's that simple. He didn't take that clue from Jabari. He heard it and said, man, what the hell is it? He didn't even consider those words worthy to even, you know, ponder and consider. You see, he just moved on without even a statement. He could have said, you know what, I recognize and acknowledge Jabari's stance on that, but I do not share the same understanding of ethics that Jabari does. And just make it very clear. But his actions show it. It's quite obvious. You know, so that begs the question to Jabari, like, is that what you wanted out of that? Did you get what you wanted out of it? Are you getting what you want out of it? If he's getting what he wants out of it, I would find that very strange. That's all.
Yeah, man. You know, but you know, we'll see what's up. Andrew Brunette, our great sister, is in the place to be. How you doing, sister? I'm sorry, sister, for the profanity I used yesterday. But I felt like, you know, I had to go in, you know what I'm saying? But you know, Donnie Williams is in the place to be. Wild Funk Road, especially given the doctrine these cats have, they clearly don't like Africans. I hope the rain on my car is not too noisy. They clearly don't like Africans Is Africa just a place to openly take advantage of young concubine Hamite girls? Really? Why is there HQ still in the Mona? And actually, there was a comment earlier. And there it is. Wild Funk wrote, honestly, I want to know why Mighty Hebrew is really in Tanzania. I have an idea why he may be over there. You know what I'm saying? But hey,
it ain't good. It ain't good. You know. And is he really there? You know, because you would have to ask, how does one with that record obtain permission to be there? You know, you
let you go
usually
there, man.
and I heard I talked with a lot of people too, and the consensus, I don't know how true it is, but the consensus is just that it takes resources, states and countries' resources to follow up and do these searches properly before they accept or reject. So a lot of them just let you pay a visa fee and you just come on in. You know, if they don't have anything standing right in their face to show it, then and if they want to know, they would actually have to put some resources into it, and a lot of them don't have the resources or don't utilize the resources that way yet, you know. So maybe he is, but I would say that's a damn scary thing.
You know, brother, there was a documentary. Now, I can't remember if it was in French or if it was in English. I can't remember, but it's on YouTube. And if people look it up, if you put Goree Island pedophile, it may come up. And you know what? I want to see if he's there so I can put the link in the chat. So bear with me. Actually, what I look for, I'm going to show Sanetta's doctrine. The House of HOKKK's doctrine, which says that black people are marked, cursed, and disfigured. Okay, cursed, you know, let's say marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness. The essence of ugliness.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
You know the
Man,
saying, seek and you shall find. And I found it, so I've shared it in the chat. But I wonder why Marcus, the Good Samaritan, wrote facts, Farrakhan. Now, this is the link here. It's not the link to a particular video, but it's a link to a search on YouTube, and you have several videos. And you will see that the first one says Galway Island is a heaven or rest heaven for pedophiles. There are several videos about that. Now, for those who don't know, Galway Island, it is in Senegal, and it was from that place that many slave ships would take the enslaved Africans to the Americas, to the West Indies, the Caribbeans. So we have what we call the door of no return. You have the view on the sea and that sea. So it is a place of pilgrimage for many people worldwide. You know what I'm saying? They have a similar thing in Ghana. And recently, we've seen what's his name again? Michael Blackson over there, you know. So the one in Ghana. But anyway, that's what Galway Island is. Now, I did see that documentary where they were talking about some rich American pedophile. People know that he's a pedophile, that he's molesting children. There's even testimony from one of these children, at least one of these child, at least one. There may have been two or more, but I remember that there's at least one child that testifies, and the guy is still living over there like he's all good in the hood, man. So I thought about this when I heard V. Bennett talking about, well, you just pay the visa fee and you're good. In some places they won't care. We've heard about Thailand. Thailand is the land of Muay Thai or Thai boxing, and is also very famous or infamous for pedophilia, for ladyboys as well, or trannies, you know. Now there's other things, you know, with Thailand, you know, Buddhism, you know, the Asian culture, you know what I'm saying? But you know, I don't want to belittle that country, but it's a known fact. You know what I'm saying? Pedophilia, I mean, you're thinking worldwide. The countries where pedophiles are the most comfortable, unfortunately, Thailand is one of them. You understand what I'm saying? So just to make the long story short, people know about this rich American pedophile sexually abusing children, and they don't say anything. Furthermore, we have those boys called Taliban. I spoke on this, I think. And those are homeless children who beg in the street. And they are being basically sheltered, or they receive food from Muslim people, imams and stuff like that, you know. Sometimes they send them to beg so they can collect the money. And some of those guys that you see selling memorabilia, or let's say souvenirs in those Western countries' capitals, that's what they used to be. And most of the money, they send it back home. But anyway, some of these young orphan boys are being sexually abused, are being raped by some Muslims, by some imams. And there's a guy from Senegal who wrote an article about that. And if I'm not mistaken, his organization is called RADUC. Now that's French, that's in French, of course. It's an acronym. I think it was RADDUC. Maybe there was not two D's, but anyway. I spoke to him on the phone. And he had left his contact at the end of the article, but that was in French though. So I contacted him probably through email. I can't remember if he left his phone number, but I spoke to him on the phone and I was supposed to do an interview with him. Then he didn't make it. Maybe some people told him, "Oh, you know what I'm saying, his brother, you know, he doesn't like the Bible." Or I don't know what they may have been told. I didn't trip on it. I was like, yeah, it is what it is. Because Pan-Africans, they don't like me. So he may have some Pan-Africans friends, who say, well, this guy, he doesn't like Pan-Africans, But he wrote an article about that, man. So I forgot to mention, but those Taliban boys, that's in Senegal. There's many people from Senegal in America, particularly in New York. Ask them, have you heard about the Taliban? Have you heard about those young boys who have to beg money and give it to their, mosque or imam? Have you ever heard that some of them get sexual abuse? See, when you're speaking like that to people, like in a taxi or in the street, it's not the same as if it's online. You know what I'm saying? It's like in France, you have so many Arabs people because they come from countries that were colonized by France, such as Mali, Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea Conakry, and stuff like that. So there's so many Arabs, black person. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the black Muslims like in America, the NOI, it's Orthodox Islam. Many of them, when no Berbers or North Africans or Arab misnomer, are there, they don't say certain stuff. Let me rephrase this. When there's no Arabs, it's a misnomer because North Africans are not Arabs, they are Berbers, but it's okay. That's how they call themselves today, the younger generations and stuff like that. Even, people who are a bit older, but, let me make the long story short. When there's no Arabs as well, when there's no Arabs or North Africans around, there's, oh, you know what I'm saying, the Berbers, the Arabs, the North Africans, they're racist, you know what I'm saying, that's what they do. And they talk that black talk. But when they are there, oh, it's the Umar brother, how you doing? Man, in France, man, many North Africans don't want their daughters to marry black Africans. Yet they claim that they are Muslims and they are brothers in the faith, and it's the Ummah. Ummah can be translated as community. You know what I'm saying? It can be translated in many other ways. You know what I'm saying? Brotherhood and so many other ways. One brother got killed for being in a relationship with an Arab lady. It's a reality that a lot of people don't want to talk about. Some Berber imams have been talking about it on YouTube. That hypocrisy of saying that we are brothers in the faith, but when a brother wants to marry, and when a black man wants to marry your daughter or your sister, then you don't want it. It's a reality, man. I mean, those Arabs, the Arabs black men in America, they have a black version of Islam. They are still very delusional and not spitting facts. The Yaqub stuff, it's not facts at all. Not backed up by any history whatsoever. Even though Wesley Muhammad tried to make a correlation with Yaqub that created white folks, as told by Elijah Muhammad and a certain Yaqub from Kemet, some Hyksos, but the chronology is off. The chronology is off. But anyway, that being said, you have the black version of Islam in America with the NOI and the NGE, even though some of them will claim they are not Muslims. They are surely Islamic, just like the Moors. Some will say we're not Muslims, we're Muslim. MOS.
And they're
yeah, go ahead.
They're that type of thinking, this anti-blackness that they're allowing to thrive, essentially, and people like Farrakhan add on to and attempt to justify through those teachings. They're creating a serious geopolitical catastrophe for themselves, because when things do get tight, who's going to want to be your friend? You see, and we've seen this play out plenty of times, So, I mean, if that's how they want to go, that's how they're going to want to go. But I mean, I would suggest we've seen this happen in history before already. and we seen what the outcome was. So I would suggest that, you know, so what people call sub-Saharan Africans or Africans below the Sahara, but not really just below the Sahara, because there's black people above it too, right? That live this politic out, and there's black people that are like, hey man, this anti-blackness is crazy, right? But when something does kick off, the people preaching the anti-blackness in Africa, they're not going to fare well. They're not going to fare well, because who's going to want to be on their side? Who's going to want to come to their defense then? So when you alienate people that way, and they are alienated, they're spreading it on the ground culturally, and that has geopolitical ramifications that is going to play out. So, I mean, if that's where they want to go, the issue is that every African can't go that direction, because majority Africans cannot thrive with this anti-blackness. They're not going to fall for it in another generation. You know, it's very clear that a lot of their history has been carved out through anti-blackness. So that's the one thing they're throwing away. You see? So, I mean, yeah, brother, but Farrakhan, the one thing I wanted to say about that Farrakhan statement is, I can't figure out, if you ask yourself when he makes that statement, if you just say, so what's the solution? Right? So what's the solution, Farrakhan? If that's the case, what's the solution? Is he saying we need to have more mixed marriages? Or is he saying with people with straight hair? Or is he saying we need to have more conch and more, jerry curls and things like that, and hot combs? You know, what is he saying the solution is? Or that's what's so crazy about that comment is that it's so purely anti-African, anti-black. It is,
Anti-black, yes, anti-black. It's just because, you know, they have the teaching that says that Africans are living a jungle life, Africans are civilized. But on that clip, he's specifically talking about black people, even though he talks about the jungles of East Asia that we now call Africa. But you know, he's talking about black people. You know what I'm saying? That's like before black people ended up in America. You know, so it's like the source, the origin, like he said, the origin of kinky hair. But people need to understand that this is the doctrine of the Nation of Islam, as taught by Elijah Muhammad. You know,
And
you
you know
know,
what?
yeah. Go ahead.
I wouldn't even give that him making that comment. I wouldn't even just look at it as a doctrine that he was, brought up in and having to recite or learn or ingest. I would just look at him and say, nah, man, you one of those black people that are caught up in colorism yourself. Because how could you go on the stage, even if they're teaching that in the private? How could you, as a man, go on the stage and teach it if you yourself did not feel better? If it didn't
Well,
make you feel good?
well,
I don't get that, man.
that's what John Henry Clark. The video is about the Million Man March. If people type in John Henry Clark Million Man March, they will see. And that's when I found out that Farrakhan made that speech. Thanks to Dr. John Henry Clark, who got an honorary doctorate degree. He talked about the curse, and he said what he's trying to say with his high yellow self is that he's pretty blessed by God. But that means and also Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan. Some people say he did not really earn his doctorate degree. I don't know, but Dr. Ben, as we call him, Yosef Ben Yakanan, spoke out against Farrakhan's speech. So when I see these female cats today who don't say anything about that speech, I'm like, man, John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben spoke on it. But people said, you see here, we have this Tavo who wrote, look who it is, one of JJ's mods. So he said that Mark is the good Samaritan is Marquita. Now Marquita is a female name to me, and Marquis will sound more like a male name. But you know what? Hey, Marquis, if you are one of JJ's moderator, hop on the panel. I'll make an exception for you. You don't have to show your face. I would like to talk to you. I would like to talk to you. So I'm gonna share the link again. I ain't gonna curse you out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let's limit the cursing so nobody have to run away. You
Yeah.
know, so I find the
So
cursing to be like an easy route out the door for a lot of people. You know, so they do it. Some people, I believe, do it intentionally because they know the conversation can't continue anyway.
yeah, some people do that. You know, when I curse Sanetta, it's because he labeled me the B word. You know, so I, now set the record straight. Wrote this Kana. Oh, Kana. Oh, feel free to get on the panel, but I must tell you, Kana, you're a punk. You're a punk, Kana. You're really disappointing. But feel free to get on the panel because, and I'm telling you why I said, and I said that many times in case you don't know. I said many times, Kana is a punk. And let me tell you why I said that because you said on Saneda's platform, and I can play, but we can have that grown man talk, man. We can talk even if we disagree. But let me play what you said. It's only a few seconds long.
I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak Israelite, and I think his doctrine is off compared to what we teach. It. We both had the same mission, but he's telling the Israelites it's okay to mix race, right? He's telling that they got a doctrine saying that if a child reached a flower, they could be 15 or 9 years old. You can have sex with them.
Okay,
This is what they
now
teach.
you talk about running.
Now, after you said that, Konat wrote lol, wow. After you said that, you came on my platform, we spoke. And I asked you about that. You know, that's what they're teaching. Like, you know what I'm saying? And how do you know? How do we know the teacher? You said, ask them. You spoke out against child molestation. You shared some videos where you guys allegedly go against child molesters. But when I had to weigh in, you know, oh, V Bennett, you're back on. When I had to weigh in, you called in, kicking like a sucker with Tazariak. The same guy that you said, teacher, you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl as long as she has her flowers. That was real law of you, brother. But you can get on panel if you want to. There's no obligation. But, you know, Marquis, why don't you get on the panel? I made a slight mistake. You know, I meant to write link to get on the panel.
That's Kanath. Where he from?
No,
Where's he located?
Kunal, I don't even know. I don't really care like that, you know. But Kunal set the record straight. But Marcus is somebody else. You know, I don't think he will be using two usernames. Just saying, you know,
Kanath is set the record straight. Oh, that was him who was speaking.
The person who just spoke, who said, this is what they teach, ISUPK, is Kanath.
Hey, what town is Kanath? Set the record straight. What town you in?
There he is. He's on the panel now. Greetings. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, greetings.
Maybe he's on mute, but we don't hear you. We don't hear you yet, so we don't hear him yet. I don't know if you can hear us. Let me just type in case. I'll put we don't.
Yeah. Welcome. I want to hear him speak on that. Also, the last thing he was talking about too. But I was just curious what town he from. I'm gonna let y'all dialogue a little bit.
Yeah, we don't hear you, Kunal. You may have some connection issues. But you're on the panel, I think you can see that. But you're on the panel, we don't hear you. Now, Texas Bama wrote, Kunal doesn't want to edify the people unless he's in debate format where he can be paid. And Wafong wrote, Sa was right about one thing. They all protect each other. Yeah, they all protect. The Hebrew Israelites do protect each other. But Kunal, we don't hear you. I don't know if you can hear us. Okay, he may come back. I think it's a connection issue. He may come back. I was so shocked when I had that Wayne. I was already surprised that Sanetta was being a punk, and helping to Zawiyak and being non-neutral and biased, and then acting like there was a topic and I wasn't sticking to the topic when there was no topic at all. Basically seeking revenge for something that I may have said that he didn't like. And then to hear Kunal coming in and he came with Tazariak and then saying to Tazariak, oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, if it was me, in the debate, basically like begging for debate. I'm like, man, come on, man. He wrote, my internet is going off. Nah, do want me not. Maybe he meant to write Ma'at. Ma'at do want me, so be it. Well, I
Yeah,
don't know if
yeah.
that's what he meant
We
to
just
say.
wait around. Just wait around till his
Yeah,
internet get good. Okay, that's what I
I'm
thought.
there. I mean,
Yeah, I
oh,
thought
it's
he
on.
was
Yeah.
from DC. He
Did,
said
did,
he's in DC, but I'm wondering, is
did,
he from DC? But it's all good.
mm.
I'm just curious about that.
But did you tell that from his accent?
Nah, but I heard.
Oh,
But don't get me wrong. I might been able to hear something slightly there, but at the same time, certain vernaculars from DC. If you're not speaking the hood vernacular, you may not know the person is so from DC because our accent is not always heavy. Our straight accent is not so heavy all the time,
mm.
but he could be. So that's all good. I'm interested in knowing what the deal is. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Okay. Come on, bro. When you get the internet, I'm just,
mm.
all love to you. I just want to hear your perspective. I'm gonna let you and Shaka untangle your issues or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. V Bennett is from DC, indeed, deeply from DC, deeply from DC. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
well,
born and raised, born and raised, bro.
could not wrote Ma'at don't want me on. But do you mean like Ma'at, like the God, or you mean me? I hope you mean the like the God, like, because I don't know if you've seen that, but you were on the panel. But I don't think he mean me, because he said his internet is off. So um, but
Yeah, he probably mean the God.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
probably
true.
mean the God. You know what I'm saying? But Wild Funk will jump on, brother. Set the record straight. And Kunal, you can try again. I mean, come on, man. Like, sometimes the internet doesn't work like that, but man, you're not in a third world country. You know what I'm saying? Just get on. And I'm giving you an opportunity to speak, and I said that it's not like trying to belittle you and act like, I'm on the panel, you're in the chat, and I'm saying you're punk. I'm just keeping it real, because I did say that several times. I have to keep it real. Several times I said that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's him trying again. Yeah, here the Kuna. So here. So you're on the panel. Let's see if we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'll give you peace. Hey, I'm not going
Hey,
to jump on. Just let me say my piece before my internet act
yeah,
up again.
of course. Feel free.
Oh, all right, no doubt. The reason why I came against you when you was talking against Tazariak, because I didn't like the dialogue y'all was having, and only in my opinion, you fell for the okey doke, and you kept cutting him off because he was drawing you in to get in the argument instead of getting to the facts. And I kept telling you that, and I was like, man, you know what? You off because you kept over talking him. And let me tell you something, brother. And I call you a brother. I'm from Washington, D.C., born in Washington, D.C. And where I'm from, what you calling me a punk and a sucker and all that, we don't do that on Facebook, right? I don't know if this brother say he's from Washington, D.C. He knows exactly
Now
what I'm
I hear
talking
what
about,
you're
brother.
saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So that's why I say I'm gonna let y'all dialogue. Y'all just
Yeah,
dialogue your stuff.
I respect you as a man, but I'm telling you, and if you knew who I was, right, and I'm not saying I'm against anything like that, you'll have more respect for me like I got respect for you. People where I come from, we don't do that. I'm being honest with you. When I say I'm from Southeast DC, this brother knows exactly what I'm talking about. I come from the 80s era, and we don't get down like that. So I was trying to let you know when you was going back and forth with Tazariak. That's what he do. He bait you in, and they all baited you in, and you kept going back and forth with him. That's why I was like, man, get him out of here, because you kept cutting him off. Let him speak his speak, say what he got to say, and then you go into what you got to go into. It'd have been pretty damn easy for you to defeat him, but you got caught up in the drama, brother. That's what I was saying. And then what you do, you come back and say, like, I'm a pedophile. If y'all listen to me, we had shows about people.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
One more thing,
No,
one
no,
more
no.
thing.
Hold on. I gotta cut you off there.
Go ahead.
When did I say you're a pedophile, brother?
Listen to me. You gotta let me finish, right? You didn't say directly, but indirectly, right, about pedophilia when I was speaking against it, but still trying to loop me into the whole fold of that. But let me say this, and if you didn't, then I apologize. I have no problem saying that. But we were one of the first Israelite, in fact, the first Israelite group that came out against a brother trying to court a 15-year-old. He was 54. We speak against issues like this. right? This is why I came on the panel. Just because I don't take your side, my wife don't take my side all the time, brother, and I don't take hers. Don't make her my enemy or anybody or my children or even a friend. So if I don't see your side, it doesn't make me your enemy. But what would make me your enemy if I would see you in the street to call me a sucker and a punk on internet? So I would never do that to you, brother, and don't do that to me as a friend. You in France, I got family in France. I don't know if you got some in Washington, D.C., right? Because where we roll, I say you go do my people in France and you bring yours in here to D.C. And then if I win, I kick
which
your
city?
ass. If
Which
my friend
city?
win, he kick your ass.
You're gonna kick my behind? You really think you can do that
No, I
physically,
didn't say
brother?
that. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say
Okay,
that.
okay, okay. But if you don't mind, feel free to say the city where they're from, but you don't have to in France. But if you are against child molesters, I'm sure you've
Mm-hmm.
seen the clip of Tazariak saying that the rapper King Tar was found guilty of child molestation. Then why would you kiki with Tazariak? Why you don't attack ISUPK and Tazariak for defending a child molester?
Brother, that's what I'm saying. You don't watch us, brother. It's a brother that's locked up in the organization for that same charge and found guilty. And we on their ass all the time. We went against them because they talk about a man can screw a woman in the behind. We actually knocked on HBK school door years ago, approached them in their organization on the street. I don't know if you're doing that. That's what I'm saying, brother. You have no
Brother. Let me say this. You see, and I love the conversation. You got on the panel on the way in. Now you said I kept cutting him off. He cut me off too. There was no
I know he
topic.
did.
Yeah,
He
all right.
did. I'm telling you, he did.
So when you got on the panel, you were kicking with him, and you even said that you wanted to debate him. You said if it was him, and didn't you ask him for a debate?
And he ran, correct?
Well, okay. So didn't you ask him for a debate?
I said yes, and he ran, correct?
Okay, I didn't hear the yes. So
I said
on one hand,
yes, and
yeah,
he ran, correct?
no. I'm just saying I didn't hear the first time when you said yes. I heard when you said he ran. I didn't hear yes. So
Yes.
You in here telling us that you go against ISUPK, but you got on Saneda's platform during my weighing with Tazariak, asking Tazariak to debate. How is debating going against an organization?
Brother.
Let me cut in. Can I cut in? Yeah,
Yes,
I'm only going to try to do this as a favor to both of y'all, right? I think from what I'm hearing right now, I think y'all should put that back, just put it back, right? Because in some of that dialogue that happens on Sonetta is the one responsible for the dialogue ultimately. He's the moderator, right? He's controlling the tone, the temperament, everything, And I would say that I think, to me it sounds like it may not always seem logical, but if you look at it from a perspective of the Hebrews, they got to debate each other. Where else they going to come to debate each other? So if he don't come on that platform and debate those cats, then he might not have the opportunity in another platform. But I'm not saying that's the reason, but I would just say, to me, I'm thinking y'all can have a better dialogue and even better debate just on the scholarship about whatever over here. So I'm gonna welcome the brother over here, and I think both of y'all, I think what Kana said is real. It is real, Shaka. Like, once we know the DC cats, we don't call each other names like that or nothing like that. But that's different. Some of these cats from other cities, they do that. As you hear, they openly doing that. So maybe these brothers have drawn you in that way to participate. But I think what Kanat is saying is on the one. He don't mean disrespect or anything, and I think you don't either, man. I don't think you do either. So we all learning on that note. So I'm glad you came on. I'm glad you came on, man.
And I'm glad you said that because and let me say this to you, my brother. I'm from DC and France, right? And we got love for our people, but even by us being so far apart and raised different, our cultures may be a little different. We just bumping heads. So you may see things just a little different than I do. But when it comes to dealing with pedophilia and all that type of stuff, man, and all that stuff that these guys teach, I'm against like 90% of it. But you have to be humble as a dove, but wise as a serpent. So what I like going in the lion's den, right? I like going in there because that's the only way I'm gonna stop them from teaching that you could be with a 15-year-old. Stop them from being under a man, calling himself God, third under the sun, basically. So you have to step in that ring. Like I said, we actually knocked on their school door, approached their organization more than once, right? We've been to Kim and On Child 1, 2, and 3. We've been to all that stuff, man. We've been to their cookout, right? That was our idea, and they stole it from. We went there. So we approached these guys on it, right? And it's been very interesting and sometimes very threatening and wanting to fight, right? We actually saved ISUPK ass from getting beat up on the corner. Everybody know this, when the Muslims kicked over their table and we came and stepped between of them, right? Those videos are on YouTube. We took them down. ISUPK bought me a bottle of liquor. There's no shame in that. They bought me a bottle of liquor and thanked me for that. So I just do things just a little bit different from you. I don't care to talk about that anymore, but just be mindful, man. It's a small world, and I got love for you, right? And I'm just telling you how people operate, you know, in different things. So I would never call you out your name. I would never listen. Listen, I would never call out your name, you know. So I would like for you to actually give me an apology, man, because I don't do that. You never heard me call Sarnetta a name. You never heard me call Tazariak a name, bro. I just don't do that shit.
Well, you know, I hear you, but you know, like with what I said, can you understand my stance though? That
not when you call me a
platform,
sucker, no. Not when you call me a sucker in the pump. I don't.
Well, okay. Well,
as a man, I don't. As a man, I don't.
Well, okay. Let me just say this. Like I just said, I have that clip where you told Sarnetta that ISUPK teach that she can have sex with a girl as long as she passes a flower. She can be 15 years old. She can be 9 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And then you come on my platform and you tell me that you are against child molesters and pedophiles. Mm-hmm. Then I have to weigh in, and you come at the end laughing at me and saying I would have done a better job and asking Tazariak to debate. How does that sound? That sounds like you're cool with child molesters.
Let me try to hit you another way with it, right? And then we can let it go from here. And I'll let you have the last word. It's your platform. But you kept on telling Tazariak, oh, it's a debate or not. It's a debate or not, right? They didn't want to debate you.
No, hold on, please. I just want to clarify. I wasn't asking, is it a debate or not? I was asking Tazariak, do you want to debate or not? But feel free.
Okay. To me, it's the same thing, right? And
it's not the same thing because this was a way in.
You said, do you want to debate or not? Correct?
Yeah, because that's what it was supposed to be. Sarnetta told me this is a pre-debate.
So you asked him, you want him to debate or not? And he was using semantics. We'll have to see if you qualified and, you know, see, can you answer all this type of stuff? And that's his way of trying to, he was saying all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, he was saying if you can quote that stuff.
I'm trying to teach you.
Yeah.
Brother, I'm trying to show you how his tactics. And that's why I told you, I said I could have done a better job. Let him say all that and just get the debate. Let him do and say, they do that to run. And the reason why I came on it, because you have other young guys, right, that live in the United States is way different from France. They live in America and they're very easily impressionable, right? Especially they live in the hood by guys like this. And they were teaching that shit that they can be with a 14, 15-year-old and they'd be in jail or killed. So what I do is, the reason why I say that is to have that dialogue. Let them say whatever they want to say, right? And then let Sarnetta do Sarnetta and he will make the debate happen. But if you go into it in an angle like, well, you know, do you want to debate or not? Do you know, all this type of stuff? That's a way of them getting out. Let them say what they want to say. And then when you get the debate, then you kick their ass. That's all it is, bro. It's that easy.
Brother, there's something that's very strange here. You're saying let him say it and then do the debate. And then let Sarnetta say the debate. Sarnetta didn't want to have the debate. Sarnetta used the opportunity to seek revenge because he didn't like what I said. Sarnetta probably got threatened by the Mighty Hebrew and ISUPK and maybe the Nation of Islam because I played a Farrakhan clip. So Sarnetta used the opportunity to make me look bad, saying, oh, you ain't ready. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't tell me I ain't ready. The day before, actually the same day, I received the message at 4 a.m. because of the time difference. And he said, yeah, you know, the debate is on. You're going to have that weigh in. So Sarnetta was being a snake. You know what I'm saying? So I can afford Tazariak.
Let me say this. I listen very well. And that's why I say we're from different places, brother. You just slandered without a witness or evidence. You said probably, meaning could be or maybe not, that he got threatened by a few people. You don't know this, but you put it in the air.
Brother, that's not
You put it
slander.
in the air,
No,
and
no,
when
no,
you put
no, 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 no,
brother,
brother. I'm
brother,
sorry. Hold on,
you put it.
please,
Did you
please.
not just put that in the air? Did you not just put that in? Don't fast talk
I,
me. I'm trying to talk with you. Did you not just say that he probably got threatened by Mighty Hebrew or somebody else?
probably yes, probably
So
is
why would
not
you
an.
say that if you don't know?
What? Let me tell you why I said that, because several times on my channel and on Sinetta's channel, Sinetta was speaking out against the child
Did
molesters.
you hear him getting threatened? That's a yes or no.
I heard Garfield getting threatened. I didn't hear
Did
him
you
getting
hear
threatened.
Mighty Hebrew call and threaten? You just said maybe. So that means you don't know. Did you hear it actually threaten him, and did Son Lady say he got threatened?
So since when saying maybe he's wrong?
Why
Saying
can't you just
probably.
answer the? Ask me a question.
But I said
Ask me a question.
probably.
Ask me a straight. Ask me if the sky blue or purple. Ask me. Ask me is the sky blue or black or blue or green or ask me anything. Is a cloud? Ask me is a cloud. Is a cloud a rainbow?
All right.
So
and I
can
would
I
tell you.
can I interject? Can I interject for y'all? I just want to do y'all a favor, man, because
I'm going to get off, bro.
no, you don't. You know, I want y'all to continue, but I hear what you're saying, Kana, but I also hear what Shaka saying. But it's not slander, but it is putting it out there in the air. That's another thing, right? But that's not slander because he said from the beginning he don't know. He doesn't know. It sounds like it. It probably, you know, and in that regard, you might have more inside information and more understanding on that, right? But having said that, my thoughts on this is just both of y'all, you know, just y'all both cool, man. I'm just telling y'all this. I like the dialogue, and but Kana, I think there's some things that the brother being outside of the U.S. it's not going to stop him from understanding either. And some of the times they use that as a brush to paint over everything and delegitimize and make it seem like he don't understand nothing. But we know it's some horrible, there's some things going on in there. You see what I mean? But I'm just going to say it again. I'm just going to say it again. I think both of y'all have, you got some particular knowledge. And I even would say some of them, they don't want to debate you. You see what I mean? And I heard you come out and speak against that stuff. Clearly, I heard that. That's why I was always interested. And I was wondering, okay, who is this brother? I didn't ask anybody because the moment I heard that they said he's from DC, I said, okay, well, I can find out about that on my own slowly. Whenever that would just come up. I don't even have to go looking for it. I know I'm going to find that out because you know how it is. DC is a small city, right? So we don't even have to go about it. That we know how it is. But having said that, I don't think they would want to debate you. I think the reason why they don't want to debate you is because your perspective on it is a little bit different, the Hebrew Israelite thing. Your ethic might be a little bit different, and they can learn from you. That's going to change things, you know. I think Shaka they got the same thing going on. They don't want that. They don't want that from either one of y'all. And I think where it was at, you said in the beginning, they didn't want to debate Shaka anyway. They didn't want that. Yeah, so
Reggie,
it wouldn't be nothing he could do to get that debate anyway.
None of them.
Right.
Reggie,
He couldn't have done nothing.
I would love to see you go up against them guys, man. I would love it because I think you got better. You're more knowledgeable than that. But let me say this in closing, I promise I'll listen and I'll jump on. I just want to say this in closing. I don't know how old you guys are, right? But I know y'all may have heard
I'm 40.
Bush. Okay, great. I'm 54. I don't know if y'all ever heard. Maybe you have when President Bush at the time said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, right? Without any evidence. They went to the world court and all that, right? And had the whole world believing it, right? Even I was believing. I said, this motherfucker got weapons of mass destruction. Because he kept saying it over and over and over.
I know where you're getting at.
But this allow me. This allow me. But before this allow me to finish, brother.
Hold on,
brother.
We have time.
I know you know. Can I? Only give me 10 more seconds. Give me 10 more seconds.
Okay.
Allow me to finish my statement, please. When he kept saying that over and over and over and over, right? The whole world believed it. And what happened? Maybe over 1 million people died. People displaced, whole country destroyed, right? And their leader killed, all because they said it over and over and it was a lie. So what I'm saying, when sometimes we say something over and over and people become to believe it, right? It's like the little boy that cried wolf.
I
Wolf,
think you
wolf,
have
wolf,
more
wolf,
than 10 seconds,
and kept
brother.
running. And there wasn't no wolf there, and then boom, and then it was over.
I think you
I'll
have
close with that,
more
man.
than 10
Thanks for
seconds.
having me
Yeah.
on.
Hey,
You know,
stay on, Kana. Stay on for a second.
Yeah. I would like you to stay on, Kuna. Once again, V. Bennett said it. I'm not claiming that I know. I said probably he got threatened. That's not slander, brother. And for the record, I've been to New York. Now, that was more like, spending time with some family on holidays. I've been to Florida. I lived in Florida, not for very long. I know America very well. You know what I'm saying? And I've studied the culture very well. You know what I'm saying? So Sarnetta was speaking out against child molesters, against pedophiles, and all of a sudden he switched. Garfield said that the mighty Hebrew threatened him. And threatening doesn't mean like I'm going to beat you up. Threatening can be, well, I know some stuff about you. If you don't be careful, I'm going to reveal it. Next thing we know, we found out about Nikki and Nikki Chanel and Sarnetta. Sarnetta being allegedly 33, having sex with a 15-year-old girl. Now, I didn't say it. Minister Enki said it. He's from America. He's around New York. He's been in the music industry. He's a very long-time friend of Sarnetta. He's been also a long-time friend of Polite. You know what I'm saying? But, I'm just interested in Kuna. Now, for the record, you said that they were not going to debate. And I realized that at the end, when Tazariak would not answer, because he didn't want to say, no, I don't want to debate you. That's going to sound bad, But no matter what I would have said or done, he just didn't want to debate. You know what I'm saying? But on some Hebrew Israelite or Bible stuff, is there anything that you disagree with what I've said?
I haven't. Today, our Lord, I haven't watched enough of what you say about the Bible. Obviously, you don't believe what I believe about the Bible, so we're gonna have disagreements.
True.
But for me, I believe that as Black people, man, we need to come together, and just try to live in harmony, and we can say, you know what, we can agree to disagree, and try to protect the young ones and even the older ones. That's where I'm at, man, in my walk, brother. Because I grew up in a place, man, DC is called a chocolate city, but they just call it Dodge City, man. Murder capital of the world, brother. So I'm not going to accuse nobody. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon with another person who say somebody did something. We just don't get down like that. And all America is not the same. When I say Southeast DC, that brother know, right? It's a difference. Just like Northwest DC. It's four different places in DC, and all of them are different. So I'm telling you, man, we're not monolithic. And all America's not the same, brother. I can go across the bridge, which would be Virginia, 15 minutes from me, and they don't think the same.
Well,
so,
that's true. Hold on. I just want to say, DC is not the murder capital in the world. It's the murder capital in America. There's a place in Haiti called Cité Soleil. There's a documentary about it, and at one point it was considered the most dangerous place on the planet Earth. I'm of Haitian descent, and people heard about the ZOs. So,
maybe
I hear what you.
Maybe now, but I don't know. When I was coming up, it was 600 people getting killed a year. That's just killed. I'm not talking about robbed, stabbed, shot, and living, right? Or
raped. Well, basically, Kana, you saying how we communicate is different in DC, and it ain't just from. It's not an American thing. We don't. It's the DC thing. We communicate differently from somebody from VA or from New York, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. But that's why I'm saying when I hear what both of y'all saying, man. I hear what both of y'all saying, and another thing, Shaka, just to let you know, what Kana did when he said if he did something, he apologized. That's something we quick to say in DC. We will do that because things are, when we was coming up, things were so messed up in that way to where it has changed our communication. It affected our communication to where we're quick to say something like that. We may not even know what it is, but we know the ultimate thing is that if you don't really have no issue with a brother, then it's easier just to say that, then you can move it on. But from your perspective, these cats be coming at you all the time, man. It's like they come at you all the time because you're
yeah, but I'm gonna say this on romantic and I hope that's gonna be enough. I hope you're not gonna demand an apology, but I'm gonna say live on air right now to you, brother Kanat. I'm sorry for saying you're a punk, and I think I use the word sucker as well, because when you came on laughing with Tazariak and asking him for a debate, I was like, here's that guy who says he's against child molesters, and now he wants to have a debate with the guy who defended the child molester. And I also felt like maybe you were part of the thing as well. Maybe Senator called you, prepare yourself to call in. Now, I don't know, but you have to understand why I felt that way. So as a grown man, you said you're 54. I'm telling you, I'm sorry, because you are.
No, it's all
against
right, brother. I'm good with you. But Sonnet ain't call me nothing like that. But I'm good with you, man. I don't have no animosity towards you. I hope to come on your program one day. I hope you come on mine, both of you.
Yeah.
But my internet breaking up a little bit, man. Hey,
I like that. I like that.
I'm gonna put my number. I'm gonna put my number in the back chat, so that way both of y'all can call me. Let me see when I do it, sometime my internet will cut off. So just say the number and text me so I can know who y'all are. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that though, man. That's something unique going on here that you don't see often, man. And and actually, I don't know you, bro. I don't know you personally, and I don't know. I probably know people indirectly. We probably know people, some of the same people actually, right? Because we from DC. So having said that, I grew up in Anacostia and in Northeast on the other side, right? Over near Spingarn, East Capitol Hill, 15th Street, over in that way, right? So, and I'm your age. I'm 52, right? So you can put two and two together.
We gotta know some of the same.
Oh
people
yeah,
there.
of course, but you know how it is. We ain't gonna be saying everybody over the net and all of this stuff, and but having said that, I'm glad you came over here, and I could see some of the things you were saying too, actually, in that dialogue, or over even on Sonetta's thing. Like I was saying before, when I first heard you say that, and then someone mentioned he was from DC, and I said, oh, okay, this going to be interesting to see what the brother, his perspective is on it. And man, it's mature, man. You mature, realistic, and from my view, like you said, anybody that's against the pedophilia and is for healthy things in our community, we can all get along and build, regardless of what our spiritual beliefs are, or in this kind of stuff, our religious beliefs, man. So I appreciate you coming on here and sharing, man.
No doubt, man.
Did you get my text message?
I had to look at my phone because I'm on my phone, not on my laptop. So
I see.
You see. Yeah. So I look at it. Both of y'all got it. And what's your name, too, brother DC? Because I can't see from my phone.
Yeah, V Bennett.
V Bennett. Okay. Hey, look, man. I went to Moulton. I went to Moulton. I went to Douglas. I went to Anacostia. I was all over the damn place, man.
Okay. So, I went to oh my God, man. I went to 5 schools, man. Oh, high schools, man. I went to Eastern, right? I went to McKinley, right? I went to Spingarn Night School. Yeah, exactly, right? That was the first high school I went to, but I was just too, I wasn't, but the public schools was really struggling back then, man.
It really was, man.
So it's kind of like, McKinley, when I went to McKinley, they had asbestos all in McKinley. Plastic everywhere on the wall.
Hey, the ball, remember the balls all on the damn window.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, it wasn't the in those times wasn't if you was smart, you could keep going to school, or you might not go. You might be just as smart to not go, because things can happen.
Hey, Shaka, let me hey, look, Shaka, let me tell you something, man, and my brother can hook you up, tell you about it a little later on in y'all dialogue on y'all show. Look, and when I say things are different, I ain't say the only, but we created a music, right? That is
the go-go.
There's nowhere in the world that they do it.
The go-go.
Right. The go-go, brother. And that's a culture that we created, right? Go-go music. And just check it out one time, man. And
I've been sharing it with them.
Yeah. V better put me up to it, so there's a lot of things I didn't know about that. The African drums, what I'm saying, the like pump me up, and some stuff that we found in some songs, what I'm saying. So yeah, this is very interesting, what I'm saying. V Bennett told me about the DC Blacks. There's even the guy Mecca Audio, who's been talking about the DC Blacks, how they used to get down. One of them, knocked John Gotti out, what I'm saying, fighting against the white supremacists in prison. Even when they are outnumbered, they go hard, what I'm saying. They're known for that, what I'm saying. But You said you have family in France. I'm in the Paris outskirts. So the Paris outskirts, basically, you can go.
What I would do, I'm gonna find exactly where he's at over there. He has a
Yeah,
nice.
because
Yeah,
because
and
you know what? Hey, we might just end up making a video. He don't even have to show his face. I say, what's up? You know what I'm saying? We're linking up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm a
no
cool
doubt.
brother. I'm a cool brother. I know some people hate me and say that I'm a gossiper and slanderer, but that's really coming from one camp. But I've been online for 18 years. Next month is going to be 19 years, and I'm not known for lying on people. You know what I'm saying? And when I don't know, I say I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, Shaka, check this out, right? Shaka Utmost want to debate FOPE, right? And it's Neftali going to be going back and forth with Jabari Tuesday on the Canaanite thing, and y'all believe in the same thing about that, right? So tomorrow you and Neftali, and that's interesting, man. And now they want to go up against us in the friendly debate. So, man, I would like to. I'm gonna go back and look at some of your videos, man, and pick up some of your knowledge. 'Cause I know you don't agree with everything they say, so I need to pick up on some of your stuff, man. So.
Yeah, but I like when you showed the picture of Katazar's father, but later on I was told that you showed the picture of his mother, and that's when Tazariak didn't want to debate anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But Katazar is a white dude. He's a white dude who said that Tupac wasn't shit. I'm sorry for the profanity, brothers and sisters.
Right.
Tupac wasn't shit before he went before he went to prison. You know what I'm saying? We heard Tazariak talking about, Bob Marley wasn't black because of who his father is, but Katazar's father is white. So we have a white dude talking smack about black people. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. That's insane.
Well, you know
and
what,
I'm
brother?
not saying
like my brother would tell you when we came up here, he wouldn't. The Katazar was he wouldn't do that. That's why I'm so enraged with ISBK, because I'm like, how can y'all allow this? Because white guys weren't even allowed in my neighborhood, bro. That's just a fact. You only saw them downtown. If they was coming out of neighborhood to buy drugs.
But you see, those guys, and I wanted to bring that in the weighing, but Sanada kept interrupting. But those guys, they are slick. They're using the term Israelite. When I asked him about the Latinos, I brought up Ricky Martin. He said he doesn't know who Ricky Martin is. He's fine. He's a singer. But they're slick. They don't say black people. They say Israelite. But those guys, they consider Latinos to be Israelite. And he had the nerve to talk about Tainos. I'm sorry, Tainos are not black people. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not saying that white people don't have a right to talk about any issue whatsoever. But when we have black people saying that white people are black, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? And some black people do that. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I told him, I said, how come Israelite, a Chinese man could be a Chinese man, an Arab man could be an Arab man, but when it comes to Israelite, he could look like any damn body. That just come on, man. That just don't make no damn sense.
And personally, as you said, I don't feel like the Israelites or Canaanites or black people, because we have a physical discussion of, not discussion, but physical artifact. We have artifacts, basically statues and painting, and indeed Benny Hassan's painting speaks volumes. So probably Neftali seen that, and those people were not black skin. They're just typical white skinned Asians. Not white as people in Denmark or Sweden.
I don't know how much y'all agree on, but I know y'all agree on a lot of things, man. So I'm gonna look at some of your stuff. And see exactly where you are on that issue, because I would like you, if it's correct, I would like you some that against them guys. But hey, look, I gotta get out of here, man. Hey, drop y'all number, text me, man. My internet starting to act up again.
I did send you a text message, so you should see it on your phone. Muslims do the same thing. Nation of Islam,
I'm gonna drop my number now.
Yeah, and Moors, they talk about black Arabs, but according to their own text, the Hadith, those people were not, they were white skin. You know what I'm saying? And Dr. Wesley Muhammad, for those who don't know, I'm not saying that to brag, but Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who is now a minister of the Nation of Islam, he wasn't a minister of the NOI yet back then, but he was a PhD in Islamic studies. He publicly challenged me to a debate, and I accepted. We spoke about it on the phone. And then he backed down when I quoted an article that refuted his information. But I'm not just talking. I have a very detailed article on my website dealing with the Hadith, and it's called, Call of Prophet Muhammad and the Arabs, according to Islamic sources. And Wesley Muhammad has lied several times. Abiyad does not mean black. But anyway, I'll leave it there. I don't want to, hold you, Brother Kana. Oh, maybe the brother
Nah,
is dealing with
I
him.
think he. Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
I think he was.
yeah,
He
he
was in
just
the
left.
back chat,
Yeah, he
probably
just left. He just
writing
left.
them numbers down or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was
Oh
interesting
yeah,
dialogue y'all had, bro.
he replied to my text message. He replied to my message. You know what I'm saying? And tell the other brother to text me his number. Oh yeah, so V Bennett is just saying. Okay,
I
I'll
put
write
it
it
in the
down.
back chat.
Bet.
You don't see it?
Uh
Oh, I'm gonna text
oh
him. I'm gonna text him
yeah.
on
Okay.
WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me copy that number real quick so I
Okay.
have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here.
And
Copy.
that's
Okay.
lovely, you know what I'm saying? I mean, even if I don't hook up with his family right there, that grown man conversation, it's good. It's good, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
I felt
you
what's
know
going
what I
on.
think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the thing about it is like I think about it like this, man. You know, we have different aspects, different stages in society, different scenes. And the thing about it is that if I look at it from the most broken down stage, the just the very at the I don't want to say the bottom because it make it sound like the bottom is the worst. It ain't always like that. You learn things in every part, every stage, right? But if you just what I like about being from DC is that if you just break it down to the pen level, cats are going to tell you straight up that whatever disagreement you had out there on the street, inside, we're going to put that aside, and there's going to be a way to do that to make sure that happens to that y'all can get rid of whatever debate y'all have or beef y'all have, but the end goal is going to be we brothers. So if either one of y'all was in the pen together, y'all all be working together, man. Y'all will be helping each other. Y'all will be struggling together. You see what I mean? And so, Dag, I see something happen in your face. So
Yeah.
and so if it's like that in the pen, then why can't it be like that in society too? Why can't we learn a dialogue and debate and build, make things useful and beneficial for our communities? You see what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. So I'm glad y'all had the dialogue because that was beautiful, man. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I saw your face
Oh
go
yeah.
like, what?
Yeah,
What was that all about?
I almost ended the live stream. I was trying to send the link to the brother
Ah,
Shimon,
yeah.
you know,
Okay.
but I didn't know that I can switch to offer other pages and still be on. I always thought that maybe it's because I have a newer phone, but let me just hold on. Shimon at Shimon, and I'm gonna put the link here. I have to be careful this time. So there it is. All right. Yeah. So for the record, people heard me. I told Konad that I was sorry because it's true he didn't call me names, and V Bennett also helped because he was like a moderator in conversation. I told Konad how I felt about the stuff. I even told him that I felt like maybe Saneda called him, or he said Saneda didn't call me, whatever. But and like V Bennett said it well. I have so many people coming at me, and then at some point I wouldn't say I'm paranoid, but I'm like, okay, this is a reality. I have several people going at me for many different reasons, and I felt at that point like he was part of the situation, and I was like, man, how are you gonna? But anyway, we heard what
Nah, the
was said.
brother
We
Kana,
heard what was said. Yeah,
Kana,
yeah,
Kana. Yeah, y'all both said was
yeah,
y'all
yeah.
both
We heard what was
had a
said.
good
So
dialogue.
yeah.
And you know
I heard
what?
so. Yeah. Mm.
Kana, I like what he did because him coming over here and having that dialogue with you says it all. It says he see you, he gets you, he understand you, he respects you, he respects you, man, and you respect
Mm.
him, and that's the thing about it because if he didn't respect you, he wouldn't even come over, man. He wouldn't come
Yeah,
over. You see what I
yeah.
mean? And it's probably a lot of cats that wish
He would
he
have.
didn't come over.
He
It's a
would have
lot of
waited.
people that wish he didn't had a
He,
dialogue with you. You see what I mean?
he would have waited for me he would have waited to catch me sleeping in DC. He would have been so
I
annoyed.
mean, no,
That's
but you know what? But you know what? You know what?
yeah.
People sleep on the intelligence level of brothers from DC because they can go that direction doesn't mean that's the first or second thing they even try. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We also got the ability to, like he said, agree to disagree and not even have to go there. But we also got the ability to dialogue it out too, man. And so that's the thing about it, man. Most of the cats, they don't throw none of that stuff out there on Front Street first. That's not even the first choice. That ain't even really the second choice. Just because they can, that don't even mean they want to or even find it even necessary, the best approach to anything. You see what I mean? So I like the fact that he could come over here and have the dialogue with you. And you know, I want to say to Kana, actually, I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, it's
That
I think we pronounce the T. Some people pronounce the T, some others. So it's either Quinat or Quinat.
yeah,
But
Kana, right? Okay. But what I like about that, what I wanted to say to him, if he can hear it, he'll probably go back and hear it. Is that the bigger thing outside of just you and him coming over here, dialoguing with you? The thing that I like the most is that, you know, and I'm not sure if he understands this, but I suspect he do. Is that it's a lot of us over here too, and we have this. It's important for us to have this dialogue also over here in Europe, right? And that just the fact that he came over here, it helps us build that dialogue too over here in Europe. You see what I mean? So I like the fact that I suspect he understood that and just know that just coming over here and communicating and even just speaking his mind for what it is, he could do both at the same time. He can knock out 2 or 3 things at once with one stone. You see what I mean? And so that's what I like about that, because it showed me he have some ability to see further past just himself or you even. You see what I mean? Yeah. So I respect that, man. I don't even have to say that. That's what I would expect from the brother.
Yeah, we'll talk, man. Grown men talk, you know what I'm saying? We tell, you know, what our differences, and then, you know, we can come with some solution or resolution in some sort, you know what I'm saying? And in this situation, you know, I decided to tell him I was sorry for saying that to him, you know what I'm saying? And I explained to him why I said that, you know, how I felt. And we're not always right 100%, and we have to acknowledge when we are either wrong or we could have done things differently, you know what I'm saying? And the most important thing, and that's what I appreciated in the first place when he came on my platform, and even when he said it on Sanetta, is that he is against child molesters. You know, I just felt like when he got on during the Wayne, that he's not matching with his stance. But you know, he let me know what's up. You know, his stance.
But you know what?
You know,
You know what?
But you know, that's the most important. The fact that he's against child molesters, even
Right.
though he's a Hebrew Israelite, he will talk against other Hebrew Israelites who have that stance, and that is admirable. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead,
Yeah. And also, you know what? He's in a similar situation, dialoguing with others in over there on the platform. So it's like that's why I like how he came in. Like I don't know if it was the first thing he said, but he said it. He said if he said anything to you that turned, you know, I'm paraphrasing, turned you off, or that you didn't like, you know, that you considered something bad or insult or something like that. You
Yeah,
know,
he said I apologize because it's something like he said that I said it's like yeah, you know, so and that's respect right there.
You know what? That shows that even in him coming, he already know how stuff is, man. It's stuff gets
and he's there.
things get
He's
so
there, by the way.
confused and heated. Yeah. Talk to your brothers next time. Exactly. Yeah. Set it off. Set the record straight. Yeah. Word up, bro. Exactly. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna send you a text soon, and appreciate you again, man. Yeah, I like that because he was able to accomplish more than one thing, 2 and 3 things, and with just that simple dialogue, which you know a lot of us need to learn how to do straight up. You know what I'm saying?
And brothers and sisters, you know, like I said, sometimes we may be wrong, or we may have gone about things a different way, and it's good to acknowledge it. I could have went like, oh, I don't care, and then I would have created an unnecessary enemy, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? But we have at least one thing in common above all, is that we are against child molesters. And I need people who are against child molesters, because there's that march coming up tomorrow. There's several brothers and sisters who are speaking out against it. And unfortunately, you know, I'm not expecting Kona to go against Sanetta, but Sanetta invites convicted rapists on his channel, and that is a problem. You know what I'm saying? But that being said, the brother Shimon said that, you know, apparently it's because he's from Trinidad and Tobago that the link doesn't work, and so he's going to try to use a VPN. So yeah, unfortunately, to become a supporter of the channel or a member of the channel, it does not work in every locations. You know, but you know, every now and then I leave the chat open to everybody, and it's a good thing I did today because that allowed Kunal to come here and ultimately to get on the panel. But that being said, we have a person called No Name who wrote no comment on the French Revolution riots at present in France. Then no comment at all. I wouldn't call that a French Revolution.
It's not a French revolution. It's a workers' rights. It's a
Yeah,
workers' rights thing, man. They trying to lift the age of the retirement,
yeah,
and
yeah, to 65 years old or something. So I
and
think
you know
now
what?
it's like 60. Yeah, yeah.
Y'all lucky y'all having that debate because in Denmark, you know what they lifted the age to?
No, I know.
69.
No,
69. You could go, you
they,
could opt out early. You could opt out at 60, at 63, but you're not gonna get, you might not even get 10% of your, if you opt out at 63. You know, you
mm,
65 offer a different thing, but 69 is where you get it all. And that
mm,
is like they didn't even have that struggle. People right now in Denmark are commenting on the French and saying those people were wise. They wise to speak up right now and say something. But a revolution, yeah, they're very pinpointed about what they revolt about.
but you know, I mean, no name obviously wants to deflect, you know, because he just doesn't want me and others to keep talking about, you know, Sanetta being a punk, and I maintain that, you know, but Sanetta can come on my platform. I went on his platform. He want to speak to me, and for the record, Sanetta called me many names, you know, many profanity. He even spoke about my mom and dad, you know, and I don't want to talk about his family members, you know what I'm saying, but now yes, they wanted to leave the age, so people are, you know, I want to say, well, yeah, some people had rioted. They did some riot, but it's mainly protests. So people basically marching in the street. Some politicians don't agree. But I'm not tripping too much on that. You know what I'm saying? It's not my interest. Now, if you want to talk about it, no name, then feel free. You know what I'm saying? Then he wrote, D. Christopher Davis canceled his Kemet medicine presentation altogether. It was twice canceled. It was twice postponed because, you know, he had some personal stuff going on. It's on him to say, you know, if he wants to, but he told me what it was, but he told me, not the people. So he said that he will do it when he's ready. You know what I'm saying? So everybody can stay tuned for that. You know what I'm saying? And then
Yeah, it's a presentation, so it's not a
yeah,
debate. So you know,
oh, did you say debate?
no, I'm
No, but
just saying
listen, yeah,
it's just a presentation. So it's not like he's wasting nobody else's time. He didn't sell no tickets. It's like, come on.
it's free of charge. Nobody paid for anything. So, you know, he's taking his time, you know, to prepare the presentation. He's a family man. He has children. You know, he has a wife. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And then he wrote no comment at all about sub-Saharan indigenous Africans expelled from Tunisia. Well, like, you know, you can ask a question for every single thing on the planet Earth. I cannot talk about every single thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
You
let,
wanted
let
to,
me let me ask you, Shaka. Then, for the record, what do you think about the Tunisian president's comments and what's going on?
well, I didn't even listen to the comment. I read about it, but I'm not surprised, man. I've been saying it for years. North African Berbers, not all of them, but many of them are negrophobic. They don't like black people. They don't want black people to intermarry with them. So I'm not surprised. Well, I live in France. There's a huge, sure, there's a huge uh, Berber population in France. You know what I'm saying? I live with them. I know the deal. I mean, you know, the Berbers, they usually like to tell, and I'm talking North Africans, oh, yeah, you know, white people, Europeans, they're racist, don't like black people, man. But a lot of time, they are way more racist than the Europeans. A lot of
Look,
Europeans,
man.
a lot of Europeans may be a bit racist, but if you marry their daughter, they may not be happy, but they ain't gonna fight you. They ain't gonna be against
Right.
you like that. But them, there's some cases where they beat up the dude for wanting to marry their daughter, or even killed, you know. But I'm gonna lose connection, so I'm gonna play a little clip,
and then I'll get right back with you, brothers. Hold on.
All right.
Bro, listen. I don't even know who's over there watching that shit. But actually, you know what? That's a lie. I do. What's happening right now is there's a line in the sand, and the pedophiles and the pro-pedophiles. Remember when I said this is revealing who's pedophile and who's pro-pedophile? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these people have shit that they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people have shit that they've been doing, shit that they interested in. A lot of these niggas go on to vacations in Dominican Republic and Brazil and all these other places and be doing a lot of shit that if they was here in the States, them niggas would get killed for. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas going on vacation doing other goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? And niggas coming around thinking that because they got a little few dollars that they could get away with doing certain shit, that makes them somebody. It don't. See, I still come from a world where money don't determine who you are. It don't. Because you got a little control of a platform and niggas looking at you and you could put niggas in position like, bro, that shit don't mean nothing if you a slime ball. Period. So you over there having sex with little girls. Remember, I was saying that we needed to boycott Sarnetta Page until he took polite videos down. At this point, I'm saying that we need to just boycott that page. Everybody needs to unsubscribe. The nigga's a pedophile. What are you doing now? And if he's not, let him break it down. Let him explain his relationship with Nikki, because he cannot deny his relationship with Nikki. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is a real thing that happened. That would be the same as Polite trying to deny Aminette. Polite can't deny he with Aminette no more than Sarnetta could deny that he was with Nikki for years. So let him explain that. Let him explain what he's doing with Nikki. He's 33, she's 15. And let me show you something. So you really know that this is a problem. He stayed in a relationship with her. He went to prison for a year and stayed in a relationship with her while he was in prison. And when he came home, he came right back to her. So that means that he thinks that that's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, we want to say the girl had a really big body and she looked grown and he was out somewhere drunk and they hooked up for a one night stand and he didn't know. Okay, that's a situation. That could be argued back and forth. I'm not saying yay, nay, or whatever. But you were with this girl since she's in junior high school, my nigga. So the time she's in high school, guess who's going to jail tonight? What? Bro, stop doing videos on everything else and talk about you and Nikki over there, bro. Talk about you and Nikki. And be careful, because niggas in Harlem is now paying attention. So it's niggas that know about other things that's hitting me, sending me text messages and all that. And I'm ignoring a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what I would like you to do is go out on a high note. This is a real message from me to you, Saab. You watching this video. Go out on a high note with some dignity, bro. Don't keep dragging this thing out where you keep losing dignity in front of us, bro. It's hurting me. A lot of these people that's watching, they don't really give a fuck about none of the people involved. It's hurting me to keep finding out more of these things that's making who you are in my mind diminish less and less and less into below nothingness. And it's a lot of people in the community that feel the same way, bro. And if you would have just stopped this shit, if you would have just stopped this polite shit so long ago, man, you could have saved this community so much fucking heartache, bro. And you still going, my nigga. You still pointing out other niggas instead of dealing with your man Polite. Now, let's look how fucking goofy this nigga saw look. All this research work, right? He doesn't realize that he's demonstrating to the entire community that he's capable of fully pulling up all the information on Brother Polite. but you're not doing anything but pulling up information on other people. Okay, so now we passed Brother Polite, bro. Now we're on Brother Sinetta.
Yeah, look at that. As I get on the elevator, I think I'm going to lose a connection for a few seconds. But No Name wrote, Sarnetta is not really important, Brother Shaka. Your channel is clearly superior in intellectual content. His is entertainment. And hold on, I think he's going to, just before being cut off, because in the elevator, that's what happened. So I'm going to play Black Jesus Minister.
I do believe that Ugaritic is the origin of the Canaanite culture and the Canaanites who worship El, but all of the Ugaritic texts do not comport to the original truth and the true worship of El. So that is why I rely on the Bible, because the Bible is a direct, especially, the Torah, the Old Testament, is a direct translation, is a better translation than any other book of the Ugaritic text, such as the Ebla tablets. The Ebla tablets is the oldest source of the Torah. And the Torah, that word comes from Egypt.
Love me for us joined us. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, you may hear so many crazy things about me. You may hear, Gideon, I think, says I hate God. I was looking for the clip, I couldn't find it. The pastor said I hate the Bible. I don't recall saying that. I don't believe in it. The majority of the world well, should I say the majority of the world? Well, probably at least half of the world population is Abrahamic. The majority of Black folks, African and diaspora Black people, is Abrahamic. So I know, I'm sorry, I was trying to cough at the same time. We are non-Abrahamic people. We are a minority. You know what I'm saying? Our family members who are into the Abrahamic system. So I'm not at war with Abrahamic believers. I just don't believe in what they believe in. However, I don't like when people disrespect Kemet, because Kemet does not deserve to be disrespected, and we can discuss about it, you know what I'm saying? But one of the things that really gets me worked up is people trying to normalize child molestation. That's been going on for a long time. In the hip-hop world, we know about the Bambaataa scandal. And in Pan-Africanism, and I spoke about this for years, a lot of people don't know that for years I've been saying that Pan-Africans are defending rapists and pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? And lately, it's been going on for a while, but I got to know about this not long ago. Hebrew Israelites do defend that. During the one of the live stream, I wanted to talk about a video that I've seen. So disturbing. It wasn't, I don't know which country it was. It was inside of a mosque. I think I talked about it once. It was inside of a mosque. And there was an old dude sitting down. The other people were just praying and all that. There was a young boy. He looked very young. He looked like he was 5 to 7. He was standing in front of the old man. See, the old man had a chair because he's so old, I presume, This is a video. It was in color. I think we had the sound as well. The old man, maybe some of you seen it, who knows? It was on Facebook. The old man was touching the young boy's butt, digging in his butt, with his fingers and all. Somebody filmed the scene, obviously, presumably because that person is so used to doing that, that he couldn't take it and he had to have some evidence so that people could know, man, that old dude is a pervert. Some of the people around didn't see that. But some of the people around had to see that. And they were acting like they didn't see it. So I told you about the Taliban boys who are getting sexually abused, basically raped by some imams. I even talked about the example in England where an imam had molested a girl, and the members of the mosque was telling the family not to go ahead and take the matter to court. So the family said no at first. You know, oh, he's gonna make us look bad. Let's settle it among ourselves, blah blah blah. When the family stood firm, the family got harassed by their same brothers in the faith, brothers and sisters in the faith. So they were harassed so much that they had to move. And that's in a documentary. I cannot share the link. I've seen it years ago, but things like that happen, man. Some people make excuses for the inexcusable. But that being said, let me just go through the comments. No Name wrote, a large volume of free promotion to Sarnetta gone unreciprocated via his ejection of J. Heru from his channel. Well, guess what? He better be fair now, because Christian VP Harris was in the chat yesterday on my live stream. Black Jesus Minister was on my channel a few days ago. Who's the other person? JJ7000 was on my channel yesterday, but he may get a pass because he was copying for Sa and going against me. Kana was on my channel just today. So we're gonna see how far Sarnetta will go. But if Sarnetta is not fair, then I'm gonna file an official complaint, and it's gonna be funny. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be live on air. It's not gonna be a complaint to YouTube. I'm just gonna make it, an open letter or open statement. You know what I'm saying, to show the hypocrisy. So, not sure if the campaign against him is working as intended. His views continually grow. It doesn't matter how much views he gets. I mean, YouTube may terminate his account, realizing how much he's inviting convicted child molesters, man. Sometimes the tables turn, and sometimes it turns gradually. Sometimes it's unexpectedly. It's all of a sudden. Now, yeah. And hold on. I just want to say this, brother V. Bennett. Oh no, I don't want to lose my thought. Yes, people can just go and look on my channel right now and see the live stream that I did about Sarnetta. When I said, Sarnetta, come face me. It's just you and me. After 7 hours, the video was online. It had 1,000 views. Now compare with all the other videos I upload. Usually they don't reach 1,000 views in less than 24 hours. Even after a few days, they don't usually get 1,000 views. So if I was to deal with that logic, I might as well, if I'm interested in views, keep on banging on Sa. You know what I'm saying? People love the juicy stuff. I'm not planning on doing that, for the rest of my lifetime. But for those who don't know, Sa went on JJ7000's platform and called me all kinds of names. I even pulled up. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's necessary. There's a march going on tomorrow. People don't know about that march. Scam Cheddar is not going to advertise that march. But go ahead, you better.
Yeah, and how do you substantiate Sarnetta's actual views in the first place? I mean, you have to consider the fact that if you go into that website, which examines different pages views that they get accredited for, you know, they show you the views, the numbers, and then they also show you the ones you get accredited for by YouTube. And if you look at that, 85-90% of them views are not accredited. He doesn't get paid for those. So that leads me to believe, and a lot of people to believe, that he's doing what a lot of people do when that happens, and that is pay for views. And YouTube can see the type of accounts that go on there. And if they don't view those accounts as being legitimate, real accounts, if they think those are paid accounts, they don't accredit you for them. That means you do not get paid. So when you look at what Sonetta gets paid a month on YouTube, because they show that, versus Shaka's page, right? Shaka actually gets paid for more of his views than Sonetta do. Shaka's getting more money from his views than Sonetta gets from his views. And Sonetta's claiming to have 11,000 views per video. So, you know, and it's like, okay, so how come you don't get paid for those views? You see, so I wouldn't necessarily believe that part about his platform growing. If anything, when I look at the fact that there's brothers, and of course there's sisters too, I shouldn't leave them out, that come from his platform and bless this platform, I would say that suggests something a little different. That suggests that people, you know, they're capable of navigating that and seeing that, wait a second, we need to have more platforms that are open to us and the dialogue in general. You know, I see that happening, you know, but you can only get that. You're only going to get brothers coming over from his channel and coming here and dialoguing with you. You're only going to get that because they see something positive in you as well, you know. And I think things just going to take their natural course. I don't see Sonetta's platform as being the end of all dialogues for our people. And of course, we need more platforms that's going to be able to do that, and respectfully so, and even heighten the debate. You know, I don't see. I see that debate as far as people that call themselves Hebrews, people that call themselves Muslims, people that call themselves Christians. I see that as a legitimate debate because it's growing, and that's a conversation our people need to have. Also, in comparison to Kemet, you know, there's people that got from all these groups that have different perspective on it. Some of them believe that that Kemet is connected to these beliefs in some way, and some of them believe that to a different degree. Some degree greatly that they're connected. Others agree that, okay, no, that there's some acculturation going on, but that doesn't mean they represent the same thing. And I think that's a great debate to have. But furthermore, people change, people grow, movements change, and movements grow. So that's why I like to have the dialogue respectfully, because if we could do it that way, we learn more, we get more information, and we get more fair debates coming out of it. So I don't necessarily agree with that, but I do agree with his statement before that, where he said this platform is better, it's more intellectual. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, and you know, I like these comments here because Marquise is back. He will, what up? I mean, what's up at Lions Den? And then young player came up and said, "What's up, I'm Marquise?" And then Marquise say, "Shalom, what are you doing here, young player?" And young player says, "Fine." And that's bold, man. He's letting it be known from the get-go, you know. I like that. But you know, both of you, young player and Marquise, he that panel. You don't have to show your face. I make an exception. You know, JJ, tell him he can come on the panel. He may have calmed down a little bit, so he may be more diplomatic, and we can have a talk if he wants to. If he doesn't want to, I ain't gonna lose sleep over it, you know. But here we have No Name who wrote, "Shaka, you must feel inside your conscience that you are warring against people with lower IQ. Nothing to gain wants to defeat them." Well, no, there's something to gain, and they are being defeated. He has made two copyright claims, and YouTube rejected them. And earlier you mentioned his numbers, but his numbers, I have noticed that his numbers are getting lower. There are less people in attendance when he's live streaming, and once the live stream is over, there's less views than before, you know. And he's live streaming way more than before, you know. So in life, we will never agree on everything. And many times people tell me, well, Shaka, you should do it this way, you should do it that way. But understand, brothers and sisters, that I'm being told how to do things, or I'm being given advices almost every day, and I cannot follow all advices. I'm doing it my way. Some people may not like it my way. Then you go ahead and do it your way. Layla Wills, before she put me on her panel, when Hassan Campbell was there, she said, "You know what? I'm going to let you on, but I don't want to hear about no YouTuber." Obviously, she meant, you know, Scam Nature. She has her reasons, and I got her. And I said, I respect that. So then we spoke. She let me speak. For whatever reason, she didn't want me to say the name, but she's fighting against child molesters. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? Brothers and sisters, you do have a voice. Use it. You don't feel my way is the right way? Fine. Do it your way. If it wasn't for V. Bennett, Young Heru, Ching Ching, Andrew Brunet, Donnie Williams, Love Me Fro, all the regulars, all the people who are supporters, I wouldn't have been able. Killer B, the witch finder, who's been giving me the receipts? It's those brothers and sisters. Physically, humanly, by myself, I cannot have all those receipts. Like, I work full time. And outside of work, then I do what I do online. Like I've been doing it for the last 18 years. Next month, it will be 19 years. You see what I'm saying? And back to my government name. It's out there. It appears on some of my videos, like I've said. But I'm studying at a university for Egyptology. Now, if I get to that level of getting that certificate, which is the equivalent of a bachelor's degree because it's 120 credits, I will most likely show everybody that diploma, because I know the title will be, I officially have credentials in the field, but I'm not there yet. So when I will show that diploma, my government name will be there. I may have just a link on my website, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I think it's better with a master's degree if I go there. I don't know, and I'm not sure that I will go for a doctorate degree. But let's try to get that certificate first, you know, that 3-year course. We are reaching the end of the first year. There's another 2 years. It costs over $2,000 per year, so you can make the calculation. But it is my passion. So, you know, hey, and I hope that my university is not going to trip. Somebody like Reggie can contact them and talk smack, because he actually said live on the air, and I think it was on my platform, that he was willing to call Jabari's university to tell them whatever. He said, if I want to be nasty about it, I could. And I said, no, Reggie, don't be nasty. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be surprised. So sometimes I'm like, man, sometimes I'm trying to chill because, you know, but anyway, you know, I don't want to give some bad ideas to those people. But Marquis
ain't gonna make a difference anyway. So it's just like, hey, you want to do that? Go, all right, bro, whatever.
Yeah, but you know, those guys, they're so weak, man. They're gonna switch the narrative. Man, he's calling my guests pedophiles. He's bullying me. Scam cheddar. But here, player, young player, and Marquis. Don't tell me you're not gonna get on the panel even without showing your face. I mean, I know you're built. I know you're built more than that. I know you ain't Chihuahua type. I know you ain't Chihuahua like. You know, contrary to Scam cheddar. You know what I'm saying? And maybe one of you two is JJ anyway. To get
and it's not even a big deal to appear on the panel, man. It's an open panel. It's not even a big deal. What's it gonna? It's not gonna harm anybody. I mean, you know, it's like you get. I hate typing. I get tired of typing, man. I got thumbs, you know. It's like
Now, who see Texas Bama wrote them? Did they hear you mention Jage's name? Then a lot of me folks still here. No name wrote quality is greater than quantity, but this mission hasn't stopped him. Well, my goal is not to stop him. My goal is to stop child molestation, to have less people raping and feeling like it's okay because it's in the scripture, you know. And so far we're doing a great job. Now, young player wrote Lions Den, you know. Well, feel free to make your advertisement. You know what I'm saying? That's JJ's channel. And Dougie M. Nassar wrote, keep on exposing the wickedness of those who present themselves as example among the people. And Texas Bama wrote, I love when Shaka says ain't. So yeah, come on now, young player, come on now. Come and represent Lions Den. The link is there. All you have to do is click on it. I'm making an exception for you and for Mark. I actually made an exception for Kona, but Kona is not anonymous or unidentified. We've seen it on different panels, including mine, you know. So yeah, I'm making an exception for both of you. You don't have to show your face.
pulled up. Kanar pulled up.
Yeah,
And he said what he had to say. He was like, he didn't like, you know, yeah, no, he pulled up, man. You know, he stand on his own, man. He stand on his own square, man. And he did it. I like that. I appreciate that also, man.
Yeah, he does.
You know,
He does. So young
he separate himself from a lot. He separate himself to be his own. You know, he got his own debate, his own concept of being a man. So, you know, that one right there, I just like, I thought that was very unique. I thought that, but then again, I was not surprised either. I was not surprised. I wouldn't have guessed it, but I was not surprised when he did. And that was like, you know, a lot of people can learn from him.
Yeah. So, young player, can you stand on your own square? Marquis, can you stand on your own square, or do you have to get the go ahead from JJ? Is JJ your master? Because we heard Scott Nature telling the brother, I'm going to play it. I can show you better than I can tell you. Oh, it's at the top. Okay, you go at the top. And let me do this. Oh, hold on. Outro. Oh, it's here. Okay. So I'm gonna put. Okay.
Hold on for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yo, peace, Jay. I'm sorry, brother, but I can't fuck with you. You fuck with that clown. You be over there with that clown. So you can't serve two masters, bro. Peace.
Oh man. Yo.
All right. So,
such a lame.
Yeah, you can't be in the.
Now I know it's a saying, you know, you can't serve two masters, but I'm like, man, the dude's taking it too far, man, in my opinion. But you know, what's up with you, young player, and you want to show to the world that, you know, but you know what? Hey, this is what I'm gonna do. I think you've made enough advertisement. So the only chance of, you know, hyping up your channel and your crew is gonna be to get on the panel. I'm gonna put you on vacation. You know? How about that? So hold on. I have to do it with the phone. Now, anybody else want to get on the panel, feel free. However, the exception was just for this two. Why is he not? I'm not going to do that. So you need to show your face if you get on the panel, brothers and sisters, you know. I think it's a shame that people don't want to show their face. They are revolutionaries and warriors, freedom fighters. They won't show their face. Okay, it's not working this way. Okay, fine. So I'm going to do this other way. Going here. This young player, is it? You see, Chris MVP Harris is having a live stream right now. He has 155 people watching. And it's the morning in America. So bear with me.
I wish him luck, man. That's a good turnout, you know. He got a good
Yeah.
turnout.
And I remember when people were making fun of him because of the Pastor Bennett situation, but now he's amongst, you know, the top debater. You know. No, damn, I don't see young player. Is he player? Let me see. No, player. Okay, young player. So let me just young player. Then I'm gonna do channel. And I don't see him. And let me keep searching. I should have taken my laptop with me. Okay, you know what? I'll look for the channel later, but I will get him off. What's the other guy's name? It's Marquis the Good Samaritan. Is that a Hebrew name? Marquis.
Yeah, Doogie said keep on exposing them. Doogie MM, I don't know if that's pronounced right. He said keep on exposing them, you know? And that's real talk, because this, what people don't realize is that this pedophilia is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. It's not a minor problem. It's not a small thing. It's up there with the opioid epidemic. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's big. You see, so even though we don't like to talk about it, you know, the more aware you become of this problem, the more it makes sense to discuss the problem and address it, you know.
True. I mean, you know, they're trying to normalize it, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's not fly, you know. Oh, hold on. I have to go there. So here's young player. And I'm gonna put this. All right, so all the messages are gone, young player. And Marcus, all the messages are gone. Is that easy, you know? Is that easy?
You know, he said, No Name said this campaign is not going to stop him. But you know what? He's stopping himself. That's the thing about it. It's not even the issue is not even solely wrapped around Sarnetta. But you can't ignore the fact that his platform seems to invite certain persons with certain beliefs and certain behaviors. That is the issue. That is the issue right there, and it's not only being addressed on Sarnetta's platform. It's not only about his platform. So I don't know why that is. I think the reason why people believe that is because you were on that platform at one time doing this weigh-in, and so people think they follow the Sarnetta narrative, which makes it about him. I didn't let Shaka. Yeah, he just mad because I didn't let him on my play. I didn't let him do the debate. It's like, nah, that's not it actually, you know. And if you was watching Shaka before that, he was discussing this issue way before Sarnetta's panel. You see what I mean? But that doesn't mean he's supposed to steer away from it just because it's Sarnetta, you know. So,
And indeed, several people have suggested that I should go on Sarnetta's platform. And I was like, I don't know. He has all these Hebrews or lies. Eventually he invited me. But hey, you know, I don't regret anything. It is what it is. You see, you have to stand on your square. You have to stand on what you believe. What you practice. You know what I'm saying? And at this point, you know, I appreciate people speaking their mind, even if they disagree. But at one point, I think we should stop telling people, well, you know, stop talking about that. You know, I mean, like Ching Ching said yesterday, I'm free to talk about orange, apples, tigers, whatever else he said. I'm paraphrasing, you know. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? We have flat earthers, you know. Bro Sanchez, he has like over 100,000 subscribers. And he's a Satanist. He's a Satanist, man. I played it, man. So to each his own. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not a flat earther. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing what I do. You know what I'm saying? And people need to understand that, you know, when you have the butler Reggie and Unc and other people who publicly say some stuff about me being Frenchy, me being in France, stuff like that. Can you imagine what they say in private? You know what I'm saying? But I'm not tripping of that, you know what I'm saying? Because back then with the Amen Ra squad, 10 years ago, they went against me. I get them some clap back. You know what I'm saying? Because wrong is wrong. You cannot stand on falsehood and think you're going to do well, even if you have many people, because you might be all right for a little while, but then when people realize that your stuff is falsehood, the foundation is shaky, so it's all going to collapse. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, man. So take this opportunity, brothers and sisters. I know it's early, you know, but I ain't going to live stream forever because I have another live stream later on anyway. But, you know, I would like somebody to get on the panel, you know. Doogie M wrote, you can't judge good or evil by using truth, compassion, and tolerance. Carefully watch their words and actions. Or we have done more than watching their words. We have actually played their words. You know, they don't like it. They need to be mad at themselves. You know what I'm saying? Ching Ching said it best. When they're mad at each other, they tell on themselves, and that's what they've been doing for years, man. And besides the child molestation, there was this scamming. Garfield has scammed people. We have a testimony from my panel from the brother born F4G. Now I forgot where he was from. I forgot the name of the city. But born F4G has told us live on the air that he recommended Trackfield to his own brother, and Trackfield scammed him. Other people have testified that they've been scammed by Trackfield. You know what I'm saying? But still, the dude has a platform over there. Then we have Uncle says that Sanetta is a charlatan promoter. I mean, man, what more do you need? You know? But yeah, this is not just one person. It's not just Sanetta. It's a whole platform of convicted rapists, child molesters, scammers, and liars. You know what I'm saying? And yep. Sanetta, once again, Sanetta accused Nepal of stealing his money publicly.
Yep.
Now,
and
did he recant? Did he apologize? Did he say sorry? Did he say my bad? Go ahead, everybody.
It is people calling themselves professor that don't even have degrees. You know, it's like, what is it? They don't have PhDs, but they're professors.
Yeah, that's a shame. You know?
It's just a common practice. You know, professor this, doctor this. It's like, okay, yeah. And then you ask them, where did you get your degree from? Where did you get your doctorship from? And they didn't even get a master's, didn't even get a bachelor's, it's like, okay. So
and Garfield is we have two examples. I know some people say that Dr. Ben didn't earn his doctorate degree. I'm not going to know if it is what it is, and so be it. He was still a great teacher, but and he taught at a university, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. He did, and a prestigious one at that.
Was it Howard?
No, was it? Is it Cornell or is it? It's one. They had a big. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Don't quote me, but it did have a African Studies department that is recognized. So actually, I might need to Google that. I can't do it on my phone right now, but I'm gonna check that out.
Well, actually, I can. So let me have a look. So I want to put that.
Yeah, but they can't debate the fact that a lot of his own scholarship has changed. It was a lot of the changes that you see today in the mainstream science and history or archaeology, in that subject matter. He was actually saying these things before that, long before, 20, 30 years before. So, I mean, you don't have to have a degree to necessarily impact the community. I mean, I never understood people really taking swipes at him that way.
Oh, he taught Egyptology at Malcolm King College in Harlem in 1950. He later taught at City College in New York City from 73 to 87. And indeed, you are correct. He was an adjunct, which means part-time professor at Cornell University.
Right.
And Cornell is Ivy League.
Exactly.
You know
and I don't have a degree. I don't have a bachelor's. I don't have a master's. I don't have a doctorate. And I knew that. So it's like, reading comprehension is good. It's a great thing to have,
And so if people want to, talk about that, they are free to talk about that. But we have Dr. Ali Muhammad. I said doctor. We have Ali Muhammad, the Moorish guy, the indigenous guy, who showed a fake PhD. Can't remember if he was on Scam Cheddar's platform, but he has shown that there was a spelling error, and that's how people knew it was fake, because universities don't issue degrees with spelling errors on them. So he did show a fake doctorate degree, and we have Garfield Reed, who has an invisible bachelor's degree in history that he doesn't want to show to the public, and for which he sent an invoice of the amount of $1,800. $1,800. and a lot of people don't know this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They don't want you to start. They don't want you to hear me, because I have the receipts. Not only he said on Dougie Diamonds that he received a couple of $1 million after the passing of one of his family members. So basically, he said that he was once a millionaire. But he did send an invoice for $1,800, man. Who does that? Texas Bama wrote that Enki couldn't produce his either. Did Enki say that he has some degree or some sort? I didn't
But
see
they
that.
call him Dr. Inky, right? So,
Scam Cheddar, he calls Reggie Dr. Reggie. Actually, we've seen that picture.
Oh, that's true.
Kid a bit of Witchfinder showed that picture where we have Sanetta with his previous name when he was part of the NBPP when Khalid Abdul Muhammad was alive. And Salik Quran, if I'm not mistaken, he says Dr. Salik Quran. So it was so funny. Like, where did he get his doctorate degree from? You know what I'm saying? So, those guys.
It's dangerous, actually, because some people will take it literally. And then if you're selling a product, prescribing products that heal, you're saying that it can heal you or cure you. And that doesn't turn out to be the case, or you get harmed. I mean, I forget what they call that, but that is not what you want to happen. You don't want someone being harmed from something you prescribe because they even believe you are a doctor. You don't want that.
Layla Africa, who has made his transition, he has plenty of lectures on YouTube. Very interesting. I read his book, Nutricide, but his most famous book is African Holistic Health, which I have not read yet. Nutricide, I actually bought it when I was living in England. And I bought it from a black bookstore. In his book, Layla Africa puts a disclaimer saying, that sentence, like, this is not a medical advice, you should seek a doctor, it's similar to the disclaimer that some people put on YouTube for the fair use, because from what I understand, Layla Africa was a nurse. Now, I forgot if he used the term doctor, but many people introduce him as Dr. Layla Africa. Let me double check now so I can, get to the bottom of it. I'm going to put Amazon, and I'm going to put Layla Africa. I don't know why he chose that name, because this is actually a female name. So hold on, Amazon, Layla Africa. So here it says Layla, it doesn't say doctor. Nutricide, it says Layla. And I will see African Holistic Health.
Yeah. So he didn't put the title Layla. Oh, probably one of his latest books is called Per Onk. But for those who say the classics, they know what Per means. Okay. Anyway, there's another brother called Jehuti Ma'at Ra. First, he was the herbs. Then he had some situation. Then he came up with the health store. And now I think it's called Jehuti Ma'at. Oh, let me tell you the name. Jehuti. It's probably Jehuti Ma'at Ra herb or something like that. Jehuti Ma'at. Where is it? Yes, jehutimaatraherbs.com. Checking out the site works. It's redirecting to another website called. So it may not be that. I don't know what happened. But anyway, Jehuti Ma'at Ra used to be online. On YouTube, he had videos. He had so many views, so many subscribers. You know what I'm saying? And he decided to stop and make his videos private in order to have some streaming stuff on his website. I think it was a mistake. He would have gotten so rich and popular, much more than he is already. He sells, he's a naturopath. So he sells, products, based on plants and so on. I purchased a few of his products. I even spoke to him on the phone at least once. So he also on his website has that disclaimer. This is not. And you know what? I can even hold on. Well, maybe I'll be able to share the. Well, first I need to find his website because the other one I'm not sure.
Yeah, Andrea, she said Dr. Ben had a honorary doctorate, but I think that's well deserved because Dr. Ben did decades in the field, his research and teaching. So, I mean, there are people that do deserve that earned through their own work these credentials, I believe.
Well, if he had a honorary doctorate degree, then I settled it. He was a doctor. He had a doctorate degree. Now, if he claimed that he had one when he didn't, that's another issue. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Dr. John Henry Clark also received a honorary doctorate degree. But anyway, I don't really find. I find this. I find Jehuti Ma'at Ra's Twitter. But here it leads to Jehuti Ma'at Ra membership club. So I wonder what's up with the website. I don't even know if the website's still on. But anyway, I was a bit long-winded. I'm sorry about this. But people don't want to get on the panel. So now, sometimes people get an honorary doctorate. I don't know if Dr. Ben got one or not. I'm just saying. I should have further stated from college or university. Yeah. So, brothers and sisters, nobody wants to get on the panel, man. It's so funny that in 2023, people are so shy, man. So shy. So shy. I mean, the title says Q&A, doesn't it? Free talk Q&A. Oh, somebody's coming here. Oh, that's our sister, Andrea Brunet. How you doing, sister?
I'm doing well. So I didn't say he had one. I said some people do get them. I don't know if he had one or not. I'm just saying, because they do give those out at colleges and universities, right? So
hold on, sister. V-Bennett, is it breaking on your end as well?
No.
Okay, well, go ahead to say something on my end. Feel free, sister.
Yeah, I'm outside. We finally got.
Oh, it is breaking a little bit.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying I didn't say he had one. I'm just saying he could. Some people do get them, and that's where that doctor, even if they don't get a doctorate, through school, they can get honorary doctorates, which are the same. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. I don't know if his was honorary either, or if he got it, if he attended the classes or whatever. But I mean, like you said, from my knowledge, a doctorate it means you did a certain level of work and utilize the same tools and means to come to your doctorate, essentially.
Yeah.
So.
And then some people
But
just call them that out of respect for their work, right? And there's
yeah,
nothing wrong with that either. If we want to, if people want to give somebody a title where they know that they put the work in, there's nothing wrong with that either. I mean, that's just showing the respect for that you have for that particular individual. So, I mean, we could say that to you about you, Dr. Shaka Ndugu. You know, we could say the same thing. I mean,
but
people need to stop being so ridiculous.
I mean, I differ in opinion. I feel like we shouldn't use that title. The person did not earn it, or
Yeah.
but indeed, if somebody has a honorary doctorate degree, then he has that title. You know, even though he may not have done the studies like the others, but he has that title. You know, but I don't recall ever reading that Dr. Ben received a honorary doctorate degree. You know,
Yeah, I don't either.
You know, yeah. So this is sensitive. You know, the butler Reggie, he was close to Dr. Ben, so he could speak about it. But even when it comes to child molesters, he knows them very well. He has info. For example, Nasi Yashuvel, he knows that the girl that was molested, Nasi Yashuvel's girlfriend's daughter or wife's daughter, he knows that she was underage. So he has so much info anyway. But he kind of was very shy dealing with Dr. Ben's issue, you know. I mean, he would throw Dr. Ben under the bus whenever he feels like, you know, banging on comedic people. But then when it comes to that doctorate degree, it seems like there were some issues indeed. It's not the end of the world, you know. My stance is that, okay, if he didn't have that doctorate degree, then he didn't have it, you know what I'm saying? We cannot create or invent one just to make, you know, just for the sake of it. But his scholarship, his lectures, they are great. You know what I'm saying? I've watched so many, you know, and he was very knowledgeable. He took people to Kemet. He even read from the Medunetia in Kemet. So yeah, he's a great brother. You know what I'm saying? He was indeed a great brother, very well respected brother. And once again, he taught at an Ivy League university called Cornell University. So it's not cool to claim a title that you haven't earned. But
yeah,
nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. I prefer somebody who claims the title he hasn't earned, that people say it's okay to have sex with 9-year-old girls. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm just saying some people probably just called him that because, you know, because that's just how they felt about him. I'm not saying if he didn't call himself that, that's one thing. But some people, you know, will do that out of respect. I mean, you know, there's a guy that I know that just because I know him, I call him Doctor whatever, but that's just our little side thing, right? But he doesn't have his either. But, you know, that's just out of my respect that I have. And that's just a joke that I have with him. But anyway, I agree with what you said. Nobody should use it if they didn't earn it. So I do agree with that.
Yeah. And like V. Bennett was saying, in the black community, or well, not really the black community, but like the quote unquote conscious community, people are very big with, you know, having those titles, you know, that they haven't earned, and it's a shame. But see, Minister Enki, I heard that, you know, even Sanera was victim of some of his product. And people said that, you know, somebody else, I mean, either Sanera or another person almost died. It's hard to catch up on all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? But there's even, well, there's a sister, she was talking about the Punani power. What was the name again? Alexis K. Tyler. We don't really hear about her no more, but she had taken some product from one naturopath, and apparently she said that, you know, that had her body or face swelling and stuff like that. She was complaining about that, you know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is, you know. But you know, let me say for the record, whenever I'm live streaming, no matter what the title is, people should know that they are welcome to come and talk about any other topic. So I don't mind having discussion with Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, Christians, atheists, Kemetic people. And whether they agree or disagree with me is fine. Remember that. You may have heard me using a lot of profanity yesterday when I addressed Sanada and the rest of his flunkies. But that's because they are inviting and defending rapists and child molesters. But normally, you know, I don't get down like that, you know, with other people, even if they disagree with me. You know what I'm saying? So I just want you to feel comfortable, and you can even try me now. And yeah, that's what I want you to know. You know what I'm saying? Feel free. We can dialogue. Like V. Bennett said, I prefer to talk rather than type. You know what I'm saying?
It says on Atlantic Black Star. I mean, there's different places where the same comment is made. It says that after earning a BS in civil engineering at the University of Puerto Rico, Dr. Ben went on to earn a master's degree in architectural engineering from the University of Havana, Cuba, and then a doctorate degree in cultural anthropology. So anybody that wants to follow that up, you know.
Well, on Wikipedia it says that the university don't really know about him attending, but for whatever Wikipedia is worth, I think that website.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I can go and read it now, but if I go here and I put Dr. Ben, see that website, probably didn't want to put that info in, and but I put Dr. Enki.
Wikipedia. Anybody can add entries to Wikipedia. Anyone can, and anyone can challenge what's on there.
It's true, but they have some sort of moderators. People have a bigger editing rights than others, and usually the entry, the modification, they are notified to those quote unquote moderators, and some of them will be held for reviews. So the more known a person is. Oh, hello.
And you know what? What's almost more relevant is that he worked for UNESCO. He worked in 1970 UNESCO. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
hold on.
Wikipedia says that he claimed, but some people they will be the more famous a person is. No, that's not even the right one here. How come they don't have it? Okay, Dr. Yakanen, Joseph Ben Yakanen. The more famous a person is, and the most likely the article is going to be reliable. But sometimes when you have people who are labeled Afrocentric, like Dr. Shaka, for example, he earned a doctorate degree from one of the most prestigious French school, which is called La Sorbonne, or just Sorbonne for short. In the movie Mo Better Blues by Spike Lee, you have the guy who plays in Better Call Saul, whatever. He also plays in the movie Fresh, but I can never get his name right. Gustavo something. He talks about his girlfriend, who graduated from Sorbonne, but people, making fun of him because she's white. But anyway, on the entry on Wikipedia, oh, you know what? I'm gonna read what the stuff says about Diop, so people can get an idea. Check on that Diop. So if I go at the bottom, and maybe it's in the French one, but if I go to reception, Diop's work has been both extensively praised and extensively criticized by a variety of scholars. Now, African-American historian John Henry Clark called Diop one of the greatest historians to emerge in the African world in the 20th century, noting that his theoretical approach derived from various disciplines, including the hard sciences. Clark further added that his work, The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality, challenged contemporary attitudes about the place of African people in scholarly circles around the world, and relied upon historical, archaeological, and anthropological evidence to support his thesis. He later summarized that Diop contributed to a new concept of African history among African and African American historians. Now I'm going to look for the people who are critical of Diop. But Stuart Tyson Smith is of European descent, an Egyptologist and professor of anthropology at the University of California, Santa Barbara, regarded his work, The African Origin of Civilization, published in 1974, as a highly influential work that rightly points out the African origins of Egyptian civilization, but reinforces the methodological and theoretical foundations of colonialist theories of history, embracing racialist thinking and simply reversing the flow of the diffusionist models. Hold on. I want to look for the people who are not in agreement. Okay, negative reception. According to Andrew Francis Clark, Associate Professor of History at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, and Lucy Colvin Phillips, Professor of African Studies in the University of Maryland, although Diop's work has been influential, it is generally been discredited by historians. The funny thing is that when Diop was alive, Diop did his thing with Dr. Theophile Benga in 1974 with the Cairo Symposium. But ever since Diop, it's like Suge Knight. When Suge Knight got in jail, many people were talking about Suge Knight. But when he was not in jail, people, it's only Jay Prince, really, and DJ Creek, and eventually Snoop Dogg, along with Daz, they made a music video, But most people would never talk about Suge Knight. But anyway, once Diop passed away, many people ran their mouth. But anyway, Robert O. Collins, former history professor at University of California, and James M. Burns, professor in history at Clemson University, have both characterized Diop's writing on ancient Egypt as revisionist. Diop's book Civilization of Barbarism was described as Afrocentric pseudo-history by Professor of Philosophy and author Robert Todd Carroll. According to Marnie Hughes Warrington, Diop's work were criticized by leading French Africanists who opposed the radical movements of African organizations against imperialism, but they and later critics noted the value of his work for the generation of a propaganda program that will promote African unity. Likewise, Santiago Juan Navarro, a professor of Spanish at Florida International University, described Diop as having undertaken the task of supporting this Afrocentric view of history from an equally radical and mythic point of view. Now, there's a French one, there's several one. Of course, there's Mary Leskovitz, scholar of classics, accuses Diop of supplying his readers only with selected and to some extent distorted information. She criticizes his methodology, stating that his writing allows him to disregard historical evidence, especially if it comes from European sources. But you know what? I'm going to go to the French one and translate. Because that guy, he said something real crazy about Diop, man. So where's the language stuff? That's the language stuff. Here it is. So I know it's at the bottom of the page. The guy actually called Diop an imposter, man. But it's a PhD who's dead. So the Egyptologist professor at the Collège de France, Jean Yoyot. Jean is spelled like you would pronounce it Jean. Yoyot is spelled Yoyotte. Quote, Cheikh Anta Diop was an imposter, an Egyptologist incapable of reading a single hieroglyph. That's what the dude said, man. That's what the dude said, man, but anyway, there's a lot of people of European descent who are kind of on the edge, like monitoring and basically labeling Black scholars as Afrocentric to brush off their accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? So
and their claims.
And their claims, yes, indeed. So some of them have the Eurocentric point of view, and if you don't go along with that point of view, then they will just simply label you Eurocentric. But that's when debates are important. And Dr. John Henry Clark did have that debate with Mary Leskovitz and the other dude who I think was not yet a PhD at the time, but he is a PhD now. I've seen him in a documentary about the Spartans, the influence of, or let's say the inspiration may have been the movie 300. But anyway, I forgot the other guy's name. So here, Dr. Ben, let me put the mobile version. So it says, while most mainstream scholars, such as Mary Leskovitz, dismiss him because of the basic historical inaccuracies in his work, as well as disputes about the authenticity of his educational degrees and academic credentials. So, he later stated, they're talking about, back to Ben, of course. He later stated that in 1945, he was appointed chairman of the African Studies Committee at the headquarters of the newly founded UNESCO. He said he worked for them until 1970. However, UNESCO staff state that they have no record of Mr. Ben-Jochannan ever having been employed by the United Nations. Ben-Jochannan also stated that he began teaching Egyptology at Malcolm King College in Harlem in 1950, but this volunteer-run effort was not founded until 1968 when he started with 13 students. So you see, I may have read too quickly early on. They're saying that he claimed that he began teaching over there. So we could contact Malcolm King College and ask them. He later taught at City College in New York City from 73 to 87. Oh, actually, no, it's correct. It says he was an adjunct, which means part-time professor at Cornell University. We even have a footnote that leads to the website Race and History. But anyway, he wrote 49 books. And when it comes to some other stuff about his credentials, early life and education, Ben-Jochannan's academic record is disputed with claims he was educated variously in Puerto Rico, Brazil, Cuba, or Spain, earning degrees in either engineering and/or anthropology. In 1938, he is said to have earned a BS in civil engineering at the University of Puerto Rico. This is disputed as the registrar has no record of his attendance. He stated that in 1939, he earned a master's degree in architectural engineering from the University of Havana, Cuba. He also claimed to have earned doctoral degrees, PhD, in cultural anthropology and Moorish history from the University of Havana and the University of Barcelona, Spain, respectively, and advanced degrees from Cambridge University in England. Both Barcelona and Cambridge say that he never received a degree from either university, and furthermore, Cambridge University said it had no record of Ben-Jochannan ever attending any classes there. So yeah, that was just for the record. He also says that the New York Times article also discussed the lifelong inconsistencies in his reported academic record. Documents from Cornell University show Mr. Ben-Jochannan holding a doctorate from Cambridge University in England, while, conversely, catalogs from Malcolm King College list him as holding 2 master's degrees from Cambridge University. According to
But you know what?
Yes, brother.
I mean, I don't know how many people have read The Black Man of the Nile, right? Because I've read it a few different times, many times. And I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on.
What did he state? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on. We have Too Real. You remember Too Real?
Yeah. He was in the back chat, I think.
Yeah,
right.
He's the guy who was defending the match here. But how you doing, Too Real?
But look, hold on. Let me say this before you come.
Yeah, please, please go ahead.
If you ever read Black Man of the Nile, I mean, what in that book? What are the disputes? I mean, his main dispute he made. He was correct. So I don't get it. I mean, from an anthropological level, I mean, I think this is where the problem is. It's the same thing when we today want to talk about the politics of what Black is, what Black has been called, who has been a Negro classically or defined as Negro. Like when that term came up and when the social concept came up, nobody was talking about DNA. They were unilaterally making these claims about people with kinky hair, broad noses, thick lips, right? And that was that's what the science was based on at that time, right? So now all of a sudden the argument has changed to okay, you can have big noses, kinky hair, and broad lips and not be a Negro. You could be something else, right? So the bar has kind of changed, and the reality of it is that they were making these arguments, saying it based on the science at that time, what was available at that time. So anybody could go in there and try to pick this apart with based on new science, right? But the reality of it is, new science or not, if any of those people find themselves in Western society or in Asia, they will still be classified as, but they will be treated as such. You know, that's the thing about it. So, like, I give you an example. If you're an Eritrean and you come to Denmark, people gonna see you as black, right? We had this. We notice if you come from Sudan and you show up in America, they might have you labeled as Caucasian, but people are saying you're black because that is what Western society coined as black or Negro. They didn't coin it based on DNA. At no time did they do that. So I think, you know, in one way, they're attempting to they're making a disingenuous argument. You know, they're trying to say that the arguments that Sheikh Anta Diop, for example, made, or Dr. Ben, were incorrect based on a bar that they weren't even applying. You know, the debate wasn't based on DNA at that time. It was based on social anthropology, cultural anthropology, largely. So, and those sciences, or that way of thinking, is still utilized today in everyday society. So I don't get what the you know, it seems to me to just be like disingenuous. You know, the whole concept of race has changed recently. It's not a, you know, so I don't get it. But anyway, bro, welcome to Real.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? What's
Yeah,
going
what's
on?
up? No, in the meantime, you know, I was bombed by some trolls, but you know, they're all private, so you won't see the messages. You know, here you have this guy who wrote, "I enjoy the taste of whatever year old." This guy said, "I like kids," you know what I'm saying, and whatever, you know. I mean, if they take that effort, it means that something's bothering them. But go ahead, to real. No, what's up, man? So did Mighty Hebrew touch that girl or not? Did he say that he didn't touch that girl? You sure?
You said what?
Because you're the brother who said that Mighty Hebrew said he'd never touched that girl, right?
Yeah.
All right. Are you sure he said that?
Well, he didn't say he never touched her. He said that that he was under the age and she was under the age. And then when he turned 18, at least that's what I thought I heard. And then when he turned 18, they got him because she was like 16 or 17 or something like that. That's
so
what
you're changing the narrative now, but it's all good. It's all good.
No, that's what he said, right? No.
Yeah, but it's all good. Feel free to speak, brother. Feel free to speak. Oh, let me. I wanted to ask you actually, if you don't mind. Are you Latino?
Okay. No, I'm black, and I'm black and Italian. My mom is, yeah, my mom is Italian, but her dad is black from Ghana, so she's only part Italian. And then my dad is black, and his grandma's grandma was like Native American, part Native American, something like that.
Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, if you been in.
No, I was going to say, okay, with your background, do you find that you're confronted in society with more anti-Latino sentiment or anti-blackness?
And anti-black, yeah.
Okay,
Y'all seen me,
all
right?
right.
Y'all seen what I look like before.
Yeah, I seen what you. I just wanted to ask you, just for the record, you know, because if I don't ask you, then how would I know, you know?
No, you're good. But I am from San Antonio, which is like predominantly a Mexican town. So I can see why people might think that, you know.
Nah, I didn't even think it at all. You know, I just thought you was black. I didn't assume anything else either. So, you know, but it's interesting because today, you know, like when we were just going back to some of this, when we go back to this conversation about Kemet, who was black, who was not black, were they black? In other words, what they're saying is that you could be alive today and be confronted with anti-blackness, yet they're going to place you back in Kemet and say, "No, but you ain't black."
And
Your
true,
culture ain't black. You know,
yeah.
these kind of things.
I thought it was Latino when I first saw him. But have you ever been to Italy out of curiosity?
No.
No,
I've been
I've been.
to.
Yeah.
Okay, what were you gonna say? No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I've been there. I've been to Milano, but the museum, was closed. So then I made my way to Bologna. But I've been to Torino to the museum. I mean, they have plenty of museums there. I also in Roma, the Vatican. But yeah, feel free to speak, brother.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's why I get the Italian side. But my mom, she's only part Italian because her mom is Italian, but her dad is black from Ghana. I got her ancestry, by the way. So I like seeing it or whatever. Have it on my phone.
All right. Well, feel free to speak. Thank you for calling in. Feel free to speak.
No, I was gonna ask if you happen to have seen. I know you don't really, watch Sinetta or whatnot.
Oh no, hold on. My bad. No, I'm sorry, I confused you with another one. I mean, we may have spoke about the mighty Hebrew. No, I confused you with another guy who came in and played devil's advocate. So you know I'm talking about V. Bennett.
I think so. If I'm,
yeah.
I think I know the name Too Real. So I know his face. Now I'm not. I might have confused the dialogue also.
Yeah, I think the other guy was another name. But anyway, go ahead to real. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I didn't know if you happen to have seen Sinetta, the Shaka, when he came on and he was talking about the Bible. Did you see that by chance or not?
Oh, I've stopped watching Sinetta for a long time. So sometimes I scroll through the feeds, but no, I didn't see that one.
Okay, I figured I was gonna ask you if you knew anything about the instructions of Amenemot being copied from Proverbs, because Shaka had broke that down.
Well, Proverbs being copied from Amenemot. Yeah, I have that on my website. I have that on my website.
Oh,
on my
okay.
website, I have an article showing the plagiarism, or let's say, I was diplomatic. I called it similarities. But yeah, I have that in detail. With references. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
You're aware of a PhD by the name of I think it was Michael V. Fox, or I could be wrong on the name, but he's from Ukraine or something like that.
That doesn't ring a bell to me. But what did he say?
He said that they got it from that Proverbs was copy from the Aramaic translation of the instructions of Amenemot, and Shaka was kind of breaking that down. I didn't know if you knew anything about that, but he said they went over it about 5 times, and that's how they were able to copy the instructions of Amenemot, and kind of, that's where we see the similarities, because it was translated into Aramaic, which, they would have been able to read at the time. I didn't know if you knew anything about that. So.
No, that doesn't ring a bell, but I'm going to just ask you to come again. I just want to post it. Actually, I called it biblical parallels, I think. But let me put this in the chat. Biblical similarities with ancient Egyptian texts.
Because I am an Israelite believer, but
you
that
told me
don't
that.
stop me from looking into stuff. I'm still gonna look into whatever I need to look into.
Yeah, and that's what's up. Now, that guy from Ukraine, that scholar you mentioned, he said that what was a copy from the Aramaic text?
That Proverbs was copied from Amenemot. I don't know what part, but that's what Shaka was breaking down, and that they went over it about 5 times, and that's how they were able to get. I don't really know how he broke it down, but I thought you may have seen the video. So.
All right. Well, what's for sure is the text of actually, since I can go, the text of I've shared the link in the chat. I think it appears on the screen. Yeah. So Amenemot and Proverbs. So the instruction of Amenemot I'm looking for the text. We have Marian Lichtem. I may not pronounce her last name correctly. She has a book entitled Ancient Egyptian Literature, Volume 2. And she tells us that the instruction of Amenemope is completely preserved in the British Museum Papyrus 10474, and I even have a picture of that papyrus. But I also have the link to the British Museum, so we didn't make that up. It exists. Now, she wrote, it can hardly be doubted that the author of Proverbs was acquainted with the Egyptian work and borrowed from it. For in addition to the similarities in thought and expression, especially close and striking in Proverbs 22 and 23, the line in 22, 20, I have not written for you 30 sayings of admonition and knowledge, derives its meaning from the author's acquaintance with the 30 chapters of Amenemope. And she mentions that ever since Adolf Ehrman pointed this out, there has been a consensus among scholars on a literary relationship. So Ehrman is the one who wrote the Wörterbuch. I'm not fluent in German, so I don't pronounce it well, Wörterbuch, which is the most complete ancient Egyptian dictionary in the world. And it's Ehrman and Gropal. So that's some, very heavyweight people, right, that we're dealing with right there. So indeed, yeah, the text does exist. We have the papyrus number and so on. So, but there's also similarities or parallels, biblical parallels with texts from ancient Egypt, and many people don't know that. But if people are interested, they can check out this link that I've shared in the chat. And I'm planning on showing a lot more. But lately, I've been taking a lot of time and going to many different countries and uploading artifacts from Kemet, and it gets 50 views and stuff like that. So I'm thinking, let me chill and wait till there's more people, because I feel like I'm watching the videos while I upload them, and they get so few views, you know what I'm saying? But there's other parallels that I want to show, and it will come there. But it looks like the conscious community is mainly interested in reading the Bible and reading the Quran as if it's historical. So that's where the discussion, will ultimately occur. Because when I spoke to Nepal, and shout out to you, Nepal, I'm going to start taunting you. I don't have anything against you. I kind of had a discussion briefly with her. She feels like the writing in the Bible is historical, and she's not the only one. Many people think that those things actually happen. But feel free if you have any other questions, statement to it, Tulio.
Well, that's my thing. If they copied and you're agreeing that it was copied, right? So then are you not when you're bashing, I'm not saying bashing in a bad way, but I'm saying when you talking bad about the Bible, are you not talking bad about Egypt or Kemet? Because that's where they got it from. You get what I'm saying?
Well, we should always look towards the original rather than the copy. So the Bible will say that the book of Proverbs, I think probably they would say the author was either David or Solomon. But the instruction of Amenemope is named after Amenemope. So then if you want to be accurate, then we should say this is Amenemope's work. We should not give it the name of somebody else. Otherwise, that's stealing somebody's word. That's kind of plagiarism, right? You see. But that is one thing, though. It could be labeled as a poem. But when we look at the Exodus narrative, it's telling us what some things allegedly have taken place, and mainly, as we know, Moses taking his people out of Egypt, Pharaoh and his army dying in the water, and that is not recorded in history. And that's not the only thing. There's a flood story. There's, the story of Jonas inside of the fish, not to say whale, because some people say it's not a whale, it's a big fish, and countless other stories, you see. And as a matter of fact, we have some modern day Hebrew Israelites who came up with a 12 tribe chart. And there's another thing I wanted to say, but I lost my thought. So once again, it's described as some sort of poem. So it's not really describing historical events. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I see. That's what I'm saying. I disagree. I don't think it's as simple as, oh, we should just call it minimal pay. Maybe they added on what was happening in their time or what they foreseen happening in the future. But that doesn't take away from, what I'm saying, that it still could be the essence of the story is from Egypt. Whether they added this and that and said, oh, this is, they little prophecies or whatever, it's still the main plot of the story comes from Egypt. And that's
But
what I'm
but
saying.
but does the
If you
Bible
throw
say that
if
it
you
comes from a
throw
minimal pay?
No, it doesn't. But we have a cultural difference. They put their own spin on it. You know what I'm saying? These are people that were in Israel that were writing this. They weren't in Egypt, so they're gonna add on their own. You know what I'm saying? I told you this. It's like when I whisper something in your ear, and then it gets down the line, it's gonna be totally different at the end. But it's still gonna maybe have that. If I say I went to the store, by the time it gets to the end, it's gonna say, oh, he went to the store to get some cigarettes or whatever. But it's still I went to the store. You know what I'm saying? So it's still the plot of the story is still there. It's just they're
Can I
different.
ask you
But
a question,
right. Go
brother?
ahead.
Too real. Yeah. Now I just want to ask you this. So do you believe that the Bible is historical? Is a historical text that it explains what happened with Egypt, and that the Egyptians have the same view of history?
That's a good question. I would say that it's historical in some ways, and in some ways it could be, embellished or whatever to make, because nobody's gonna write just totally bad about themselves, even though they do in the Bible, because the Israelites do talk about how bad they were, But I think there's some historical stuff in it. I don't believe in everything in it, but yeah.
Okay. Okay. And okay, now the the hearing one thing and then adding on to it in your time, right? But we're alive today, right? We're alive today. And so we're not in the same situation of persons that believe in the Bible at that time, right? We don't collect our information the same way, right? So what makes the Bible more relevant than something in Kemet? For example, their spiritual understanding, if you want to follow that system, or their historical understanding, if you want to follow just what they write about their own history. What makes that better?
I wouldn't see. That's the thing about me, and I don't want to just sound like I'm just co-signing to what you're saying, but I don't really see it as being better. I wouldn't say it's better. I would say it's more popular. I would say, to be honest, Christianity is and the Bible is more popular than Kemet, belief or whatever. It's hard for a lot of people, including myself. When I try to read it, it's like reading the Old Testament. You know what I mean? In the oldest form, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. There's a lot of words that we don't use now, like thou and this. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to read. But I still can understand, for the most part. But most people just can't get into it, and I think that's why. But I'm not gonna say it's better. No, I would say that you want to go with the oldest, but we also want to look at what we have now too that came later. Because there's still some truth in the Bible. You can't say everything in the Bible is just made up. If you saying that,
Right.
then you out of there. Not everything is made up. Some stuff is historical, and then, like he said, you got some stories that could be embellished, like a dude being in a whale's stomach. You know.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. And also from the just for what it's worth, I definitely find a lot of parallels between the Bible and the writings in the Bible and some of these some of these what are they called? Chapters or whatever. Is that what they're called in the Bible? Exodus
Yeah.
3:14, the book of the heavenly cow, the 10 commandments, all of this stuff, the Psalms.
If you don't mind me asking, bro, What belief system, if any, do you follow?
Well, I don't follow any written belief system, you know. I don't follow these things outright, you know, like that. I believe I believe myself um that I have a conscience, and my conscience is connected to my soul, that they're one and the same, and that that they're judged. Those things are judged every day. Um and that there's and if I get my judgments wrong, then I pay the price for those judgments, you know, today, every day. And but I also believe that those that in the spirit myself, that's a belief, right? But I don't put a name to it myself. I don't put a name to it. Um because I don't believe I can follow things. I don't believe I need to follow things exactly as someone put it, exact 2,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. But I do believe that culturally these things have value. Like I would never knock somebody for having a cultural ritual, for example. If that's connecting them to the universe, connecting them to the world, to everything that we see that's alive, if it's connecting them to life, then I would never criticize anybody for that. But I would just say myself, I try to narrow it down to something that's attainable for me, that I don't find contradiction in. So I don't even find it necessary to even practice what some people believe is the Kemetic religion. For example, do you believe that a God made man and woman out of clay on the potter's wheel? Do you believe that? Or is that story meant to, you know, express something else? Is it a tool, that story, to just make another argument later? What is that story about? I mean, I don't find it so necessary to say you have to believe in that literally, and I don't find it so necessary for someone to say that, oh well, one interpretation of that could be better than the other, because belief is belief, and spirit, you know, a conscience is a conscience. um you know, and if you believe in the afterlife, I believe in the afterlife. I believe your energy transcends, it's in the universe. Every part of you exists, and it was made of the universe. So that's my personal belief. I don't necessarily put a name on it though, but I'm inspired by the Bible, of course. I'm inspired by Kemet, even just the same. But when you get into these things like the Ten Commandments, it's hard to say that it's hard for me to say I wasn't inspired by the Bible. But then when I found out that, okay, these things existed in the confessions of Ma'at, the negative confessions, you know, thou shalt not, this, and I'm equally inspired. But in terms of the debate on history, I would say it's more relevant for me to just be concrete about that and say that no, actually, they come from the negative confessions. And so if I'm going to lean on something being more accurate, maybe, or more detailed, I would lean on that. However, I think the point of them is the same. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not lie. You know, I believe those basics are strong points to a person's life and to community. They're positive. So, oh, I'll give you another example. If I was to go to Psalms, you know, or what is it? What's the part where they say, when I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, thou shalt fear no evil, right? I mean, people get inspired by that in different ways. You could interpret that. Some people say, okay, this was a holy text of the pharaohs, right? You know, the when they, you know, who has the staff and the rod that protects them? Where can you see that? You know, so if the debate is about where that comes from, I would have to lean to Kemet, right? But if I was to say how it inspires me in my life, I would say, hey man, look at life. Look at this world we walk through. You know, it inspires me every day in the real life that I have alive while I'm so-called living flesh and blood. It inspires me while I walk around. because some of this place is like the valley of the shadow of death that we have to walk through in real life, you know. So, you know, it inspires me in different ways, you know. But but I would say there's so many parallels, but I would also say a lot of the parallels that we draw from, they tend to be religious orientated instead of historic orientated. And I would like the historic orientated part to get more attention myself.
Yeah. Yeah, and you brought up a good point about them being made out of clay. I believe the story in the Bible, and I don't have my Bible here in front of me, but it does say that they were made from the dust of the earth or from the ground, right? Isn't that what it says? Something like that.
Yeah, that's what it says. The clay is a knum. In the temple in Waset, or Karnak in Thebes, we do have, and I've been there, I filmed it. It's not in great condition because it's very old, but we have knum molding, you know, two persons, or I think it's two, but at least one, but I think it's two person. But I think you have other representations of that, but we do have one in that temple in Karnak, in Thebes, that is known as Luxor today, but it was known as Waset back then. So we do have the Necher, or God Knum, molding men on a potter's wheel, you know. So that's where people get the clay from. But yeah, I would agree with you that in the Bible he says that, you know, they were made from the earth or something like that. Yeah.
And that's why I say that there could be something to that, because from my understanding, and it's been a while since I looked into it, I got to look into it again. But the human, our makeup shares a lot of similarities with soil, and there's some similarities with a rock and a lot of these animals that run around here. So maybe there's something to that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it wasn't.
I mean, there could be a lot of different relevance to it, actually. I mean, what color is the clay? You know, but again, it depends on who you are. Some people will be like, well, I don't look like the clay, so that's not so relevant with, you know, what the color of the clay is. But then another person might say, hey, that clay looks like me, that earth looks like me, that's my complexion, you know. So yeah. But let me ask you one more question. This just for anybody. Where do you believe, or where did, I'll just leave belief out of it, where did the quote unquote Hebrews get their concept of a soul, or the Judaic belief? Where does that's better. Where does the Judaic belief get its concept of a soul from? Where would you say that came from? Would you say that came from? Yeah, where would you say it came from?
Are you asking me or Shaka?
Yeah,
I heard you say anybody.
Yeah, or anybody, really, anybody. But also you, because I don't really dialogue with you so much. Welcome, also, bro.
Nah, thank you, man. To be honest, I really don't know. I thought they get it from maybe just their own conscience. You know what I'm saying? That's what I thought. But it could come in. I've read into some stuff that comes in from, like, they adopted that from, like, when they were doing the Council of Nicaea. You know, they wanted to make Christ, you know, into somebody who was more. I don't know. I had read something about, like, the Greek gods, them being in some way, and so they had to make him not a man in some type of way. So, and I believe I read somewhere in that where the early Christian fathers were talking about a soul. So maybe it comes in somewhere from them, from the Greeks. I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, there's a lot of scholars there are scholars that state, you know, the religion itself got that concept from Kemet, that they didn't, and that there's other concepts in the Bible that they got from Asiatics.
Yeah, I believe it. You know, I'm not of the belief that they didn't get the Bible from Kemet. I'm of that belief that that's where they got it from, and they got it from other, you know, Near East cultures. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm not against that, man. Like, I'm not a Kemet basher. I'm not one of those people. You know,
They didn't have a Bible, though.
Who's that?
The Hebrews.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't have a Bible.
Who, the Hebrews?
Yeah, the Hebrews didn't have a Bible.
Well, they had the Torah or whatever the manuscripts they had, whatever you want to call it. They had some form of that.
Maybe the Old Testament, but the oldest Bible that we have, if I'm not mistaken, is in Greek. Now there are a few texts, many different languages. And I will have to double check because I don't like to make mistakes like that live on air. But the text from Qumran, the Dead Sea Scrolls. You know what? Let me just read it because I think it said that the majority of them went. I don't want to say Greek. Let me just put Dead Sea Scrolls.
You know what? That book, Jesus, the Egyptian priest, ? It covers that in detail. It covers this in detail. So, that's why I was suggesting that to you. Also, Shaka, I don't know if Shaka ever has gotten a chance to look into that a little bit, but it's going to be interesting. I plan on covering that a little bit.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you throwing that book out because I had seen that book, but I never really paid too much attention to it until you had mentioned it. I went back and looked at a few things, so it is interesting.
Yeah,
it's good.
I mean, I got it. I got it on my list, like books to get.
Yeah,
but no,
it's a cultural comparison. It's a comparison. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I was gonna make a mistake. No, it says that's Wikipedia for whatever it's worth. Most of the texts are Hebrew, with some written in Aramaic. For example, Son of God text in different regional dialects, including Nabatean, and a few in Greek. So I was gonna make a big mistake there.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be in whatever language people were speaking at that time, whatever the predominant language, that's probably what you're going to find.
But then I'm going to try to see if we could cover that. If we could cover parts of that from this book. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out of that.
Are you saying, though, Shaka, that the oldest, that's what they were speaking, that it comes from Greek? Just because that's the oldest that they found?
No, I'm not saying they were speaking Greek. What the Hebrews in history, Moses, if he existed, would have lived around 1500 BC. He can give and take a few centuries, 200 years. At that time, I'm not aware of any Hebrews existing, any mention of Hebrews. I'm saying I'm not aware of it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. If it exists, then people will gladly, direct us to it. So we may have some text talking about different people, but some text talking about Hebrews doing this and doing that. I'm not aware of that. Now later on, people wrote and talk about Eber, and out of Eber, the term Hebrew ultimately derives from Eber. Ibrahim. You know what I'm saying? Actually, in Hebrew, it is Ivri. But the term Hebrew is Ivri, if I'm not mistaken. So, what languages people spoke? First, we need to identify them, because in history we don't have no records, not to my knowledge, of Hebrews in 1500 BC. However, we have records of Canaanites. So there were different Canaanite dialects. The writing that we use cuneiform. Later on, probably they were speaking Aramaic, but that will come much later. At the time of Jesus, if he existed, the lingua franca was Aramaic. So the language they was speaking, well, it's up to the scholars to tell us. It will be some Canaanite dialects, but people like to call it Hebrew or Paleo-Hebrew, which probably was what we call Phoenician anyway. So that's a good question. What language is it that they were speaking? I don't even think people really know. But then again, the most important is the text, the record. What are the record? What are the oldest record, and what language is it written in? That will give us an answer. If we have records, I don't think we do have records during that time period. I mean, people think, and I think we spoke on that, people think that Moses wrote the Pentateuch, or the Old Testament, or the Torah, or let's say the 5 books. The 5 book is a Tanakh, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because the Old Testament obviously has more than 5 books. So the Tanakh is what people will call the law.
Right.
So people believe that Moses wrote it. We don't have any records of the original for Moses, and people feel like those quote unquote Hebrews memorized it and later on put it in writing. But the when it comes to the Bible, the oldest complete Bible, if I'm not mistaken, is in Greek. So did those people really memorize of that? Now it's easier to memorize just 5 books out of the Bible than to memorize the whole thing. But my main question is, what are the texts and how old are they and what is the language? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and did the Jews or Gentiles of that time, the time period they frame it in, did they actually believe in the concept of a soul or afterlife?
Can you say that one more time? What did you say?
Yeah, then my question is this: did the Jews or Gentiles of that time, the time frame that we're speaking of, right? Did they actually believe in the concept of a soul or afterlife? Did they? Or yeah. And if they didn't, where did they get that from? And when did that come about?
Yeah, I can't say one way or another because, like I said, I've read where a lot of those concepts come in. They were adopted in by, people that had different belief systems that were in the field of creating the New Testament, where they added in certain things and they wanted to make, Jesus couldn't look like a ordinary man; that he had to be fantastic. So they added in this and that. You know what I mean? But I would say that concept probably does come from Kemet. I don't see why not.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Turiel. I would agree with Sugar Hayes. Now, Afro-Asiatic, brother, was that you on Sanada's platform with the username Afro-Asiatic 19? We don't have many people running around with that username. So you were saying that I was this and that. Was that you, brother? That's how you get down now, brother? It's been a long time, man. Just tell me, man, was that you, man? Tell us. He used to go by Afro-Asiatic 19. I think at one point it was, there was Lion or something like that. But man, you went insane. I forgot exactly what you said, but disparaging statement about me, man. I was surprised, man. All the time I let you on, telling us about books and we went through the books. I mean, dang, man. But anyway, I've shared this here. He wrote, I don't normally go on Saneta's platform. Brother, if you don't mind, brother, was it you or was it not you? It was either on JJ7000 or Saneta. So was it you? I mean, like I said, I don't know many people who go around with the username Afro-Asiatic 19. That's the first username that I knew you with. You know what I'm saying? I knew you with through I think you had Afro-Asiatic Lion or something like that, but you've been using like 3 different usernames. So brother, I ain't gonna bite you. If it was you, it was you. You know what I'm saying? So see, Texas Bama wrote, I think it was Judas platform. So what was it you, brother? Either on Judges 7000 or Lions Den or Saturday. Was it you yesterday who have all those statements? Just out of curiosity, I ain't gonna block you because it was you. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know for sure. I just want to be sure. And I know you don't like to laugh, so you will either deflect or say it was you or it wasn't you. But for the record, we have Britannica's article about the Dead Sea Scroll, and many people may be surprised. I don't know if I'll be able to share the page. I'm going to try to see if I can. Hold on. I don't have the share stuff, do I?
Shaka though. I do rock with Saneta, man. So
No, I don't have a problem with people going there, but he's like, I don't want to go to
if you want to talk about it, we can talk about that too.
You know?
No, I don't have a problem with that. But it's like I forgot exactly, but it's like I think he say, you know, just like Shaka is a clown, or those people are clowns,
Oh
you know,
yeah,
stuff like
nah, that's
yeah.
come on.
So you see, yeah, he
Yeah.
said, "Oh yeah, I was on JJ 1000 chat yesterday, Spike." Okay, yeah, and I'll say you said several things. I was like, "Oh, for real?" But it is what it is. He has a right to disagree with me. So I don't think I can
stand on
share
my
from my.
own 10 though. Like if I come on here, you know, I don't be talking about, you know, Sarnetta, and if I go on Sarnetta, I don't be talking about you. You know, I'd rather just talk about, you know,
I don't
the
even mind if people
information.
talk about me. I don't mind if they say I don't like Shaka.
Yeah.
I think his scholarship is whack. They have the right to say all that. You know, as long as they don't lie, it's cool. You know, an opinion is an opinion. And as
Yeah.
Afroasiatic, I thought you said as did said Sanana first, but you know, indeed, it was JJ. But anyway, this
I
article
was gonna
right there.
ask you, Shaka, before you
Yeah,
share the
hold on,
article. Okay,
please
go ahead. Go ahead. Go
hold
ahead.
that thought, please. So this is Britannica's article about the Dead Sea Scroll, and many people will be surprised. Now, this is what they say, and it's the first paragraph. It says Dead Sea Scrolls, ancient, mostly Hebrew manuscripts of leather, papyrus, and copper, first found in 1947 on the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea. It's quite convenient because I think the state of Israel was what. Let me look at the date because it's about the time period. State of Israel. Now, what's the date? Found in May 14, 1948. So about 1 year later, the state of Israel was founded. But anyway, that was just in passing. Discovery of the Dead Sea Scroll is among the more important finds in the history of modern archaeology. Study of the scrolls has enabled scholars to push back the date of a stabilized Hebrew Bible to no later than 70 CE. CE stands for Common Era. That's AD. But go ahead, Turiel.
Oh no, I want you to. So what are you saying with that? I'm trying to figure out. You know,
Well,
like
he
you
says
got.
that the Hebrew Bible can be the stabilized Hebrew Bible can be dated to no later than 70 CE. So all those people who think like we have some texts in 1000 BC, 1500 BC. I mean some texts of the Hebrew Bible, then they will be sadly mistaken. See, here's our brother born FOG, and like I said, he's a brother who told us that Garfield Reed, that we like to call Trackfield, has scammed his own brother. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I was saying to real. I mean, that's
Okay.
Britannica. That's Encyclopedia Britannica. It's not me.
No, I know. I was trying to figure out because you had started talking to the dude about what he said about you, so I kind of lost what you were saying.
Yeah, that was in passing. I was surprised that he would say all that. Plus, I didn't hear from the brother for a long time. I actually blocked the brother. He's been on my platform for like probably 2 years, but over a year, that's for sure. And at one point, he was denying that Dr. Wesley Muhammad backed down from the debate that he challenged me to. And I was like, no, that's disingenuous. I can't do it. And then I blocked him. Because I'm not saying that to brag. This is a real fact. And besides, everybody can ask Dr. Wesley Muhammad, did you challenge Shaka Ndugu Kemet to a debate? And then did you back down from it? He may not like the term back down, but he did right. No, I'm not going to debate him anymore. You know what I'm saying? So he challenged me. I accepted. But that was just in passing,
Right. Yeah. I think, man, I don't think you should try to debate Wesley Muhammad. I think he
No, I'm
might
not
get you
trying. I'm
shot
not
down.
trying to. I'm not trying to. He challenged me to a debate publicly. He probably
Wesley
thought that I'd be
Muhammad?
scared. Yes, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in Islamic study, challenged me back in
Oh man.
2011. In
Oh
2011,
damn.
publicly on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? So I accepted. We spoke about it on the phone. I spoke with Dr. Wesley Muhammad on the phone. We were
How
supposed
long have
to
you
be.
been studying Kemet, Shaka?
Oh well, I started my website in 2004.
Oh damn.
April 2004. So I would say from 2004 I started studying Kemet.
Okay. Well, yeah. See, that's why when I come on the panel, I take you as an authority when it comes, at least on this panel. I know you don't like that, but
at least on this panel, I take you as the authority. That's why I ain't gonna argue with you about something that you've been studying shit when I was 14 years old, you know. So I ain't gonna argue with you about nothing like that. But I do hope, you know, one day you'll see what I'm saying when I say that they copied it from Kemet and they put their own spin on it, you know, but it's still the text of Kemet. So if you're talking about the Bible, you're really talking about the plot of Kemet. If you
No,
really
brother, I
want to, you know.
disagree.
No, no,
I
no.
disagree because you have some texts that were clearly plagiarized or copied or influenced by Kemet, because, you know, the word plagiarize is very sensitive to a lot of people. But it's not only Kemet. You know, we have the Epic of Gilgamesh, of course, for the flood story, and many other texts. And I got the book, I shown it, called Biblical Parallel, the 4th edition. So that's going to be interesting. But, you know, I have to prioritize my studies, you know. But just for the record here, young Hero has joined us. Now, Afro-Asiatic wrote, I just don't think, honestly, you can hold a candlestick to Dr. Wesley Muhammad, brother, simply. And it's cool. I don't have a problem with you thinking that, you know, because the dude is a PhD, and besides, he's a minister of your organization, which is the Nation of Islam. I'm not surprised that you think he will crush me in a debate or even a discussion, even if it's not a debate. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is you, who have basically, I forgot exactly how the conversation went, but I think you will not deny that you wouldn't you basically did not accept the fact that he challenged me to a debate, as if I was making that up, as if I was making it up. I'm sorry, as if I was making that up, as if I made it up. So I don't know if in the meantime you had the opportunity to ask him if it was true or not, but it's clear that he wouldn't want to debate me because he wasn't a minister then, though he was a PhD. Now he is a minister. He was also a personal advisor to Farrakhan. He's part of that council of, I can't remember if it's like 12 or it's probably 12 people, but there's a council of people who will replace Farrakhan. They don't want to have a leader after Farrakhan. It's like, you know, before me there were many, but after me there will be none type of mentality. So for him to debate me as a minister and taking the chance of losing, that would look bad. So I don't think he will ever do that. But if he was to do that, I cannot predict the future, but he will surely not crush me at all. I mean, he knows it. From what I've shown, he could see that it was going to be a rough ride for him. You know what I'm saying? Because many people talked about his claims without dealing with the Arabic text. And I did deal with the Arabic text, and I have a very detailed article refuting his claim about the call of Prophet Muhammad in the Arabs of the 7th century. And he added, I don't know, brother, not that serious of an issue for me, brother. Well, I wouldn't say it's serious, but, you know, I ain't going to press you on that, but
he should go to Wesley Muhammad and say, hey, is it true that you challenged Shaka and Dugu Kemet and then backed out? What happened to that debate?
I mean, I have the phone number. He may have changed it because we spoke in 2011. So I think he might not have the same phone number. I mean, I could call him now, but, you know, what's the point in calling him now saying I'm on air? Can you just confirm that, you know, he'll probably hang up? You know what I'm saying? But you know, you should ask him. I think I have the screen print somewhere when he issued the challenge to debate me. I mean, people know about this, man. It's not. I'm not making that up, brother. Ask Mr. Holipsism Heaven. He's the one who actually told me, look, he challenged you. Mr. Holipsism on YouTube. He's from New York. You know what I'm saying? And he was even prepared to organize, like, you know, like the venue, you know, for the debate, you know, for us to split the stuff, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know, that was just in passing. I don't like just lies, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would I come publicly and say he challenged me to a debate? And that's a lie. And many people know that. Many people have followed the situation. When Garfield came on my platform for the first time, he said, oh, you know, I didn't even recognize it was you, but yeah, I followed the back and forth with Wesley Muhammad. So at least he knows there was some back and forth with Wesley Muhammad and I, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you can even ask Wesley Muhammad, didn't you write an article saying that Shaka and Kemet has a gay Jones for you? I backed at him. He removed the article. That was so low, man. This is a PhD saying, "Oh, I understand he has a gay Jones for me." I was like, "What? Please." But he's elitist in his mindset. He feels like, nobody can challenge me on any level whatsoever. And if people would take the time to look at the articles, man, there's two white person who refuted his claims regarding the physical description of Prophet Muhammad. Man, they destroyed him so bad, man. There's a brother, Rohan, from New York as well, who kept saying back in 2011/2012 how much those guys refuted Western Muhammad. Western Muhammad came up with a PDF to refute those guys. And in the title, there was refuting the would-be refuters. And at one point, they showed that Western Muhammad did some disingenuous stuff with some translation. Western Muhammad couldn't say my bad. He talked about a domino effect, man. I mean, you have to read it to believe it, man. These guys, man. But anyway, I'll leave it there, man. You know what I'm saying? More power to you, Western Muhammad. But, any Nation of Islam members, please ask Dr. Western Muhammad. Is Shaka lying? He's saying that you challenge him to a debate publicly. Is he lying? Just ask him. Now, Afroasiatic wrote, Dr. Western Muhammad has richly researched books, source to the max. Brother, I don't know how it can be diplomatic enough. But let's say this, man. Western Muhammad relies heavily on Ibn Mandur. Ibn Mandur is the author of an Arabic lexicon. Now, Ibn Mandur lived circa 1200. So, even though Lisan al-Arab, which is the name of the very famous Arabic lexicon, it is about 500 years after the lifetime of Prophet Muhammad. But still, people would say that's classical Arabic. Very famous, one of the most famous Arabic or classical Arabic lexicon. For those who don't know, people today don't speak classical Arabic. People speak what is labeled as, and even that, that could be subject to debate, but modern standard Arabic. Some people will say modern standard Arabic is the language, like, for the news and stuff like that. But people speak what they call Fusha. You see, they don't speak classical Arabic. Classical Arabic is the language of the Quran. So it's like, the King James version of the Bible, like the brother Turi said, people don't say die and stuff like that. People don't use that type of language. So Ibn Mandur at one point talks about, when an Arab uses the term abiyad, which is an Arabic word for white, they don't mean a white person. And I'm paraphrasing, like the Romans. They mean, a complexion free of blemish, blah, blah, blah. So Western Muhammad has tried to use that to say that it means a black person. Now, when you go on Lisan al-Arab, and please do the Afroasiatic, you have it on some website, and I have it's on my website. I've shared the link to my website. It's at the bottom of the page. I wish I could share with my mobile phone, but I don't have the share option. Now, maybe if I put PC version, it might load a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Where's the share stuff? Oh, there it is. I'm going to try to share, and let's see if it works. Oh man, it's opening stuff at the bottom. You know what? I'm gonna put the mobile on the side, and let's see. Share screen. Oh, it doesn't seem to work. Share screen. Oh, it doesn't work. Never mind. Okay, go back to the mobile version. Go back to the mobile version.
I hope you can hear me loud and clear. So, can you hear me, brothers and sisters?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. So, Afro-Asiatic, that was the second name I was looking for. The first one was Asiatic Black Man 19. The second one was Afro-Asiatic, and the last one was, I think, Asiatic Lion or something like that. I don't know why the brother uses 3D usernames, but it's a free country. So on that article of mine on my website, and I'm sure you know the address. As a matter of fact, the link is in the description. I even forgot that. Call of Prophet Muhammad according to Islamic sources, I think it is. In Lisan al-Arab by Ibn Mandur, if you look at the definition of abyad, which is the Arabic word for white, once again, it starts off saying Dida Aswad. Dida means opposite. Aswad means black. So that same Arabic lexicon that Western Muhammad uses in order to claim that the Arabs of the 7th century, including Prophet Muhammad and his family, were black, clearly states that abyad is the opposite of aswad. That kills the argument already. Now, why am I talking about abyad? Because in the Hadith, Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, and other ones as well that I have listed on my article, Prophet Muhammad is described as white. And what is the word for white in Arabic? Abyad. So Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in Islamic Studies, has unfortunately committed linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics. See, way before Osahimo Fake, I said the same thing about Wesley Muhammad. And you haven't all noticed that it's been a long time Wesley Muhammad stopped talking about it. In France, there's a young brother originally from Mali who is fluent in Arabic. He's, of course, a Muslim, and he has made the similar claim that Prophet Muhammad was black. And he went on talking that talk. I made a video to refute briefly what he said, and I addressed my article. So his groupies, of course, came and hollered at me in so many ways. I had fun refuting them, but that guy, he has stopped talking about it. One of the last video he made, he said that he will go to the mosque to have the dialogue or discussion, not to say debate. He probably went to one or two mosques and they told him, look, if you don't get your behind out of here, man, But I think he got to know what's up regarding the Lisan al-Arab by Ibn Mandur. And I'm sorry I was a bit long-winded, but it's just stated for the record. My article is very detailed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Wesley Muhammad makes some translation. He adds words that are not there. It's just it's a bit of a mess. So he has all types of sources. I have all types of sources as well. You know what I'm saying? But, who's going to go against the Hadith? Will you go against the Hadith, brother? Because we know that the Quran does not give any physical description of Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
You know what?
So, yeah, go ahead, brother.
Well, I'm just curious, like, I got to ask this. Okay, what texture hair does Afro-Asiatic have? Would he fall under the NOI's teaching of the kinky hair curse? Would he define himself that way? Like, is his hair kinky? Is his, lips broader, and also, has he ever heard the Nation of Islam refute that belief or that teaching outright?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because Elijah Muhammad was considered the founder, even though some people may say Father Muhammad is the founder of the Nation of Islam or Allah's Temple of Islam. I mean, they had a few names, At one point, it was the last found nation of whatever in the wilderness of America. But okay, to make it short, Elijah Muhammad stated that the prophet that was here 1400 years ago was a white man. And then Farrakhan said that Prophet Muhammad was a white man. I have it on tape, video, color video.
So, it's go ahead, keep going. I don't want to cut you off because you on to something.
No, it's all good. Now here, Afro-Asiatic wrote Gert Muller and Anu Mbuntu said Muhammad peace be upon him, was black too, and Marcus Garvey. What's the text, brother? Because somebody can say the moon is blue. What's the text? I'm dealing with the classical text. Now, Afro-Asiatic wrote, hadith can be weak or strong. I have kinky hair. Brother, please, you know who you're talking to. Now, for those who don't know the hadith, they are narration from the companions of Muhammad ibn Abdullah. So he talks about what they have seen and what they have heard from Muhammad and other people talking about Muhammad and the companions. So they may say, I saw Muhammad, during the prayer, he said this, he did that, he ate this, and so on. And by the way, you have classifications. So sahih is an Arabic word for authentic. So when I talk about Sahih Bukhari, you will pronounce it Bukhari, Bukhari. That's considered the most reliable collection of hadith. The name of the collection is Sahih Bukhari, authentic. So it is authentic, but they try to play games with that. Indeed, we have weak hadith, but will we find any weak hadith in Sahih Bukhari, brother? Why are you playing games like that? It's the same for Sahih Muslim. And there are other collections who don't bear the name or title Sahih, but they are still considered Sahih. We have, I think, 6 canons of hadith that are considered, Sahih, reliable. But once again, after the Quran, the most important book of Islam, I'm sure very few people will dispute that, is Sahih Bukhari. So, brother, please, when you say some hadith can be weak or strong, and besides, the only hadith where Muhammad is described not as black, but as brown, asmar, that's the Arabic for brown. Some people may translate it as tan or swarthy, maybe. It's a weak hadith at Tirmidhi, right? So, brother, you can't play that game, but, feel free to add on, brothers and sisters.
I mean, if you have kinky hair, and, my question was, has he ever heard anyone in the NOI refute that teaching, the kinky hair teaching? I didn't see any answer for that part.
I'm sorry, can you come again with the question?
Yeah, has he ever seen or heard of any NOI member refuting the kinky hair teaching that they have? The kinky hair curse, the rebellion against God. Has he ever heard that? Since he has kinky hair, has he?
Well, he's not the only one who have kinky hair, but I'm not an NOI member. Yeah, I'm not an NOI member. I've never been one. But it is safe to say that no Nation of Islam member in his right mind will refute anything that Elijah Muhammad has said. But Afro-Asiatic, please get on the panel, because, it's getting a bit long to go back and forth with your writing and me speaking. He wrote, "You calm down and think critical," getting a little emotional, good brother. So apparently I was emotional and I need to calm down. But you can say, the translation is, I'm getting my behind whooped and please slow down.
Yeah, but my thought is he keeps saying, they're making these claims of Muhammad was black. Okay, but did Muhammad have kinky hair? According to their claims, if they're claiming that he's black, did he have kinky hair? Was he an African? The
Nation of Islam doesn't teach as a doctrine. The Nation of Islam doesn't teach that Prophet Muhammad was black, because once again, Elijah Muhammad said that Prophet Muhammad was a white man, and that's in the theology of time. We even have the audio. The theology of time was put in written form, but it was a lecture.
So that's my point.
Yeah,
right.
Farrakhan also said that he was a white man. Some hadith talk about his physical description. Maybe he talks about his hair also. I'm not 100% sure, but people can, double check. There's even some websites about Sahih Bukhari, and they can do a search and they can easily find, what they say about his hair. Some hadith may have talked about his hair, but I don't think they would say it was kinky or not kinky. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just for the record, you know.
Right.
So
So
Wesley
what
Muhammad, however, hold on, please. I'm sorry, brother V.
yeah.
Bennett. Wesley Muhammad, however, he's a Nation of Islam member. He has made that claim that Prophet Muhammad was black. That goes against the teaching of Elijah Muhammad. That goes against the teaching of Farrakhan, but that was his claim. But yeah, feel free, brother. And we have Jeheru. Welcome, brother Jeheru. But Afro-Asiatic, please get on the panel so you know we can talk. It's going to be quicker. But go ahead, Bennett.
Yeah, because my thoughts are if the what would be the point in stating that Muhammad was black? What's the point?
Well, that's a beautiful question. Wesley Muhammad came to the community via Sanetta. I never heard about Wesley Muhammad before Sanetta put him on. And for those who don't know Wesley Muhammad, hey, Peanut King, how you doing, brother? Be more stand up. He was Afro-Asiatic, not even black. He be capping. But for those who don't know Wesley Muhammad, he's a guy who came to the community saying this. Hold on. You have to hear it. It's only a few seconds long. You have to hear it. You're going to understand why I went at him. You know, I'm not prejudiced, man. You discriminate too much, and you may hear from me.
If you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Alvin Rock, the slave nation, God away.
Right. He said it himself. If you want to get authentic about black.
No.
Then,
he said, no, brother. I need to correct you. He said, if you want to get all sensitive about blacks conquering blacks, because in that lecture, he shows some conquest from Kemet, and he labeled Kemet as imperialists who enslave people. He showed some Syrians. He said those are black Syrians. I mean, ask any anthropologist if there's any such thing as a black Syrian in antiquity. Now, those Syrians depicted, they have a tan, but for him, anybody with a tan, that's a black man. People should look up his book cover of the book called God's Black Prophet. On the book cover, there was a forensic reconstruction of the face of Jesus. And for Wesley Muhammad, that is a black man, just like Father Muhammad. So, why did Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, say that Prophet Muhammad was black? Is because he claims that Islam is a black religion. He claims that Islam and Kemet are two halves of the same coin. You understand what I'm saying? She even pushed back chronologically. He pushed back the name Allah to some Proto-Semitic. During his debate with Tahuti, he claimed that Allah is attested before Osir or Osar, or let's say Osiris. But what he showed on the screen, he says Il, I-L. And that is El, that is not Allah. You understand what I'm saying? But, you know, he knows his audience is not that well informed, so he's going to grandstand. After all, he has a PhD, so he's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. So that's the reason why he claimed that Prophet Muhammad was black, in order to claim that the religion of Islam is a black or African religion. Wesley Muhammad, you know, he didn't know that, but I watched his lecture. When we spoke on the phone, he said, I think it was irresponsible for you to refute me without reading my work. I didn't say I read your work. I didn't say I read you. If you think that, go ahead, and then you want to see what's up during the debate. I still have the presentation ready, but, you know, like I said, I'm not expecting him to debate. You know, he backed down 10 years ago. I don't see why he will wake up and try to get fresh. But Wesley Muhammad talked about the era of the Kufi sparking.
And he even mimics how, you know, back then when you had a kufi, you had to hide because people would go and smack you in the head, a kufi. Why? Because they were saying you guys follow white man religion, an Arab religion that enslaved black people at that, you know. But so he came with a remedy. I'm going to do linguistic acrobatics, linguistic gymnastics to legitimate the religion that we follow, even though it is not orthodox, to say that we are legitimate. And guess what? The black Hebrews are saying the same thing. They've decided to follow that religion at one point, and now they're trying to legitimize it by saying that it was black people. I mean, the good brother Kona earlier used the term Israelite in comparison, like, you know, those guys, you know, if you're listening to them, like, you know, some Asians or Chinese people use one of the two words, they can be Israelites. When you hear a black Hebrew Israelite using the term Israelite, that's synonym for black person. You understand what I'm saying? It is synonym for black person. But go ahead. I don't want to be too long-winded.
So NOI themselves, they believe Muhammad was not black, but Wesley Muhammad makes an argument that Muhammad was black. Hence,
exactly
why he can't debate you. He can't debate you on the topic because that would obviously come out.
Oh no, he would debate on the topic. He did actually. He did debate Natural Tahuri. He did debate Mukasa Africa Ma'at. And that's about it.
But
no, he didn't want it with me. He, you know, I mean, he's not stupid, and he knows when there's danger, and he could assess the danger level, and it would be a bad look for him to be crushed, or even to have some sort of tie with a brother from France. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
Indeed, he goes against the teaching of Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan, but he has argued that that Prophet Muhammad was black. He even wrote a book about it, and that book is called Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam, that I used to label a comic book, but I'm trying to be more diplomatic as I grow in age. And it's good that we talk about this because Unc said it for the record that the reason why Unc Bobby Banger, the God Killer, the reason why he founded the Amara Squad was to counter the Allah team, and the Allah team was Wesley Muhammad's crew. So he created the Amara Squad to go against Wesley Muhammad and the Allah team. And then next thing you know, after some trial and tribulation, and after the defeat of Ishmael Allah, known today as Ishmael Bey, who was at least, and maybe still is, both a Moor and a 5%er, and a former member of the Nation of Islam, who used to bodyguard for R. Kelly, if I'm not mistaken. Because of his defeat, they did a friendship scholarship, and they ended up inviting Wesley Muhammad on their own platform more than once.
Let me ask this question. Is it possible to be pro-black and anti-African at the same time?
Well, by definition, it shouldn't. But if you ask the black Hebrews if they are pro-black, I'm sure many of them would say so. But we know their sentiments, not all of them, but many of them, we know how they feel about Africans. As a matter of fact, the rapper called King Ta, am I being a bit too loud?
No.
No, you good.
Oh, okay, thank you. The rapper, the ISUPK rapper called King Ta, I've played. The video is called "Is This Hebrew Israelite in Prison for Rape?" Everybody can see it. He's the one who's been saying stinking African. You know, he's very disrespectful, but he's not the only one. So by definition, you could not be pro-black and anti-African at the same time. But the Nation of Islam teaches that Africans are living a jungle life, that Africans are not civilized. And I had so many other quotes from Elijah Muhammad, and this is on my website as well. At the bottom of the page, it says teaching of the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, Fa Muhammad, and Louis Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? He says, you know, don't tell me to go to Africa to get civilized. I'm already civilized, and I'm ready to civilize Africa.
Hey, check this out.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It's a comment by just acting. I swear France has mass rioting right now. You know what? I have a question for that brother. What's the retirement age in the US? What's the age for that?
Yeah,
And
what's
what's
the
the
retirement
retirement?
age? Yeah.
And what's the retirement age? I wonder if he knows. And what's the retirement age for French people?
I think it's. Oh, I don't want to answer.
So,
You good? You good, bro? You good? I'm asking brother there in the chat. What's his name again? Because he's asking
well,
about the riots in France. Just acting. Yeah. What's the
well,
retirement age for people in the U.S. versus France?
well, according to Forbes.com, and it is, and the article is October 13, 2022. So it is like about 6 months old. The average retirement age for men in the US is 65 and just 62 for women.
Yeah.
And what about France?
In France, they have increased it to 65, if I'm not mistaken. It used to be 62. So
right,
retirement age. Yes.
And what's it in Denmark? It's
Well, earlier
also,
you said that it is 69.
yeah, it's 60. It's 63 to 69, and 63 is like the early retirement. Like 62 would be the same in the U.S. Early retirement. That means you don't get the same benefits as if you retire at 69, right? So it's people saying right now that people in Denmark should be rioting over this issue because they had it pushed up to 69 like 6 years ago or something like that. And there was no real outrage. And if I'm correct, the riots in France are about them trying to lift the age also higher, right?
Well, in mine, I usually have 65, but apparently it may go up to 67. It's not even clear. In France, they're not really too clear with the law. But France has a reputation, mainly in Europe, for going on strike. So this person wrote, mass rioting. You could say that because the thing is that whenever there's a protest, you have people who come to loot and others who come to destroy. Some people just like to go and destroy and wreck things up. So most of the people they are protesting, they are marching, and they are peaceful. They are against the law, the government's. Look at this guy wrote, Shaka don't know what's going on in France. I mean, are you kidding me, brother?
I mean,
well, you know what? I'm gonna leave it there because that guy's just trolling. All your messages are gonna disappear in a few seconds. But feel free to add on.
Yeah, here's my thing. What's the point of that comment? Like there being riots in France
because they don't want me to talk about the child molesters because most likely this dude has been hitting it from the back, no matter how young the girl is, or he has some friends or family members who've been having sex with those underage girls, and they want to deflect. I mean, we peep game, we know what's up. You know what I'm saying? Those guys are echo chamber. Whatever Scam Cheddar or Traffy or Butler Reggie say, yeah, go ahead and say this, go ahead and say that. Oh, my bad. Jeheru, my mistake. My mistake. I want you to hold on. My mistake. Let me fix that. I didn't mean you, Jeheru. On hide. Hopefully it will reappear. Oh, snap. Because what this guy made me do. I've hidden on high use on this channel. I've hidden the good brother Jeheru. Okay, I fixed it now. I fixed it now. So sorry about this, brother, young Heru. Not young Heru, Jeheru.
Jeheru.
Yeah. So that's why they're coming with those talking points, But we can still address those talking points, but
Yeah, I know. But my thing is, we had.
Oh, where you at? Too real. You went out.
Hold on, my thing disconnected. Hold on.
Yeah, we hear you now. We hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you, brother.
Oh no, my Bluetooth messing up. But no, I was saying we had people run up in the Capitol. So what are we talking about, man? Like,
exactly.
I mean, what are our people?
Yeah.
But what are we talking about, man? You
You
know,
know,
Man, they right now in Florida, they trying to go back to like the Confederate days in Florida with the law. Literally. And he talking about what's going on in France. They whatever they doing in France, they doing it for the right reason. It's the retirement age. And they don't want no politicians squeezing no money out or the private industry for themselves rather than the everyday working class person, you know? And France does
because,
have a reputation for that. Denmark, they moved the retirement age around so slick before people even realized it. And if they don't get it straight soon, people are going to be out in the streets over there too.
And the people who work in the government, their job is not physically exhausting, but we have people, you know, who do physical labor, and for them to work until 65, it's like you know, there's no way they will reach that age, so there's no way they will reach the full pension of the retirement. You know what I'm saying? So it's that simple. But
Exactly.
There's one thing though, just acting, and I think that name suits you. You sounds like you're just acting right here, but in New York, there's going to be a march tomorrow.
Yes.
And
what's that about?
It's a march against child molesters, and King Simon invited Layla Lewis on his platform. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, more and more people are talking about it. You know, Hassan Campbell has been talking about it. We've been talking about it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just feel free to let the people know, because Sanada will not talk about it. You know, that's against his interests. You know, but indeed, people try to, you know, take over the Capitol. Some people died. They were shot to death. And I think that's one of the reasons why Donald Trump has been having legal trouble. You know, there's this documents that he kept that were not supposed to leave the White House. And then there's that situation with that porn actress and the hush money. He even announced that he will be arrested on Tuesday. And maybe that was a good move on his part, because maybe they didn't do it because he announced it and people were preparing to protest and all that. But the surprise, you know, the surprise effect, when I've not allowed people to organize and protest, at least not immediately, you know. But, you know, just acting, let's keep it real. You don't care about what's going on in France. When Saneda said the N-word in France, you don't say, oh, no, don't say that. You know, I care about the people in France. But it's all good. It's amusing. It's good for people to see that, of course, in life, we will never agree on everything. But right now, we have convicted rapists, child molesters, that are being defended always till Sundays. I mean, any way possible, any avenue, any talking point, they're doing their best so we don't talk about it. Because so far, they've been having sex with those young girls, and they want to continue to have sex with those young girls, because the guys from GMS said it well. In the kingdom, we're gonna get them young, man. And then when Senator or somebody in the crowd asks, you know, to do what? And he says, to have sex with them, man. And he's very
and then after that he said, and the kingdom is here. He even said that afterwards. It's
yes,
what is he talking about?
It's true, because some people feel like, okay, that's how they feel like when the kingdom will come. But no, that's what they're down with. And once again, when he's asked about the age, he said several age, and even he says even 9-year-old. And the younger Black Hebrews are like, dude, that we've seen on the video, you know, like bragging about being with Edomite woman. He said, but we're gonna deal with a 9-year-old woman. It's oxymoronic to say 9-year-old woman. Someone cannot be 9-year-old and be a woman. It's a 9-year-old girl. But I don't fault him for that. He replied quickly, because he know that didn't sound good. That didn't sound flawed. I mean, James, those dudes, man, they really opened the Pandora's box. You know what I'm saying? Afro-Asiatic wrote, I'm well aware of NOI doctrines, family, but you're not getting on the panel, though. And we know why. You know you're going to get your behind whoop. And he's an elder, by the way, so I don't want to be disrespectful. You know, he
said you couldn't hold a candle. He said you couldn't hold a candle to Wesley Muhammad. But, I mean, does Wesley Muhammad's argument make any sense? Because How can you be in an organization that teaches one thing and then you come out and say another, completely different?
Well, the nation of Islam has plenty of contradiction. Elijah Muhammad said that there would never be a black president under the stars and stripes of America. But we have somebody called Barack Hussein Obama, who happened to be the president of the United States of America. And some people may try to be slick and say, well, Barack Obama is biracial, is mixed race. But guess what? According to the doctrine of the NOR, Muhammad, their God, is biracial / mixed race. You know, both of them have a white mother and a black father. Now, I don't believe that Muhammad had a black father. We only have to look at him. I don't believe that he was from Arabia, from the Quraysh tribe of Prophet Muhammad, as Elijah Muhammad thought. All evidence leads to the fact that he was indeed from Pakistan / India. I mean, it was all India, and then there was a split. So now we do have Pakistan. And I can quote John Andrew Morrow, PhD, who wrote the book Finding Muhammad. I haven't finished that book, but I also read the other book by was it Adrian? But anyway, it's called Chameleon regarding Muhammad. It's available on Amazon, you know. But yeah, just for the record. But he wrote, actually, I was doing some housework, no fear here, and here he is. You have to taunt people for them to come in. Afro-Asiatic, my brother. Oh, is the connection done yet or not?
How do you know it's a brother?
He's here. Afro-Asiatic, what's up? Oh, we don't hear you, brother.
You're on mute.
We don't hear you. We don't hear you. Make some noise. Hey, like
make some noise for Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, make some. Whoa. Like the NOR members say, I salam alaikum.
Give me an A.
Salam alaikum, but they say I salam alaikum. But oh, go ahead, brother. We hear you. Was it you? Afro-Asiatic Black? No, okay. Well, feel free to leave and come back. Then it looks as if some connection issue. But if you hear us, we don't hear you, brother. And I've been live streaming for 5 hours. It is Sunday. I don't work on Sunday.
Give me an A.
And you see, let me say this, brother Bennett. I have not received a single super chat, super sticker. I haven't received any PayPal, any Cash App. I don't want to be begging like Reggie, but I don't mind if any of you do. But keep going.
Is the chat open or is it for members only?
No, it's open. It's open to everybody.
Oh, so come on in and give a Cash App, brother. Show some support.
No, but you know, even if the chat is for supporters only, people can still make a super chat or super sticker, you know.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So for those who are wondering, yes, you can. You know, it's possible. You know, Afro-Asiatic, I think it's best for you to leave and come back. You know, because we don't hear you, brother. We don't hear you. There's something wrong with your connection or audio.
I don't see how anybody can go. You know, for me, it's like I would think if I'm a member of an organization that is preaching my physical features are because I rebelled against God or my ancestors rebelled against God, I don't see how I could go along with that without seeing myself in a negative light. And and also, I would, if I didn't believe that doctrine, I would be asking, or that teaching, I would be asking for them to refute that or asking them to withdraw that claim. And I haven't heard that yet from NOI. I mean, maybe it exists, but I haven't heard it yet.
No, they won't. They won't go against the leadership. You know, they don't get down like that. I mean, many Nation of Islam members or ex-members were beaten up, some were killed. You know what I'm saying? They focus on what they call the positive. You know,
Many black folks said, well, I take the positive, I leave the negative. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they
Too
cool
real,
with the
real.
APC. Yeah.
Too real, real. What do you think about that?
About what? I was listening, but what are you exactly asking?
Yeah, yeah, about the idea that black people with kinky hair, broad noses, thick lips have those features because they rebelled against God.
No, no, I wouldn't say that. That's ridiculous, man. And Farad Muhammad wasn't black, man. Whoever's saying he was black is crazy. We don't even know what his original name is, to be honest. So we really can't even tell. But we can look at him and tell that Farad Muhammad is not black. I mean, that's just a fact. Dude look like a white man to me, to be honest, like an Iranian or something like that, or like he said from Pakistan or something, maybe Arab. He's not black though. Like how we would consider each other black, he ain't. He's not black. So
And your belief,
mm.
how do they see that in your belief? How do they see the image of God, for example, or the image of Jesus?
Oh, hold on, Bennett. Hold on. Our brother Alfred, I think he's here now. Let's see if we can hear him.
Yeah, peace. You can hear me?
Peace, brother. Make some noise.
Peace.
Peace. What's going on, brother? How you feeling? How the family?
Our family's well, brother. The baby girl is 3 years old now.
Good, man. Good. Yes, sir. Yeah. How you been, man?
Well, doing my thing. I have this little quote unquote war with Sanetta and them, but just a normal day at the office,
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Information wars in the so-called conscious community.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
hold on, brother. Let me ask you now. Did you ask Wesley Muhammad if I was lying about the debate?
No, I didn't try to correspond with the good doctor on the subject matter of the debate. I don't know. I understand that that's what you said, and
Well,
it is.
why don't you ask him? Because I could be lying. Why don't you ask him?
Yeah. Well, if I ever get the opportunity to, I'm not any high-ranking official or anything of that nature, so I don't
All right.
postulate that or anything.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, feel free, brother.
Yeah, but to the subject matter, uh, certain statements made within the doctrine of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad have been proven to be facts, and one critical fact is the appearance of Europeans on this planet approximately 6,600 years ago. We can find that in modern genetics. We can find a plethora of studies that agree with his numbers roughly, even though he put it at approximately between 6,000 and 6,600 years ago. Modern genetics bears witness to that. We can also find within modern genetics what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad called the tribe of Shabazz, and a subsequent black back migration from West Asia into Africa that is massive. We can also find that in modern genetics. So
You made that up, right?
huh?
You made that up, right?
Of course I didn't. We can. I deal with the genetic studies, and I'm always willing to pull them out. If somebody wants to look at the actual research, what the doctors say, what the geneticists say. Not myself.
So you mean to tell us that scientifically we can prove the tribe of Shabazz?
Well, not under that name, but we can prove that massive black back migration took place into the African interior from West Asia at approximately 50,000 years. That is a fact. It's called a punctuated burst. It's actually all the E groups that permeate Africa now on the paternal That's the male side. And then we have the companion on the maternal side, which would be macro haplogroup L3. We can demonstrate that in modern genetics.
And did Elijah Muhammad teach back migration?
Well, he said the tribe of Shabazz migrated into Africa. They exploded into Africa 50,000 years ago. He'd been teaching that before modern science came out with the punctuated burst.
Is that a back migration that he thought?
Yeah.
No, it's not. He said that they left the jungles of East Asia that we now call Africa. He didn't talk about anybody coming back.
That's not what he said. He said that the people came out of Arabia back into Africa. That's what he said. All
right. Okay. Let's be clear.
Mm-hmm.
So you are saying that Elijah Muhammad said that people left Asia.
I'm saying that
went to Africa and then return where?
I'm saying people left Africa, migrated into the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant, and then they gestated there for 100,000 years or so or more, and then they began to back migrate approximately 50,000 years ago. In modern science,
okay. I get it, but Elijah Muhammad never thought that.
Yes, he did. That's exactly what took place in the tribe of Shabazz. That's what he called it.
Please quote it for us, because that's news to me. I never heard Elijah Muhammad saying that, people left Africa, went to Asia, and then returned to Africa. And I think you made that up.
Why would I make it? Why I'm not going to make it?
Well, I think you made that up, but then you can show and prove. Please read it for us.
Do you want the genetics or you want the teachers?
No, Elijah Muhammad teaching back migration.
Well, brother, we could do that, but of what use would it be? Because you still would deny it, even if I showed you. Obviously, well, normally, even if I show it to you, you still deny it. I show sources, Shaka.
I will not deny it, because the use is for you to show and prove what you just said. Your word is bond, right?
Yes, it is.
So please show and prove, brother.
Yeah, well, I don't really want to go into, so you don't know that the teachers of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches that the tribe of Shabazz migrated from the Arabian Peninsula into the African interior. You don't know that.
He does teach that they left the jungles of East Asia, which we now call Africa. But he never taught, to my knowledge, Elijah Muhammad never taught that black people were in Africa, then they moved to Asia, then went back to Africa. That is what we call back migration. So once again, sounds like you made that up.
The tribe of Shabazz, according to the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is a tribe that comes out of the Arabian Peninsula back into Africa, not the other way around. What you're saying is that they migrated from Africa into Asia. That's not what the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad say. The teachings migrated from Arabian Peninsula back into Africa, and that's exactly what we find in modern genetics at approximately 50,000 years. It's called a punctuated burst. Also,
brother, no. If you say back to Africa, it means that they were in Africa in the first place. If you say they were in the Arabian Peninsula and then they moved to Africa, I get it. But you clearly stated that Elijah Muhammad was teaching back migration. But when I asked you to show and prove, you said, well, if I show it, you will still deny it. So you were deflecting, brother.
I'm not deflecting. Do you want the genetic studies?
No, brother. The genetic studies, and we both agree, teaches what we call back migration.
Yes.
And in layman term, black people, or well, let's say people, were in Africa. They moved to Asia, then they returned to Africa. But you said that Elijah Muhammad taught the same thing. And all I'm asking you is please show and prove. Just read it. Tell us where it comes from.
And the most we have the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in fact, saying that Muhammad was black. So that he was a
Yeah,
Negro.
brother, you're deflecting. You're professional.
I'm
I
not.
mean, you know,
I'm not deflecting.
okay,
I'm
but
pointing. I'm
please,
pointing out where you are in error with what you postulate about the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, brother.
okay, well, okay, I cannot force you. So it sounds like you don't want to show and prove Elijah Muhammad teaching back migration. So we can
I'm
move to something else.
I'm down to show genetic studies that confirm his word.
Okay, we never agree on that. It's fine. So I was
You
just
don't
asking for
you
your
don't want to
claim
see
of
no
Elijah.
genetic?
No, that's not your claim. Is that Elijah Muhammad thought back migration? And when I asked you to show and prove, then you started deflecting. But it's fine. Now, please read for us Elijah Muhammad saying that Prophet Muhammad was black.
Well, I will have to look for. I will have to look for where he said it. I don't
Because
have it off the
you'll
top.
probably you will probably read him talking about the black nation. But Japanese people, aren't they part of the black nation according to Elijah Muhammad?
Oh yeah, well, when we look at the Japanese, the base of the Japanese are what are called negritos. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what you're saying. But we all
D,
know what the
D
Japanese.
haplogroup.
Come again?
D haplogroups. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Negritos.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, that's the second claim that you made, that Elijah Muhammad said that Prophet Muhammad was black, but
He was.
that you cannot substantiate either. However, we both know that in the theology of time, and like I said earlier, we do have the audio of Elijah Muhammad saying it, but it isn't written form in the book, The Theology of Time. He clearly stated that the Muhammad that was here 1400 years ago was a white man. And I'm sure you know about this, right?
Don't Anuak of East Africa call themselves white people and they're jet black?
Um,
Yeah, they
what's
do.
the name of the tribe you said?
Anuak. Anuak. They call themselves the White Army. They are white. They call themselves white people, but they are jet black.
ANU and then it's AK.
Anuak. Anuak of East.
Okay, that's a Luo, so that will be like Angola, I
Yeah,
presume.
yeah.
Oh no,
No.
well, Ethiopia, South Sudan. Okay, well, I'm not familiar with that. I will have to check that. But
Mhm.
really, we were talking about Elijah Muhammad. Did Elijah Muhammad say that Prophet Muhammad was white? Yes or no?
He said he was white and he said he was a Negro.
So, well, you claim that he said he was a Negro, but maybe there's a quote saying that.
And Muhammad.
Now, okay, and I think you pulled up that quote one of the time that we spoke, but then that will obviously be a contradiction for him to say that Prophet Muhammad was a Negro, and for him to say that he was white.
Well, not really. If we understand, like Dr. Wesley Muhammad said, that is figurative language in the case we have with the Anuak that call themselves the White Army, while they are actually jet black human beings, but they call themselves the White Army.
Well,
So
white army is not the same as saying white man, because we have the blue berets, green berets. It doesn't mean that those individuals are blue or green,
yeah,
So
figurative way of speaking in Afro-Asiatic language.
blue beret, green beret, that is English. The Anuak, I don't think they were speaking any Afro-Asiatic language,
Oh yes, we do.
Okay, what's the language they were speaking then?
Sheikh Anti-Diop postulated that in Civilizational Barbarism, page 121 at the top. He postulated that the Anuak, Maasai, several tribes were actually West Asian, but he said that we would need more tools to demonstrate that. That's what the good doctor said, Sheikh Anti-Diop.
Well, by the way, that Afro-Asiatic is not a language, do you?
Well, we could argue that Chiana Intu or what
Oh, please, Chiana Intu. That's a Sahimo fake. That doesn't exist.
What the nomenclature is you could put it up in the air if you want to, and we could argue over that, but it's definitely attached to a West Asian stock that were basically black people out of the Arabian Nubian complex. We could demonstrate that clearly. that black people were in the Arabian Peninsula well over 100,000 years ago. Arabian-Nubian complex. So I think brothers tend to overlook that or run from that archaeological data because those arrowheads, those axes, those cores, those scrapers are the same ones that we find in the Nile Valley. We find them in the Arabian Peninsula at a time depth over 100,000 years that squarely places Nubians in the Arabian Peninsula.
Can you name a scholar except for Western Muhammad that claims that the Arabs were black?
Dana Reynolds Marnichi.
She's not a scholar. She's not a PhD.
She's a doctor. In fact,
are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm sure. I'm positive.
So she has a doctor. She had a doctorate into what field and which school, if you know?
Not exactly sure, but I know that Dana Reynolds Marnichi, her work is very good. It's very she has a lot of photographs of the original tribes in the Arabian Peninsula. A lot of them, Shamar Arabs, Banu Tay, Banu Salim. She has the pictures of them. They are very dark skinned people in the Arabian Peninsula. The original tribes, not the chicken shack Arabs. I don't push the chicken shack Arabs. I don't push that. She talks.
What's funny is I asked you for the credential of Dana Manish, and then you said talking about the pictures that she has. She can show some black people and claim this is an indigenous African tribe, but on a scholarly level, I don't think it is accepted. But it looks like indeed she had a dissertation, doctoral dissertation. So you have corrected me on that. What is 2020 doctoral dissertation? The African and Arabian origins of the Hebrew Bible,
yes.
an ethno-historical study. So, if she had a dissertation, then most likely she has earned a PhD. I'm just looking for a page that actually states that she had it, but it is safe to say that she had it if she had a dissertation. So that's news to me. That's news to me. So she is a doctor indeed, and well, that's fair enough. So besides her, can you name other? Because it's surely not the consensus that the Arabs were black people. So, is there anybody else that you can name that says that the Arabs were black?
We can actually look at the DNA of the Shamar Arabs. They are jet black with straighter. Their hair is not straight, but a straighter grade of hair, and they're very dark skinned, and they have the highest concentration of EM96 haplogroup on the male line. That would be the father to all the E haplogroups that we see in the African interior today. They would have had to originate at some point in the distant past from these Afro-Arabians, this Shamar tribe that carry the highest concentration of EM96. Yeah. So
do you remember? Do you remember the question I asked you?
Yeah.
What was it?
You asked me, do we have any evidence of someone saying that black people were in the Arabian Peninsula? I'm giving you genetic data that confirms black populations in the Arabian Peninsula. Very dark skin, EM96 at a high concentration.
Well, actually, I was just asking if you can name, besides of course Dana Manish, besides her, any scholar or let's say PhD that says that the Arabs were black.
These are geneticists that say EM96 has the highest concentration.
Okay. So are you telling us that some geneticists have stated that the Arabs were black?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so please quote it for us. Quote the part where they said that they were black.
Well, they say they actually call them African. They call the Shamar Arabs Africans, but they're in the Arabian Peninsula. You know, so
Well, brother, in Tunisia, where the president made some anti-black statements, and they have started expelling black people. They are Africans as well. In Algeria, they are Africans. In Morocco, they are Africans, but they are not black. Though we can find some black-skinned people in Morocco. Actually, we can even find some in Algeria as well. But the majority of North Africans are not black, but they are African
yeah,
because it's in Africa.
due to migration, now, but of course we know North Africa was black at one time. But it's a lot of migration and integration, and the Vandals, the Visigoths, and many other Europeans came down and mixed in with the original indigenous populations of that area. We know that. Just like Kemet. We know that Kemet was a black land. To quote Shaka, we know Kemet was a black land, ethnogenetically, but white people came in. They took over. The same process took place in the Levant and modern Israel. So it's just
Well,
facts.
I beg to differ, because for Kemet, we do have the artifact, we do have the data. So we have the statues and we have the painting, which speaks volume. But when we look at the artifact of, as a matter of fact, I'm glad you mentioned Kemet, because we have the painting of Beni Hassan, and we talked about it before. And we clearly see that the Hyksos, which will be the Canaanites, and is circa 1900 BC. They were clearly painted as white-skinned people.
Well, I would say that's inconsistent with genetics, and I would say that is inconsistent with other depictions. It's inconsistent with the work of Gert Mueller and Anu Mbantu, as in addition to Dr.
Now,
Wesley.
let me ask you, brother, do we have any genetic data? Do we have any genetic data for people who live in 1500 BC?
1500 BC? Yeah, sure we do. We have
You sure?
we have Akhenaten, we have Akhenaten, we have Amenhotep III.
No, in Canaan. I wasn't specific. In Canaan.
Well, that's where they came from. They came from Canaan, and they were on the throne. And
who came from Canaan?
Well, they have R1b haplogroups.
But who came from Canaan?
Well, the lineage of Akhenaten was basically West Asian.
Who said that?
He has an R1b haplogroup.
No, yeah, but who said that? Akhenaten's origin is from West Asia.
Well, I would say he has an R1b haplogroup.
Well, you made that up again.
No, I didn't make up anything. He has an R1b haplogroup, which is Eurasian. It's Eurasian.
Have you studied genetics, brother?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what training did you have?
I never said I had a PhD. Do you have a PhD in Kemetic studies?
I didn't ask you if you have a PhD, but no, I don't have a PhD. No, I don't.
Me either. I read though,
Okay, so you didn't have any formal training, but you have the right to talk about genetics. Yes, decent level. It is a Asiatic black man. The brother is back. But a lot of brothers like Ngozi, that I'm sure you know very well, are talking a lot about genetics. But at some point it is just all over the place. But I'm not aware of anybody.
Really. If we understand it, not really. It's not really all over the place, Shaka.
Well, Ngozi was talking about some people in Africa being Caucasians, and I think that was disturbing. But maybe, yeah, go ahead.
Well, see, when this term Caucasian, just like R1b, for instance, R1b is a European, Eurasian marker, but the markers that develop past 6600 from R1b, the R1b V88, the R1b 173, the P25, those are all black people. They're in Cameroon right now. They're amongst the Taboo. They're amongst the Hausa. If we looked at them, we couldn't distinguish them from sub-Saharan Africans. But the R1b 269, that's more of a very light pink, pale, blue-eyed, white stock. that developed from some of those people at a very much later date, you know. So like I said, it's, you say it's all over the place, but if we understand it, it's not really all over the place. It's just telling us that the black man is the original man, basically.
I would agree that the black man or the African is the original man, and anthropology as a field agrees that life started in Africa.
Yes.
But we cannot go from that premise to make the shortcut that the inhabitants of Canaan and Israel were black people in around 1500 BC, all the way down to the first century. You know, because we do have indeed statues from Canaan, and we can clearly see that we're not dealing with white people. As a
Oh,
matter of fact,
the population was not monolithic. You know, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm
well,
saying,
well,
dominant
well,
population was
you,
African
you,
or black
you,
at one point.
who said that?
Genetics
Which
says.
well, no scholar said that. See, because
Genetics.
yeah, that's your claim.
I can
But
show.
once again, come again.
I can show you. You never want to see the genetics.
Well, no, I think you remember we went through all those reports that you're telling us about.
No, we didn't. You
Well,
rarely,
we went to
rarely
most.
like
We
to look
went.
at genetics. Just like
We,
Chris,
we
he rarely likes to look at genetics. I got
well,
on deck.
well. I think it's safe to say that we went through most of those genetic reports that you are
No,
referring to.
no, that's unsafe, Shaka. That's an
Well,
unsafe.
at the time when you used to be one of the most regular caller of my platform, at the time we went through most of the genetic
No, we
reports that you're
didn't.
referring to.
We went through a couple. It's a multitude of them that say that West Asia was
Okay,
black.
okay. Let me rephrase then. On all of, on all of the genetic reports that you have shared with us, none of them ever said that the inhabitants of this area were black people.
That's false.
Okay, so please quote
I
the
can
part
show
where
it
it says.
now.
Please quote the part where it says that they were black people.
We don't have to quote. I can pull it up. You want to see it?
I would like you to just read it first, and then I can have a look. So if I hear that he says they were black people, okay.
You're a little shaky, Shaka. You don't
You
want to see
sure?
what the genetics say.
You sure? Well, why don't you go ahead and just read the part where it says that they were black people?
Well, why don't we read the study, brother? See, this is always the sticker. This is the crux with me and you.
Brother,
You don't
I know
like
you very well.
you be
I
scared of the genetics.
read so many books and so many reports, and after reading so many paragraphs, so many pages, I was like, hold on, you made that up. It doesn't say that. So I would like you to
No,
first
that's
read it.
false, Shaka. Let's look at it now. You
Well,
never want to look at it. I understand.
why don't you read it for us?
Why don't I read what, brother? What you want me to read, man?
I
I
suggest
would like
something.
You don't
yeah,
want to
go
read.
ahead, Bennett.
I suggest a debate on this topic specifically. That's what I suggest. That way you both
not me.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he don't want it, brother.
Oh, I definitely don't want it. I don't want to go through all those genetic reports, and none of them said that they were black. But the brother's gonna say E1, B1B, E1, B1A.
You see, you don't want it right now.
Me, I don't necessarily jump on in terms of defining groups, DNA. I don't lean on that specifically, and myself, because the issue with that is that that's constantly being updated. It's been updated the entire time. And so I don't only lean on that, and I don't think anyone that wants to discuss the history of man leans specifically and purely on DNA. But having said that, I want to ask you another question, though, brother. Where does the kinky-haired curse that Farrakhan stated, where does that fit into this? And also, do you believe in what Farrakhan said himself of kinky hair, the origins of kinky hair, lips, broad lips? Do you believe in that yourself?
Yeah, as it pertains to the movement from West Asia of what in the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is called the tribe of Shabazz. Yes, we actually have a sister by the name of Fang and she's pretty popular in African circles on YouTube. And her and I had a dialogue about it. And she actually talks about how when her people first came to Cameroon, they did not have kinky hair until they came. She said that they came from West Asia. She has a L3 haplogroup, and
So,
she
okay,
indeed says that
so
they came from West Asia.
okay, so okay, so the people that come from Africa
Mm-hmm.
that never left, never took that migration that you suggest the tribe of Shabazz took, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're suggesting that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people that never took that journey, are they cursed?
Well,
did they rebel against God in your view?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so. I would say that part he was speaking specifically to the members of the tribe of Shabazz, and we do find in modern genetics what is called a punctuated burst from West Asia into Africa. The father of that burst would have had to be an EM96, that is a living Shamar Arab that produced all of the E groups. So they were very successful. These E markers that come into Africa, they are the most successful dispersion into the African interior, along with L3. But the E groups diversify all over Africa. They're all over the place. They were extremely successful. That's from an Afro-Arabian EM96.
Are they the only groups that's been dispersed across the
Um,
world and throughout Africa?
no, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Not at all. They're the
Okay.
most successful.
Successful across the world, the globe, or in Africa?
They are the most successful expansion in Africa. The E groups diversify in Africa everywhere. South Africa, Northwest Africa, East Africa, definitely all over the place. Central Africa, everywhere. The Congo.
Okay, so the other groups, they weren't successful in dispersing throughout Africa.
Yes, some others were successful, but none as diversified as the E markers that we find in the African interior today. None is successful.
Okay, are they the majority?
E, yes, E is the majority.
That's
Yep.
the majority of Africans today.
Even more than A and B. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so those groups, the groups that have kinky hair today, where do they fit in all of this?
See, I don't make that distinction. I'm not saying that the people with kinky hair are not our people. I have kinky hair myself. But what I'm saying is, what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said is consistent with modern genetics, with modern science. It's not only consistent with genetics, it's consistent with Yoruba oral traditions. It's consistent with La Amarudu oral traditions. It's consistent with Beja oral traditions, Hausa. It's a plethora of modern Africans that tell us in their oral traditions that they came from the Near East and their genetics agrees with such.
Hold on. Just one moment.
But
Does anybody know?
Is that teaching? Is that teaching? You're saying it's consistent, but that statement that Farrakhan makes, he says that that's the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? Is that consistent with science? Is
It
that
is.
consistent with their belief? It's consistent?
Yeah. Modern science says that massive, all of what we got to understand about genetics is the E markers, the E haplogroups, they have a father that originates in the Arabian Peninsula from EM96. That EM96 is live in the Arabian Peninsula now. Jet black Arabs, EM96,
Okay, so
high concentration of EM96. All of the E groups that you see in Africa now, including Dogon, including Nigerians, including Yoruba, including Bija, including Somalis, all of these groups, Maasai, they originate from that father, that EM96.
All right, hold on, please. It's been 5 hours 58 minutes. So By the time we finish, it's going to be 6 hours. But I want to ask, does the actor Jonathan Major, who played in The Harder They Fall with Idris Elba and what's the name of the sister? Regina King. His latest movie is Creed 3 alongside Michael B. Jordan. Does anybody know if he's a Hebrew Israelite?
I don't know, Shaka. I'm not familiar with him.
Because he was arrested for being for having a domestic violence issue with his white girlfriend. So I don't know if he's down with JJ or you're related or I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's a little. I think you're being a little unfair to JJ because JJ has never been convicted of that. He's been charged with it, as we can see, but we don't know what the details of that case is. So that's why I was saying those things in the chat.
Hold on. Are you saying JJ has never been convicted of domestic violence?
No, you talking about some type of sexual stuff.
No. I know. No. He was charged for sexual assault. I never said he was convicted. I don't know where you get that from.
Yeah, but brother, you going at the brother like he's been convicted of it, like he done time for that. I don't think that's right, bro. That's just
no. You have to be fair. JJ 7000 came on my platform before the live stream started. He said, "You better prove the charges, or I will sue you." I asked him, "Isn't the thumbnail showing a charge?" Then he put several other messages. Then finally, when he got on my platform, I mean, first he cursed me out, but I put him back and I said, "Is that a charge?" Then he said, "Oh, you need to prove that I was convicted." The title doesn't say he was convicted. I never say he was convicted. I never wrote he was convicted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but anyway,
why
yeah.
Why gaslight him like that, though, Shaka?
Brother? Did you ask Sanetta why he was gaslighting when Sanetta made a whole live stream about JJ 7000 beating up his white girlfriend?
Yeah, man, but I don't even mess with
No. I'm just asking. Did you ask Sanetta why he was gaslighting when he made a whole live stream about that?
I would,
Well, but you didn't. You didn't. So what would you ask me? JJ 7000 came and was being very condescending in defense of the Mighty Hebrew. The Mighty Hebrew went to jail for rape. He was convicted in a court of law for rape.
That's shady as heck too. You're talking about 17 and 16-year-old children.
Okay. Hold on, please, brother Afro-Asiatic. Now, are you telling me you haven't seen the court summary which shows that he was found guilty of rape?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is those circumstances where the girl was like 16 and he was like 17 years old. We know that many people I sweethearted with a girl when I was 17 and she was 16 years old. Like what are we dealing with?
Please, brother, that's 1 year. Hold on, that's 1 year difference. If somebody is 17 having a relationship with a 16-year-old girl or 15-year-old girl, he will not be charged with statutory rape. Now those guys come again.
1 year difference is what's on the paperwork with Mighty Hebrew.
No, that's 2 year difference that he claims. Now let's set the record straight. If two minors, let's say a 17-year-old man and a 15-year-old girl. Now, apparently in New York, 17 is the age where somebody will be considered an adult. So, yeah, so there is room for, okay, maybe it will be hit with the statutory. However, they didn't say that. They said they waited for him to be 18 before they charge him. Probably he was on the run, but never mind.
Okay.
That's statutory rape, brother.
So,
hold on, brother. That's statutory rape. Hold on, brother. Please.
Shaka.
Come again?
You can't get me to go with that because
no, but you're not even listening to me, brother. Brother. Hold on, brother. Please listen to me, brother. Please, give me a chance.
10th grader. That's a fact. Come on, brother.
No, but brother. You said that you've seen the course summary, right?
Brother, I know from going to high school that a 12th grader will date a 10th grader.
Okay. Brother, have you seen the course summary of Mighty Hebrew?
Brother, will a 12th grader date a 10th grader?
All right. Okay. It's clear you don't want to answer. Well, for your information, just feel free to go on my previous videos or feel free to come back on our live stream later on at 4 p.m. EST, and I will gladly show you the court summary. There were 6 charges that he was found guilty of, and one of them is rape. There is also statutory rape and sexual deviant assault. Well, you don't want to listen, but you just taking some people's words for face value. And I have news for you, dear brother. The Mighty Hebrew left a comment on my video, and he said that he was charged with rape category C. And under Pennsylvania law, we checked it with J. Heru, we checked it with V. Bennett. It's when somebody has sexual intercourse, or let's say rapes or sexually assault a girl that is under 13 years old.
Well, that's not what's on his paperwork from what I've seen. And I know good and well a 12th grader will date a 10th grader, Shaka. Peace to you,
Well,
brother.
Okay, peace to you. Thank you, brother. Well, it's a nice discussion. You know what I'm saying? I just want to read these comments before I bounce. The fight doctor came to holler at us. He was Special Olympics 7,000. KB wrote, you don't need to be convicted to be guilty. As far as that Mayonnaise woman goes, Sa interviewed the woman. She displayed the bruises. JJ was charged with causing dudes stop defending people with morality. I guess he meant with morality. Questionable behavior pattern. The only circumstance involving rape that matters is you didn't do it, dude. What the F is wrong with you? Okay, then I saw that he proposed that I mute the brother, but I don't need to do that, But I think the brother hasn't seen the court summary. He mentioned some paperwork that he has seen, and I don't know what's the other paperwork, but for the record, the court summary that I've been showing, Mighty Hebrew never said that it is false or inaccurate. So I don't know what kind of stuff he showed to the people, but bear that in mind. Category C for the rape, according to Pennsylvania law, it's a sexual assault of a girl that is under 13 years old. So once again, another person have said, well, there was an age difference. An age difference. He was 17, she was 15. It's amazing to me, but it's okay. V. Bennett, you want to give some last words? You want to make some closing remarks, brother?
Yeah, I didn't get this. See, my thoughts are just like when people make comments about kinky hair, broad nose, and these kind of things. My question is, did the teachings fulfill its purpose, right? And also, what do these teachings remind us of? Are they the first time that we've heard these kind of things in our history? And so I just find it a bit troubling that it seems to elude all of the anti-blackness, the slavery, the colonization that took place according to these similar ideals, right? They saw us science at that time. And again, this is another example of how science changes, right? At one time, so in the Enlightenment period, these people were literally seen as monkeys, as being closer to monkeys and apes. They were not seen as human, as being human beings in that way, right? And so I don't see how these teachings could be for any other purpose but a similar thing, another type of colonization, another type of justification to dehumanize people. So that part is the part that bothered me. I do hear an affirmation that basically what they're saying is that it is true, the kinky hair curse. That's what I hear the brother saying ultimately. And I find it problematic, just as problematic as it was in the Enlightenment period. I see that words come with consequences. Words breed actions, So I myself, I don't see it as anything else but the same, another form of attack on people. I don't believe that the evidence that he provided shows that that these people are all migrants into Africa, right? I believe there's large swaths of people that would define themselves as different and would and my current anthropology shows that when African people hear this kinky hair curse, they're highly offended. So I don't see how it's going to work. I don't see how standing on that principle works. You know, yeah. So I'll leave it on that. But I appreciate that the brother was able to come up. Next time, I'd like to see, you know, maybe his face or something. But you know, that's all right. You know,
We've seen his face, but normally he doesn't usually he doesn't show his face. But I remember seeing his face. You know what I'm saying?
I wanted to ask some more questions.
We've seen his face by mistake. He didn't mean for us to see it, but you know, but he's in the chat. So if you want to ask him a question, feel free.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask some simple questions. Like, I mean, where does the Dr. Jakob, for example, come from? You know, you know, how does the grafting of the so-called grafting that these people believe Dr. Jakob made, how does that differentiate them from the people that he claimed to have grafted and migrated back into Africa? I'm just trying to understand it all. So that's something I wanted to ask, but we could take it up another time.
Yeah, well, he's gonna be quoting Elijah Muhammad. He will quote for days, man. With that question, man, he's gonna be more than happy. This time, he will show and prove to the T. But there is a curse of Ham. For those who don't know, we have the biblical narrative, and then what is in the Mishdra Rabbah. I don't really know how to pronounce those terms perfectly, but what people usually say is the rabbinic literature known as the Talmud. Some people may say it's not exactly the Talmud, but you have the names there on the article. It talks about black people being cursed, and that's how we ended up having kinky hair and broad nose, and so, and I think the lips as well. Maybe not the nose, but the lips, you know, because you have laughed at my misfortune and so on. So
yeah, that would be my last question. Cursed. What does the word cursed mean?
Well, we can look up the dictionary, you know. But even if they don't, even if he doesn't use the word curse, the fact that he says, okay, because you have seen my nakedness, because you have laughed at my misfortune, you know, your lips will swell, your skin will turn black, and so on. That is indeed a curse. You know, somebody did something that caused him to have that condition, you know. And many times when I talk about Faircon, I try not to use the word curse. Earlier I did, then I corrected myself. But he clearly said that we are marked and disfigured. And our phenotype was an essence of ugliness. So indeed, by definition, that is a curse. But they're very big on playing with words, those people. But people can have a look at this, the curse of Ham over there. I didn't make it up. You can see the references that talk about this stuff. But there's one other thing. Yeah. Afro-Asiatic wrote, brother, we all know a 12th grader will date a 10th grader. I don't have a problem with that. But the problem is if a 12th grader rapes a 10th grader, and a mighty Hebrew was found guilty of rape, that's what he went to jail for, amongst the 5 other charges that he was found guilty of. So that's the danger of a platform that is pro-pedophile, that is pro-child molester, that is pro-rapist. They put up a narrative which goes against the available documentation, and they have the nerve to label us as we are the wrong people. But let's keep it real. If any of our family member gets raped by somebody, how would you feel? People say, oh, it's just a 2-year difference. You know what I'm saying? Come on. We can do better than this.
You know, and one other thing about this curse thing, the Farrakhan statement, my question is, or the rebellion of God is a mark of the rebellion from God. My question is, so when does the mark leave? You know,
It doesn't. It doesn't say. It doesn't say that it leaves. It doesn't say that it leaves. You know what I'm saying?
Is it forever into eternity? Is it for throughout eternity? Anybody with kinky in these things, that's just how they will be seen, and people with less of that will be seen as not rebelling, have never rebelled in their history. How does that fit into the DNA? Does it mean if you have straight hair that you didn't rebel, or are you still related to those people that rebelled? Have all man rebelled? Even that's even another question. And should we use that same science to migrate into other areas of the earth and see these people as people that rebel too? Are we all rebelled? How do we distinguish ourselves as different? Anyway, yeah. I digress, bro.
You have so many questions. But let me just clarify one thing. Afro-Asiatic wrote, so now you're calling me pro-pedophilia. Stop it, brother. But for the record, I did not call
Afro-Asiatic pro-pedophile. I said the danger is when you have those pro-pedophile channels, pro-rapist channel, pro-child molesters channel. I did not talk about you, brother. I mean, man, why would I do that? Now, 313 wrote, all this is because of the so-called African American of today seeking an identity. All these movements, NOI, Kemet, Hebrew Israelite, so on, have one thing in common. They are all American specific. Well, the Kemetic movement is not American specific, It's not at all, Shaka Diop was not from America. Dr. Theophilo Benga was not from America, and I should have said Dr. Shaka Diop, Name any of these identity movements that originate outside of the USA. So, but hey, and for the record, hold on, brother. Before Shaka Diop, there's someone called Antenor Firmin, who is Haitian, and he wrote to refute the book dealing with the inequality, or let's say, how do you say it in English? A book saying that the races are not equal, that basically black people are inferior to white people. He wrote a book refuting that. And he mentioned that the ancient Egyptians were black. So, that was outside of America. But go ahead, Bennett.
Yeah. My final question related to those other series of questions is, was Muhammad cursed? Also, how is he related to these groups that were cursed? So that's it. Yeah. It's crazy to have to go at it from different angles, but it's necessary too. It's not crazy. It's necessary.
The Nation of Islam's doctrine, there's a lot of folklore, a lot of things that can never be proved historically, but they will believe in it. Actually, for people who don't know, the Nation of Islam, amongst each other, they refer to themselves as believers, a true believer, and so on, So they have the right to their belief and their doctrine, like we have the right to agree or disagree. And I've been disagreeing for a good minute. Now, thank you very much, V. Bennett. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters who came on. Thank you, Afro-Asiatic, for coming back. Obviously, he's not mad at me for blocking him back then. But I'm going to say my usual closing remarks. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. If I don't argue, I say facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do Necheru? Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medunetia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.